Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to Audiobook Dynasty. If you want early access and even more parts for free, make sure to join me on Patreon.
Chapter 101, Destiny. After finishing his meal, Yu Xian was served the desert jade fruit snow jelly. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the translucent dessert shimmered like moon-kissed crystal. He scooped a spoonful and took a bite. A sharp tang hit first, refreshing and cool, but it was quickly wrapped in a layer of mellow sweetness that lingered pleasantly on his tongue. Not bad, he murmured. This world really does have its culinary wonders. Then, tilting his head slightly, he asked with innocent curiosity, "Old man, are you a scholar or something?" The middle-aged man, who was calmly wiping a dish, froze mid-motion. "I'm not old," he said, his voice flat. "Really? You don't look that young either," Yu Xian said with a cheeky smile, spooning more jelly into his mouth. "So, a middle-aged scholar, then." "I'm not a scholar either," the man muttered, clearly questioning his life choices. "Oh," Yu Xian nodded as if understanding something profound. "So this is how it is now. Even scholars have to open food stalls to make a living." The man paused, spoon in hand, and gave Yu Xian a long, unreadable look. "This brat has no filter," he thought. Audacious little thing. Still, he didn't correct him. Today he was here, to have a look at Yu Xian. Soon after finishing the dessert, Yu Xian stood up, feeling completely satisfied. He paid the middle-aged man, who gave a faint nod in return, then turned and began walking back toward his temporary residence. The food was truly great, he murmured to himself, hands tucked behind his back. The streets were still alive with activity. Disciples in various robes wandered about, some laughing, some chatting, others bartering at night stalls glowing under lantern light. At one point, he passed by a young cultivator confessing his love under a blossom tree, only to be swiftly and gently rejected. Yu Xian paused, watching from a distance, and couldn't help but think of Ban. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Life really does move slow and fast in cultivation world," he whispered. Eventually, after a quiet walk under the moonlit sky, he reached the building housing his quarters. With no hesitation, he climbed the stairs and entered his room, closing the door softly behind him. He took one last look at the dark ceiling above, then fell into bed. A lot had happened today, from nearly getting robbed, to being told he would become rich, and then actually getting rich. There were surprises, battles, strange predictions, a good middle-aged cook, and of course the goats. He shuddered slightly at the memory. Still, the highlight of it all might have been that meal. The best he'd ever had. With a peaceful exhale, he let the thoughts drift away, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Like a log, the middle-aged man stood quietly, his gaze lingering in the direction Yu Xian had walked. He didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. And though buildings and distance separated them, his eyes saw clearly, unobstructed by space or walls. He followed Yu Xian's silhouette all the way until the boy returned to his room and fell asleep. Then, without fanfare, his form began to change. The appearance of the middle-aged cook melted away like smoke caught in the wind. In his place now stood an old man, his features partially hidden beneath a strange cloth mask. Only his eyes were visible beneath it, ancient, deep, and unreadable. And yet, not a single person around him noticed. Neither his transformation, nor the disappearance of the food stall itself. It was as if both had never existed to begin with. The crowd bustled, laughed, and passed by, but no one glanced in his direction. No one remembered a thing. The old man lifted his gaze to the moon, its light gleaming off his hidden expression. Then, with a voice too soft for mortal ears to hear but hoarse, he muttered to the night. "Interesting. I cannot read his past. A rare thing. An unexpected anomaly." He had only come to this town on a passing whim to briefly observe Yu Xian, whose fate was interwoven with his own disciple. But now, what he found was far more intriguing. "The future will be full of surprises," the old man murmured, half smiling beneath the cloth that veiled his face. With a casual flick of his fingers, he traced a series of gestures in the air, gestures so subtle and profound that even the strongest cultivator in the sect would have noticed nothing unless their focus was wholly attuned to one specific thing. A golden thread. Invisible to the mortal eye, this gossamer strand stretched far across mountains and peaks, linked to a soul of person with great destiny. And now, by the old man's will, that thread, glowing faintly with ancient light, was severed. Silent. Clean. A moment later, the golden strand drifted, like a feather caught on wind, and reattached itself, not to the lofty place it once belonged, but to Yu Xian. The moment it latched onto him, a faint ripple passed through the fabric of reality, unnoticed by all. Far away, in the martial heaven main peak, a youth sat in deep meditation. His breathing was slow, his cultivation vast, an early-stage cultivator of the supernatural realm. Around him, the air trembled faintly from the sheer weight of his presence. But suddenly, his brows furrowed. A strange sensation struck him. Not pain but an ache, deep in the soul. As if something precious, something destined for him, had been stolen. His concentration faltered, and an unshakable sense of loss settled in his chest, inexplicable and sharp, like the quiet absence of a sound you didn't know you loved until it vanished. He opened his eyes slowly. "Something's changed," he muttered. But he was no fool. At his level, such a sensation was not mere coincidence. Premonitions, especially ones that struck this deeply, were not to be ignored. Without hesitation, he rose from meditation and, with a flash of movement, left his chamber. There was only one person who might understand what had just occurred, his master. And so, beneath the star-strewn sky, one youth sought answers, while another, unaware, slept peacefully, now tied to a destiny far greater than he could ever imagine, or could he? Chapter 102, More Mystery. The old man gazed once more in Yu Xian's direction, though now, unlike before, he could clearly see the golden thread attached to him. It shimmered faintly, trailing off into the distance. But beneath that brilliance, he noticed something else. A faint, dark aura nestled deep within Yu Xian's spirit, twisted and unnatural. A curse. Nasty, subtle, old. Its origin was hidden, but its presence undeniable. He exhaled slowly. Troublesome, he muttered. Yet what made him sigh even deeper were the entangled lines of affection surrounding Yu Xian's fate. Dozens of delicate threads, shimmering in shades of pink and red, coiled toward the youth like moths to a flame. So many love lines. This child's karma is an entangled mess. What the hell did he do in his past? His gaze lingered. Among those threads, one pulsed faintly as if trying to hide a connection from the elemental heaven peak. But from his view everything was visible. That young girl, trying hard to suppress her feelings, as though her heart hadn't already betrayed her. He shook his head. My disciple truly chose someone with a mountain of complications, he murmured, almost affectionately. But that was precisely why he had come. The primary purpose of his visit wasn't to meddle in love, but to sever the bond he couldn't allow to linger. The connection between Yu Xian and his disciple. Not out of disdain, but respect. He wished for her to choose freely, without the burden of fate weighing down her will. But it seems fate really had other plans. With that, the old man retrieved an obsidian black dagger. Its blade glinted with immortal runes that hadn't been seen for ages. He made a small cut across his palm, and out flowed golden blood thicker than water, glowing with divine essence. The drop hovered before him, suspended in the air like a miniature sun. In a long-forgotten tongue, he chanted softly. The air around him shimmered, resonating with the power of the old language. Then, with a wave of his hand, the golden blood dissolved into a fine mist, scattering over the karmic threads around Yu Xian. Slowly, each visible love line faded from view, hidden from all but the highest realms of sight. Only that nasty curse was in view, and he knew that the little girl would already have knowledge about it, and it was her problem to solve that. Now, unless someone of comparable strength tried to pry into Yu Xian's fate, they would see only the mundane, a talented, if not unusual, disciple with no grand destiny. And that was the point. Because in this heaven, he was the strongest diviner. Just then, a flicker of light shimmered beside him. The artifact spirit Tianling appeared. Was it really necessary? He asked. That boy carries the mark of immortal fate. The old man didn't even turn to face him. Yes. Especially because of that. He watched Yu Xian from afar, the boy now peacefully sleeping. We don't know when those dark bastards might come for him, he said, voice low. Even though he's still young, fate doesn't wait. Tianling was silent. They had known each other for a long time, and he could tell from his tone that the old man had already made up his mind. And then, like a wisp of incense in the wind, the old man vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the lingering scent of mystery. Oblivious to the schemes of big hots happening in the background, Yu Xian awoke from his restful slumber. Still groggy, he stumbled out of bed to relieve himself, and as he did, he couldn't help but think, did more than just waste leave my body? Even my impurities feel like they've taken a hike. He stretched and yawned, muttering to himself, that food was really something special. Mentally jotting down a reminder to visit the mysterious middle-aged man's stall again, unaware that he never could. After bathing and freshening up, Yu Xian decided he wanted a quiet start to his day. No noise, no drama, only peace. He wandered to the outskirts of town, where nature still reigned. Eventually, he arrived at a tranquil river basin, its waters a calm and ethereal shade of blue, the kind of color that looked like it belonged in a painting. Nearby stood a solitary tree with wide branches casting a soothing shade. Yu Xian sat cross-legged beneath it. Taking in the serene atmosphere, he closed his eyes and began to breathe in a practiced rhythm, activating his breathing technique primordial breath. His goal was simple, to make this breathing method second nature, as instinctive as normal breath. The more he did it, the closer he'd get to mastery. As he inhaled, the spiritual energy around him coalesced, swirling toward his body like a gentle vortex. With every exhale, he released refined streams of energy back into the air. It was a steady cycle, quiet and calming. Until it wasn't. Just as Yu Xian was reaching a state of calm focus, a small splash interrupted the silence. A mischievous fish, no longer than his palm and with a ridiculously tiny mouth, peeked out from the river. It blinked at him with curious eyes. Huh. Yu Xian opened one eye. The fish suddenly puffed up its cheeks, which looked funny, and splash! A perfectly aimed ball of water launched directly into Yu Xian's nose. He recoiled immediately, flailing slightly as he sputtered and coughed. His meditative state shattered. His peace gone. What the hell was that for? He exclaimed, glaring at the river. The fish made a triumphant flip in the air before vanishing back into the water with a smug splash. Wiping his face with his sleeve, Yu Xian muttered, I swear this world's getting weirder day by day. But somewhere deep down, he was smiling. Author's explanation. A/E, fate, destiny, and karma are all three different concepts, so don't get confused. I will give the basic explanation and the remaining will be known as the story progresses. Karma, the consequence of one's action. Your past karma, even previous lives, may affect the present karma, and present karma may in turn affect the future karma. This is a continuous cycle, until true death. Destiny is usually something that one achieves or reaches, though action, karma, is necessary for that to happen. People with strong destiny usually stand out from the rest, like protagonist. Heaven and earth itself helps those destined, but destiny is changeable. Fate, it is predestined, bound to happen. Chapter 103, Breath. Yu Xian continued to perform his breathing technique, and gradually, it was becoming second nature to him. Why was he adapting so quickly? The simplest answer: he was a genius. The more complex truth was that his innate trait, adaptive mind, had begun to take effect. It subconsciously memorized and reinforced his breathing pattern, allowing him to grow more familiar with primordial breath with each session. Of course, Yu Xian wasn't a stranger to controlled breathing. His father had drilled it into him during their training sessions back in the clan. But using primordial breath was something entirely different. It placed a subtle strain on his body, like sprinting while forcing your heartbeat to remain calm and steady. It demanded control, precision, and above all, harmony. Since ancient times, breath had been considered more than just a bodily function. It was life itself. The first breath marked birth. The final one, death. And if a mortal failed to take another breath after their first, that was simply the end. Breath was like a natural reset button. So naturally, cultivation placed immense significance on breathing techniques. They weren't just exercises, they were foundational pillars upon which power, longevity, and enlightenment were built. Each breath carried intent. Each exhale refined the self. Thus, in quiet harmony, Yu Xian continued his breathing exercises. Before he realized it, his focused breathing had transitioned into a full cultivation session. The primordial breath technique was only a part of his full cultivation method. So, while his breath refined and cycled qi, his body had already begun cultivating in earnest. That day, without even realizing how much time had passed, he completed multiple minor heavenly cycles, each one reinforcing his control and qi flow. By the time he opened his eyes, the sky was dipped in orange hues. Evening had already fallen. He blinked, slightly dazed, and immediately felt the difference. The qi within his lower danshan now shimmered faintly, coalescing into a gaseous form, a mist-like huge cloud that pulsed softly with life. His limbs felt lighter, his meridians clearer and stronger, and his mind more composed. Checking himself with focus, Yu Xian muttered, "I broke through. How anticlimactic." He thought that if he even had a minor breakthrough, there will be heavenly punishment to him, simply for cultivating a powerful technique, and then that lightning turns into nourishment. And so the heavens accidentally helped him to accidentally become the most op cultivator ever. Despite the simplicity of the moment, there was no denying the truth. He had reached the mid-stage of qi condensation realm, likely the 5th layer. To confirm, he summoned his system, and a sleek black gold interface appeared before him. Navigating directly to his cultivation tab, the numbers aligned with his strength. He had advanced, and subtly, other attributes had improved as well. Equals. Qi condensation, 5/12. Gates, first realm pathway, 12/12. Primary meridians, organs, awakened, lung, kidney, large intestine, bladder. Extraordinary vessels, renmai, dumai. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. 5th layer out of 12, and still, no bottlenecks, no resistance. His progress was fluid, natural. The kind of seamless advancement most cultivators only dreamed of. This really is hidden boss-level talent, he said to himself, shaking his head in quiet disbelief. Though the journey was long, this small milestone gave him reassurance. Whatever lay ahead, he was walking the path. Evening had settled in, and though Yu Xian hadn't made any plans earlier, one now formed clearly in his mind. "Let's just go to the arena," he muttered, brushing off his robes and heading toward the town. Later, at the arena, Yu Xian once again arrived at the familiar underground entrance of the arena, the battleground for qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. This time, he wasn't here to spectate or gamble. He was here to fight. As he stepped closer to the entrance, the two familiar guards, the ones who had escorted him out the night before, immediately noticed him. And as cultivation improves, so does memory. Without a word, they moved from their posts and started walking directly toward him with practiced synchronization. Yu Xian's eyes narrowed. "No way, again." One of the guards, the one on the right, crossed his arms and said flatly, "You're banned. You can't come here anymore, Junior." Yu Xian blinked. "Banned?" he repeated, incredulous. "I thought you two escorted me for safety yesterday. Don't tell me, you're jealous I earned more sect points than the both of you combined." He said it casually, but with the refined arrogance only a true young master could wield. The brows of both guards twitched violently. This junior, flaunting his wealth without a shred of shame. "Do you know how hard it is being poor?" they thought in unison. Still, this time Yu Xian exuded that special kind of aura, the kind that screamed problem child from a powerful clan. So rather than cause a scene, the guards exchanged a glance, then wordlessly returned to his left and right, flanking him like yesterday. Yu Xian raised both palms. "Whoa, wait a second? I'm not here to rob the betting counter today. I'm here to fight." His voice was steady, calm, even reasonable. "We're civilized people. Talking solves everything. No need to drag me out like some misbehaving child. You're not even bribing me with sweets." Yu Xian crossed his arms, looking entirely too composed for someone who'd just been threatened with a ban. The two guards looked at him, then at each other. Seriously, asked the one on the right, raising a brow. Look, one of you can just come with me if you're so worried, Yu Xian offered with an easy grin. The guard on the right side and shrugged. All right then, let's go. But I'm keeping an eye on you. With a subtle nod to his partner, the guard gestured for Yu Xian to follow, and the two of them descended once more into the underground arena. This time, Yu Xian was not as gambler or spectator but as challenger. Chapter 104, Challenger. The guard escorted Yu Xian to the disciple registration counter. As he looked around, Yu Xian noticed there weren't many people in line, which made sense. Most disciples in this area had already advanced in their cultivation, so few lingered at the qi condensation level. Still, a question nagged at him. Why had these cultivators paused their progress? Were they rebuilding their foundations? Had they missed some opportunity? Or had they, like him, arrived just now or rather slightly earlier than them? They were all from the immortal realm. After all, he expected more from them. But then again, no matter the world, people were still people. The essence didn't change. He dropped the thought and simply waited as the two disciples ahead of him completed their registrations. When it was his turn, the staff cultivator at the counter said, "Medallion." Yu Xian handed over his golden medallion. Almost immediately, the man's expression shifted. His demeanor grew noticeably more respectful, and even the nearby guard seemed to breathe a little easier. Only elders could recognize Yu Xian's medallion as an irregular one, a unique identity. To everyone else, it simply marked him as an inner disciple. And that made all the difference. In the Heaven's Immortal sect, inner disciples were the backbone. Above them were only core disciples and the personal disciples of elders. The staff member quickly processed the registration and returned the medallion with a polite nod. "Your name will be called. Head to the designated platform when it is." Yu Xian accepted it with a light smile. With his job done, the guard beside him straightened and said, "I'll be taking my leave now. Just try not to cause trouble this time." Yu Xian gave a casual nod, and the guard returned to his duties. Now, all that was left was the wait. Yu Xian made his way to the challenger's observation area, a space with elevated seating and a clear view of the matches underway. From here, he spotted the red-haired man who had lost yesterday, still nursing his pride but watching the arena intently. Currently, a match was in progress between a short, red-haired girl and a towering man whose body resembled solid stone. The man's rock-like physique moved with the sluggish weight of a boulder, but each of his attacks struck like collapsing mountains. Surprisingly, it was the girl who dominated the exchange. Her fists were wrapped in a blazing red aura, sharp and precise, each punch carried the condensed will of a seasoned fighter. Fist intent. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. She's already grasped fist intent at qi condensation. This era is insane. Her intents mixed with fire. Must be her technique reinforcing it or even natural affinity. Senior, why do you sound like the match commentator? Shut up before I use my sword intent to part your hairline. Conversations overlapped in every corner of the gallery. Yu Xian's eyes shifted briefly to a higher platform, the VIP section. A row of inner and core disciples sat with quiet dignity, some with eyes half-lidded in boredom, others in subtle discussion. The air around them buzzed with the suppressed aura of strength, making even casual laughter feel heavy. Below, the fight pressed on. The red-haired girl weaved through her opponent's attacks like dancing flame. Each time the stone-bodied man swung a mighty fist, she answered with a burning strike that forced him backward, chipping away bits of his hardened skin. Her feet never stopped moving. She ducked, twisted, and countered with grace, sending fiery punches to the man's sides and joints. One clean uppercut sent him stumbling and a crack visible formed across his rocky chest. But the stone giant didn't fall. Instead, he growled and leapt backward, gaining distance. Then something strange happened. He curled his large body into a tight fetal position, impossible for a man his size. His skin began to shift, rough ridges turned smoother, his limbs locked into a compact form. And then he spun. Like a giant rolling boulder, he turned into a spinning projectile and launched himself at the red-haired girl with terrifying speed. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The girl's eyes widened as the living missile crashed into her. The impact hurled her across the arena and into the stone floor, dust clouding around her fallen figure. Silence followed. Then murmurs. Did he win? Is she unconscious? Wait, she's getting up. Sure enough, the girl pushed herself upright, blood trailing from her lip. Her eyes burned with defiance. The rock-like man, though panting, wore a grin. He had clearly used a trump card, but it had exhausted him. His spinning technique had left deep grooves across the arena, and his movements now were sluggish. The red-haired girl steadied herself, her aura flaring once again. She dashed forward, this time faster, more aggressive. With each strike, the red glow around her fists intensified. She no longer defended, only attacked. Her punches tore through his stone arms, cracking them. Her footwork was relentless, denying him a second chance to retreat. Then came the final blow. Her fist, blazing like a falling star, smashed against his chest. The rock-like man staggered and fell to one knee. He tried to rise, but failed. Victory Lan Shui, the referee declared. Cheers burst from the crowd. Some cried tears of joy. Others cursed, clutching their medallion now that they have lost bets. Excited debates erupted, analyzing her technique, her use of intent, her final combo. Yu Xian, arms crossed and smiling, muttered, now this is what makes the arena worth it. The crowd roared in celebration. Yu Xian liked this match, it had its own up and downs, and when that rock-like turned into projectile and crashed with the girl, Yu Xian thought of a familiar alien the green shirt guy becomes after hitting his watch. He just hoped there would be a treasure in this world which could do the same wonders. Anyway, who didn't dream of turning into an alien after hitting their watch? Everyone did. Chapter 105, Match. Next match, Yu Xian vs Zhang Chen, the referee announced with a clear, resonant voice. Yu Xian stepped onto the platform with calm ease. Across from him, his opponent arrived, a short, slim-built man with deep chocolate-toned skin and spiked hair jutting from his scalp like a rebellious porcupine. He wore loose brown robes that fluttered slightly as he walked, face already scrunched in irritation. As he approached the platform, the man immediately began arguing with the referee. Hey, I told you to register my name as Jason, he snapped, voice echoing faintly across the arena. Why'd you go with Zhang Chen? The referee didn't even blink. Jason is not a proper name. But it's my choice, the man barked, jabbing a finger toward the list in the referee's hand. It's my name. The referee gave him a deadpan stare full of disdain, the kind only a background cultivator could deliver. I can declare you disqualified. And just like that, he released a subtle wave of core formation realm pressure. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Jason or Zhang Chen, depending on who you asked, visibly stiffened, a drop of sweat running down his temple. He swallowed hard, quickly backing down. Damn it. He muttered under his breath. When I become powerful, I'll make the whole sect call me Jason. You'll see. Yu Xian, who had listened to the entire exchange from his position on the opposite side of the platform, wore an amused expression. This guy's got spirit, I'll give him that, Yu Xian thought, casually stretching his arms. He didn't pay much attention to the guy's obsession with names. Even if Zhang Chen turned out to be a transmigrator, Yu Xian didn't see the point in stressing over it. After all, not every transmigrator he met in life would be out to kill him, hopefully. The crowd chuckled from the sidelines, already amused before the match had even begun. Start, the referee declared. Zhang Chen immediately summoned a short spear from his spatial ring, holding it with the confidence of someone who had practiced this sequence in front of a mirror 100 times. Yu Xian, on the other hand, decided to fight with only martial arts, no need to waste energy on small match like this. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen lunged forward, thrusting directly at Yu Xian's chest. But to his surprise, Yu Xian sidestepped with casual grace. In the same motion, his right hand clamped down on the spear shaft, and his left hand launched a swift 1-inch punch straight into Zhang Chen's chest. The force sent Zhang Chen stumbling backward, crashing to the ground in a puff of dust. Yu Xian twirled the spear once and tossed it back like a stick. Is that all you got? He said, voice dripping with arrogance, the kind that made him sound like a true young master. Zhang Chen's pride flared. Enraged, he leaped to his feet and rushed in, this time slashing horizontally with heavy swings, using the spear like a staff. Then, pivoting on the shaft, he spun and attempted a surprise kick. Yu Xian's eyes flashed in admiration, not bad flexibility. Still, he moved smoothly, deflecting each strike with a soft palm redirecting force, using the principle of softness overcoming strength. As the spinning kick came in, he raised both arms, catching the blow. It pushed him slightly back, but nothing more. Zhang Chen cursed inwardly. Tisk, this isn't going well. He's not even exerting himself. Is he not taking me seriously? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chen made some distance between them. But Yu Xian didn't take the bait, he stayed on the offensive, calmly closing the gap again. Zhang Chen's frustration mounted. He executed a clean backflip to create more space and without hesitation hurled his spear at Yu Xian. Caught off guard, Yu Xian threw himself to the side. The spear embedded itself deep into the floor. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Chen, now holding another identical short spear. His lips twitched at the other party's shamelessness. This bastard carrying backups? Fine, you want to play games. This momentary distraction gave Zhang Chen the opening he needed. He channeled his chi not into his arms, but into his hair. Yes, his hair. The strands pointed towards Yu Xian and then zing! A concentrated beam of chi launched from his spiky hair and shot toward Yu Xian like a lightning strike. It was fast. Too fast. Yu Xian managed to slightly shift, but the beam still landed on his chest, burning through his robe and singeing a patch of chest hair. He took a single step back, slightly staggered. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. His trump card had failed. Without thinking, Zhang Chen lunged forward again, rage taking over strategy. He went for a reckless thrust, straight at the same burned spot. Yu Xian sighed. In one smooth motion, he again caught the spear, and this time, his punch wasn't just quick, it was punishing. It landed dead center on Zhang Chen's chest with a dull thud. Zhang Chen crashed to the ground, groaning. Yu Xian twirled the spear again, like it was a stick of bamboo, then threw it forward. The weapon spun once, then zipped through the air like a silver dart. Zhang Chen, who was just getting up, felt his life flash before his eyes. He thought the weapon was coming for his heart or worse, his face. The referee didn't intervene. He had noticed something subtle in the trajectory. The spear wasn't aiming for any fatal spot. Instead, he watched with a peculiar expression. The weapon landed just in front of Zhang Chen, the tip neatly piercing through the disheveled hem of his robe. Right in front of his precious little brother. The entire arena went silent. Zhang Chen stared at the spear. His face paled. His soul left his body. Something primal stirred within him, a deep chill and cold sweat ran down his back. His spine stiffened, his scalp tingled, and then, thud, he fainted on the spot. Winner, Yu Xian, the referee declared with a sigh. And then, the arena erupted and the discussion exploded. That was smooth. Zhang Chen's lucky he's still alive to reproduce. Well, he shouldn't have taken it so lightly. The look on his face was great. Junior brother Chen's lightning hair move was cool. If only he could shoot it with his mouth. Junior brother Xian's movements were fast too. It seems he has some fighting experience. It wasn't a fight, it was a lesson. Yu Xian entered the challengers area and quickly asked a nearby contestant for directions to the relief room. Within a minute, he emerged in a fresh set of robes. A few disciples arrived shortly after, carrying Zhang Chen on a stretcher to treat his injuries. Yu Xian spotted an unoccupied seat and settled into it, lost in thought. But before he could fully focus, the familiar red-haired man with bronzed skin and a massive build approached him, grinning. That was a night fight, he said, his smile wide. I hope to see you again soon. Yu Xian nodded, watching as the man made his way toward the platform for his own match. But Yu Xian didn't linger on that. His mind was preoccupied with his recent fight. With his sharp memory, Yu Xian quickly replayed the match in his mind. It was easy for him, but as he reviewed the events, something unusual stood out to him. When he'd fought, everything had seemed perfectly normal. But looking back from an outsider's perspective, he noticed something: arrogance. In the heat of the moment, he had been utterly confident in his superiority, almost as if he knew he would win before it even began. It wasn't that he'd considered the possibility of losing, he hadn't for a second. Even the literal bizarre headshot move that Zhang Chen used had caught him off guard. But instead of feeling surprised or shaken, he'd brushed it off as a natural outcome. Am I being paranoid? He wondered. He sometimes enjoyed playing the role of the arrogant young master, but he knew the difference between playful acting and truly embodying the persona. Now, though, he was starting to question himself. He made a mental note to keep his behavior in check, especially around those who might be heaven's favored or a great villain trying to defy heavens. It wouldn't be a good idea to offend anyone who had more power or influence than he did. With a deep breath, he refocused his attention on the ongoing matches, trying to push his doubts aside. There were multiple matches ongoing, and on a platform was the same red-haired man, and when Yu Xian checked the rankings, the man was in the first place. Did the one who beat him enter the foundation establishment stage, he thought, still remembering the powerful presence of that other disciple who defeated the red-haired man. A/N. I saw this meme on chapter 36, you can check it out and comment similar memes if it's really funny, maybe I will add it to the story. Chapter 106, More Fights. The outcome of the fight was simple: the red-haired man won with ease. Yu Xian noted that his opponent had been ranked second. Apparently, only the second-ranked could challenge the first-ranked directly. Similarly, lower-ranked disciples were allowed to challenge those above them, but only if the higher-ranked cultivator hadn't already reached their daily fight quota. There was a strict system in place. Each person was allowed a maximum of 3 ranked fights per day, and the other party should accept the challenge. Yu Xian still had 2 fights left. For his next, he chose to challenge the 10th-ranked disciple, a tall girl with short hair, wielding a weapon that resembled a gun. The battle lasted longer than expected. The girl wasn't weak at all, and who said the only weapon in Cultivation world was a sword or saber. Her weapon was unusual. It could be used both as a staff in close combat and as a ranged weapon. When she channeled her chi into it, the blasts it fired were far more devastating than ordinary bullets. But Yu Xian's reaction speed bordered on monstrous. He dodged every shot, slipping between lines of fire with ease. The girl, skilled as she was, couldn't maintain the barrage. Her control and precision waned as her chi depleted. Eventually, her movements slowed, her breathing grew heavy, and the weapon in her hand trembled. She was exhausted. Yu Xian didn't let the opportunity slip. With calculated precision, he closed the distance and ended the match cleanly. Victory was his. The crowd erupted in cheers. This newcomer was turning heads. They had already noticed his cultivation merely at the mid-stage of chi condensation, yet he had defeated someone within the top 10 rankings. That was no small feat. Usually, only those at the peak of chi condensation managed to break into the top 10. For someone at mid-stage to win against a ranked disciple, it was exciting. Unexpected. Many new challengers often made the mistake of going after high ranks right away, only to suffer crushing defeats that left them humbled. But Yu Xian wasn't one of them, at least not yet. He spent some time watching other matches, quietly observing. No one stepped forward to challenge him, which gave him the perfect opportunity to pick his next opponent. He directly challenged the second-ranked disciple. The arena exploded with noise. He's really arrogant. He thinks beating the 10th rank makes him unstoppable. Does he even realize he's not at the peak of chi condensation? This is going to be hilarious. I'm betting on him. Are you crazy? Excitement and disbelief spread through the stands like wildfire. A mid-stage cultivator challenging the second rank? Either Yu Xian was confident, or suicidal. But regardless, everyone was eager to watch what came next. The second-ranked disciple was already fuming. Earlier today, he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the red-haired man, someone he had assumed had weakened after his own prior loss. And now, some random newbie dared to challenge him? He was livid. Someone needed to teach this Yu Xian a lesson. Wearing a black robe with a sinister expression and wielding a scythe nearly as tall as himself, he stepped onto the platform with a grim aura. Opposite him stood Yu Xian, calm and composed. His freshly changed robes fluttered without the presence of breeze, and with his already striking features, he immediately attracted the attention of several nearby female disciples. This junior brother is such a delicate beauty. His beauty is really off charts. Yay, look at that smooth skin. Even I would feel insecure. Don't look at him for more than 2 seconds, you will spiritually taint him. What did you just say, you bai? Don't bother fighting, both of you are looking at him, oh my, look at that nosebleed. When the second-ranked disciple heard the comments of the female disciples nearby, his scythe trembled slightly in his grip. Delicate beauty, smooth skin, tainting spiritually, he clenched his jaw. I'm handsome too, it's hidden deep inside my soul. That's right. My beauty is spiritual, not physical, he thought. Now he was more determined than ever. This so-called pretty boy was about to get a reality check. Next match, the new challenger, Yu Xian, versus the second-ranked disciple, Han Mao, the referee announced, his voice ringing across the underground arena. Begin. The moment the words left the referee's mouth, Yu Xian dashed forward. His eyes were calm, precise, locked onto his opponent's weapon, the ominous black scythe that glinted menace. Han Mao narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the tactic close the distance before the weapon wielder could gain momentum. He sneered. You think I haven't seen this trick before? With a sharp breath, Han Mao spun his scythe and unleashed a crescent-shaped ghastly white slash, imbued with dense qi. The attack screamed through the air, carving a deep scar into the stage as it flew toward Yu Xian. But Yu Xian was already moving. He dropped into a low roll, the blade of qi slicing just inches above his head. Without breaking momentum, he lunged forward and drove his fist into Han Mao's abdomen with clean, practiced precision. Thud! Han Mao staggered back, his breath caught in his throat. His pupils contracted. What kind of punch was that? The pain in his gut was sharp. That's not normal, he thought. Han Mao gritted his teeth. He'd underestimated his opponent. Yu Xian didn't let go of his flow. The moment his feet touched the ground, he pivoted and aimed a sweeping kick at Han Mao's legs, trying to break his balance. But Han Mao responded with impressive agility. He planted his scythe like a pole into the ground and vaulted upward, flipping over Yu Xian. While mid-air, he twisted and swung his scythe in a wide, horizontal arc aimed at Yu Xian's back. The crowd gasped. Yu Xian felt the sudden dang. Chapter 107, The VIPs. The crowd gasped. Yu Xian felt the sudden danger behind him. Without hesitation, he channeled qi into his legs and burst upward, narrowly evading the deadly blade. As he soared past Han Mao, he twisted mid-air like a dancer and extended his leg, delivering a powerful aerial kick right to Han Mao's right shoulder, the one gripping the scythe. Crack! A dull thud echoed across the stage. Han Mao winced, his grip faltering as pain shot down his arm. The scythe trembled in his hands, the momentum of his swing interrupted. Yu Xian landed gracefully a few feet away, his expression calm, eyes sharp. The crowd was erupting now. Did you see that dodge? He just kicked the arm with weapon. That's some precision. He's forcing a mid-range fighter into close combat. That's textbook pressure play. Han Mao's expression twisted. This bastard, he's not just strong, he's methodical. Blood surged through his veins as he steadied his breath. This wasn't going to be easy. And for the first time in this match, the second-ranked disciple Han Mao realized he might actually lose. In the VIP section, overlooking the battle below, sat several high-ranking disciples, a mix of inner and core disciples observing with varying degrees of interest. Looking at his robes, he's still not joined a peak. Maybe I can give a recommendation. I don't think you are alone, trying to give a recommendation. What do you think, will he win? Multiple inner disciples discussed the match. They were more intrigued by Yu Xian, who was still dressed in Hai Yu clan's robe. And the way fight was progressing, it made him appear a talented individual to be recruited to their peaks. Maybe they can get some benefits if he really is some hidden genius. But what truly silenced the surrounding chatter was the presence of a few individuals seated on elevated royal chairs, radiating oppressive auras. Each of them had cultivation that surpassed the supernatural realm. Titans among cultivators present here. As their conversation began, the entire section fell quiet. This disciple shows a refined grasp of beginner-level martial arts, said a man dressed in plain white robes. His voice carried effortlessly across the VIP section, firm and resonant. Embroidered over his robes was a single character strength. Though he sat with a relaxed posture, his presence exuded raw, condensed power like a mountain that chose not to fall. Unlike others, he had noticed the subtle details. Even in the heat of combat, the youth's eyes remained sharp, alert and calculating. There was discipline in his footwork, precision in his strikes. Though not wielding a blade, his movements carried the rhythm and restraint of a sword cultivator. Was he trained by one? The man thought. And the man was right. Yu Xian was trained by his father, Yu Chengming, the head of Yu clan and a terrifying sword cultivator at that. The match is becoming interesting, remarked another one, a tall man clad in pitch-black robes, his voice deep and languid. Instead of veins, faint black lines traced along his neck and arms like corrupted pathways of qi. That even gave him an unnatural beauty. The character for death glowed faintly on his robes, stitched in blood-red thread. His face remained obscured in shifting shadows, unreadable, unapproachable. Stop joking, replied a regal female voice, calm and cold as marble. The speaker was a stunning woman with flowing golden hair that shimmered like sunlight. Her white and gold robes bore the character for order, and her posture was flawless, poised like a sword yet unmoving like a divine statue. This is a waste of time, I have juniors to train. A fourth voice joined in, gruff, wet-sounding. Why are we even here? It came from an unusual figure, a kappa. His scaled skin glistened under the faint arena light, and he wore elegant golden robes patterned with stripes of jade and obsidian. Across his chest, the character Heavenly Beast pulsed faintly. His webbed fingers were crossed over his lap. The woman in gold gave him a glance, then turned toward the center throne. We are only present because the committee head had something to discuss with the Peak Master, she explained calmly. Then, bowing slightly toward the throne beside her, she asked, Head, when can we leave? I need to begin training a few juniors. The Ascension Realm's opening is near. All eyes shifted to the woman seated at the very center. She didn't need to speak. Her presence was enough to command complete silence. Her hair cascaded like snow, pure, silken strands reaching her waist. Each lash was long and pale, framing eyes like the heart of the deepest ocean, glacial blue. Her skin was flawless, untouched by impurity. Lips the shade of soft cherry petals sat poised in a line, yet offered no smile or scorn. She was breathtaking. And yet no warmth radiated from her, only a serene glacial stillness. A queen of ice. Her very presence stilled the air around her. She was the head of the discipline committee. Though her beauty could have inspired poems, none dared to voice it. Not when her mere gaze could paralyze the soul. Not when her mere touch could turn you into an ice sculpture. And at that moment, her eyes were fixed solely on Yuxian. Silently, unblinking. When she heard the question, the silver-haired woman shifted her gaze toward the golden-haired vice head. The latter visibly flinched under the weight of that glance. Why the rush, vice head? The committee head said coolly. Should I personally visit the juniors you're so eager to train? Haha, no need. I can manage just fine, the golden-haired woman replied, forcing a smile. In truth, she had only wanted an excuse to slip away and slack off. We'll depart tomorrow, the committee head continued, her tone leaving no room for argument. My business will be concluded by then. The golden-haired women nodded. They were here to just watch juniors fight and she could wait a day. Chapter 108, SSS. Han Mao gripped his scythe tightly, his gaze fierce. With a powerful leap, he soared toward Yuxian like a predator descending upon its prey. Yuxian braced himself, ready to sidestep the incoming attack when suddenly, mid-air, Han Mao twisted and hurled the scythe directly at him. The weapon spun through the air in a deadly arc, its unusual crescent shape giving it a warped, unpredictable trajectory. Han Mao, having timed it perfectly, prepared to follow up with a devastating kick the moment Yuxian dodged. It was a method he'd used before: intimidate, force a dodge, and punish the opening that came, destroying the opponent. But Yuxian didn't play as the script. Instead of evading, he read the flight of the spinning weapon with dangerous clarity. At the last moment, he leapt forward, catching the scythe mid-spin by its handle. Gasps echoed through the audience. Han Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. He caught it. The momentary shock was all Yuxian needed. In one fluid motion, he reversed his grip on the weapon and jabbed the blunt base of the scythe's shaft forward, striking Han Mao hard in the gut. Guh! Han Mao gasped, staggering backward, his breath leaving his body. He dropped to one knee, trying to recover his breath, but it was too late. Yuxian stepped forward, calm and composed. The scythe now rested at Han Mao's throat, its curved blade gleaming just inches away from drawing blood. The crowd fell silent, stunned at the sudden turn of events. Han Mao stared up at the victor, a mix of humiliation and reluctant admiration in his eyes. To lose a weapon was one thing, but to have it turned against him so quickly, it was humbling. He sighed, taking deep breaths. Tisk. I need to improve. I underestimated him. He was not a man with fragile ego, who didn't accept his loss, rather he strived to improve, learning from his losses. Above him, Yuxian stood tall, unfazed, holding the weapon like it had always been his. Winner Yuxian, the referee announced, raising his voice as the silence cracked into a roar of cheers. In the crowd, some gaped, others applauded, and many began to murmur among themselves. This so-called pretty boy had just defeated the second-ranked disciple. The last move was cool. Will he challenge the first-ranked? His daily fights are finished. Better luck next day. I can be the SSS of this junior brother. What's that? Sugar senior sister. The disciple who gave the last comment suddenly felt a chill running her spine. Did she say something unnecessary? Or did he already have a SSS? It was an important question. And Yuxian? He simply handed the scythe back to the Han Mao and walked off the stage silent, efficient, and unreadable. Should I go? He wondered, glancing once more at the arena as cheers faded into background noise. His matches for the day were done, and tomorrow, he would challenge the first-ranked disciple, the red-haired man. While the battles were thrilling, Yuxian's curiosity leaned more toward the greater path, exploring the realm and advancing his cultivation. With that thought, he turned and walked away, quiet and unhurried. Yet, all around him, eyes followed. The dark horse of the arena had made his mark. By the time he stepped out, night had draped itself over the town. The moon hung high, bright, and full, bathing the streets in silver. As if by habit, Yuxian took the familiar path toward the food stall run by the mysterious middle-aged man. But when he arrived, there was nothing. No lantern light. No scent of broth. Just an empty patch of ground where the stall had stood. He stood still for a moment, looking at the vacant space. Did he go out of business overnight? He muttered to himself, puzzled. Something about the emptiness felt too clean, too deliberate. But after a moment, he shook his head. Damn, I didn't bet on myself, he said frustrated. More points and that too with 100% guarantee were always welcomed. Why am I ignoring simple things, he thought. With that his appetite, too, had vanished. With a quiet sigh, he turned and walked back toward his temporary residence. Tonight, he slept easily, deep and dreamless beneath the quiet moonlight that showered him through his window. The next day, Yu Xian woke up feeling refreshed. After a quick bath, he made his way back to the familiar river basin, its waters a serene, ethereal shade of blue, as if the river itself was copy-pasted from a painting. He looked at the surface and muttered, if a fish dares to disturb me again today, I swear I'll make it my breakfast. Settling under the shade of a tree, he crossed his legs and began cultivating. Unlike most cultivators, he didn't rely on resources like chi pills, bone marrow elixirs, or muscle tempering tonics. Why would he? His talent was hidden boss level, and the environment here was nothing short of divine. Spiritual energy in this region was so dense, it condensed like dew on the leaves each morning. If someone still needed pills in a place like this, then they were either a trash-tier protagonist overly reliant on external means, or just an unlucky mob character who'd stumbled into the wrong story. With a faint, knowing smile, Yu Xian closed his eyes and took his first breath of the morning's spiritual energy. It carried a unique scent. He slipped into cultivation without effort. In that moment, his mind emptied. He became the wind brushing through leaves, the breath of the earth beneath him, the rhythm of flowing water. His cultivation technique, activated on its own, guiding the spiritual energy into him like a gentle tide lifting a sleeping boat. Time seemed to fade. A few curious birds fluttered nearby. One perched calmly atop his head. Another rested on his shoulder, preening its feathers. A particularly bold red-feathered one landed, ruffled his hair playfully, and flew off with a triumphant chirp. Yu Xian didn't stir. He remained still, untouched by trivial distractions, immersed in harmony. He was nature, and nature was him. A/N. Sometimes, cultivation is simply peace of mind. And from this day forth, by decree of the supreme ruler of Ark World, thou shalt remember, SSS is a trademark of Sugar Senior Sister only. Fellow Deist, show the greatness you have. Cul Chapter 109, not a protagonist. After finishing his morning cultivation, Yu Xian stood up, stretched slightly, and took a moment to admire the scenery. The breeze was light, the river sparkled under the sun, and everything felt serene. His stomach growled. Right. I've been hungry since yesterday. Naturally, he decided it was time to eat something good. With that thought, he made his way back into town. It was nearing afternoon now, and he figured it best to have a proper meal before challenging the first-ranked red-haired disciple. He still planned to fight using only martial arts, no spells, no sword techniques. If he relied on those, the battle would be far too one-sided. He didn't want to sound arrogant, but he was strong. And it wasn't about winning easily. It was about testing his other skills. Wandering through the town streets, Yu Xian searched for a decent place to eat. The UFC was still open and noisy, but he had no intention of going back there, not while the memory of those thorny goats still lingered in his mind. Eventually, he arrived at a humble street stall run by a female disciple. She was selling peculiar triangular rice dumplings wrapped in green leaves, steaming hot with a spicy aroma that immediately made his mouth water. He bought one, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. This is good. After finishing the meal, he decided to take a short walk through the nearby streets, casually exploring the local shops. A walk after eating, after all, was always good for the body. He passed by a variety of vendors, some selling roasted spirit fruits, others peddling cultivation talismans of dubious origin. One stall caught his eye, a man hunched over parchment, sketching portraits with exaggerated features. His brushwork was clumsy, proportions awkward. Definitely not better than Yu Xian's. That reminded him of something. The painting I made for Ming Tian Miai. I wonder if she liked it. He shook off the thought and continued walking. Some stalls sold trinkets, wooden amulets, jade charms, and talismans promising luck, love, or better breakthroughs in cultivation. Then, not far ahead, something unusual caught his eye, a stone stall, surrounded by a small crowd. Curious, Yu Xian edged closer. This young man's luck is amazing. He's cracked 3 stones in a row and found something valuable each time. Maybe he's cheating. How can he be so accurate? The shopkeeper's expression was a mix of disbelief and frustration. His mouth was twitching as if he were watching his entire business evaporate with each successful stone opened. Judging by the mutterings and the crowd's excitement, he probably was. Yu Xian smiled faintly. I smell protagonist energy. With idle curiosity, he approached the stall to take a closer look. Standing at the center of attention was a young man dressed in tattered robes, carefully examining the array of uncut spirit stones before him. But the moment Yu Xian laid eyes on him, something felt off. The man looked human but didn't feel human. Trusting his instincts, Yu Xian activated his trait Soul Vision. A faint shimmer of light flickered across his pupils, invisible to anyone else, and then vanished. His eyes narrowed. I knew it. The moment he looked through the lens of Soul Vision, the illusion peeled away. He recalled the description of his trait. Soul Vision grants the ability to perceive the true nature of souls, including their presence and hidden characteristics. Detects soul fluctuations and spiritual intent, even through barriers or concealment. Within his enhanced sight, the man's soul shimmered oddly. Though it resembled a human soul in structure, something was distinctly unnatural about it. The soul's energy wasn't centered around the chest, as it normally would be, but pulsed brightly from his forehead. A third eye? Or some kind of spiritual construct in the brow region, Yuxian thought. Could be a racial trait. Maybe even a bloodline mutation or technique. His interest faded just as quickly as it came, tch. Not a protagonist. Just another rare clan descendant passing through. Still, he gave the man one final glance, silently mourning the death of his imaginary plotline. Then he turned away to explore the rest of the market. Along the way, Yuxian passed by stalls offering art, astrology readings, and even shelves of old cultivation techniques. Seizing the opportunity, he sold one of the technique manuals, specifically the one Joe had gifted him as a mission reward. Selling the seller was a great strategy. Haha. He chuckled, feeling the satisfying weight of his new gain. 5,500 sect points richer. It was like money had a good effect on his soul. Then he remembered his master, who had casually tossed him 10,000 sect points just to eat well. Master is kind of cheap, he muttered, frowning. I thought 10,000 was a fortune. Unbeknownst to him, muttering his master's name or insulting her at her cultivation level could trigger karmic consequences. Fortunately, only her clone was within this realm and not her true self, otherwise, Yuxian might have been spanked into his next life. Granted, he was still only 14, so it technically would be child abuse. So, yeah right, it was inappropriate. He briefly considered taking on another mission, but there was no urgent need to farm sect points anymore, so he dropped the idea. Instead, he turned his steps toward the arena. It was time to climb the rankings fast. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the familiar duo of gatekeeping disciples, the ones he had mentally named X and Y. Hello, Yuxian said, half prepared to be thrown out again. But to his surprise, their reaction was entirely different this time. The dark horse has arrived, said X with a grin. Are you going to challenge Lan Hao next? Y added, clearly excited. Yuxian's eyes sparkled visibly. So now they're fans now, huh? Maybe, just maybe, he could pass a math exam by writing pure English at this rate. Chapter 110, Lan Hao v/S Yuxian 1. Chapter 110, Lan Hao v/S Yuxian 1. By Lan Hao, you mean the one currently ranked first in the Qi condensation realm? Yuxian asked. Yes, that Lan Hao, Y confirmed, eyes gleaming with the eagerness of someone ready to place bets. Yuxian nodded calmly. Indeed. I'm challenging him today. It had been nearly 4 days since Yuxian first arrived in this town. And aside from being asked to pay sect points just to enter, writing a love letter for money, narrowly avoiding being robbed only to become rich, witnessing some of the so-called goats of the cultivation world, and somehow getting even richer, everything had been perfectly normal. Totally average week in a cultivation world. Then we wish you luck, said X and Y in unison, as if they practiced the line. Thank you, seniors, Yuxian replied with a polite bow, before heading straight toward the underground arena. His plan was simple from the start, enter the rankings, beat up a few people, and maybe get promoted to fight those in the next realm. Nothing complicated. When he arrived at the familiar entrance of the arena, he immediately approached the referee, a man with thick eyebrows and a tired expression, the same one who'd officiated matches yesterday. Hearing Yuxian's request, the referee looked at him for a long moment and sighed deeply. I knew it, he muttered under his breath, already regretting today's shift. Now, the stage was set. Soon, Yuxian's match would begin, the battle that would decide who stood at the very top of the Qi condensation realm. Yuxian stood opposite the muscular, red-haired, bronze-skinned man, who was now watching him with serious eyes. Lan Hao had suffered a humiliating loss before, not even going all out, and he had no intention of repeating that mistake today. Last time, he was caught off guard by an unfamiliar opponent who wielded fist intent. But today was different. He'd watched Yuxian's previous matches. He had some idea of what to expect. Lan Hao cracked his knuckles and said, Are you ready to lose? Yuxian looked at him like he was an idiot and replied flatly, If you lose, give me your points. Lan Hao's mouth twitched. So this guy was confident, huh? He'd have to be cautious. No. They're my points, Lan Hao said defensively. Across the platform, the referee raised his hand and announced, his voice ringing with excitement. Now begins the match that will decide the top-ranked disciple of the Qi condensation realm. The crowd stirred with anticipation. On one side, we have the rising dark horse Yuxian, and on the other, the current number 1 Lan Hao. Let the match begin. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers, the crowd's excitement rising like a wave as the two top contenders stood face to face. Many started betting, today fortunes would be made or tomorrow there will be an influx of disciples at the mission hall. Lan Hao cracked his knuckles with a grin. You've got the look of a martial artist. How about we finish this with our fists, no flashy tricks, just raw strength. Yuxian narrowed his eyes, considering the offer. Clearly, Lan Hao was thinking for an advantage. His build, aura, and presence screamed brawler, and if he possessed fist intent, this would tilt heavily in his favor. So he wants a pure fist fight. He's likely hiding his own intent. But even so, Yuxian's gaze sharpened. He's only in the Qi condensation realm. I've faced worse. Even Zhou, a core formation cultivator, hadn't given him much trouble. No backing out, then? Yuxian asked coolly, voice calm as still water. Lan Hao smirked. That was the only answer he needed. With a roar, He launched forward, muscles tensing like springs before release. Yuxian met him head-on, no weapons, no hesitation. Two fists collided with explosive force. Crack! A shockwave rippled from the impact, kicking up dust from the platform. Both fighters were pushed back a few steps, but neither fell. Neither appeared injured, yet Lan Hao's expression had turned grim. He's physically stronger than me, far stronger than he looks, Lan Hao realized, clenching his fists tighter. And he was right. Yuxian's physique had already crossed the threshold of normal. Hardened by his cultivation technique and enhanced by taking bitter herb baths since childhood, his skeletal structure was reinforced beyond anything typical of the qi condensation realm. Though his skin could still be scratched, his bones were like strong beyond anything dense, durable, and unyielding. And yet, there was still one flaw: disorientation. Yuxian's rapid progress was staggering. From immortal to mid-stage qi condensation in mere days, his body had changed faster and he did not practice much to keep up. His control was catching up, but it wasn't fully refined. Then it happened. Lan Hao's fist began to shimmer faintly, a flicker of red light gathering around his knuckles. Fist intent. The air around his punch distorted slightly, as if it were bending to his will. The crowd gasped. There it is. He's going all out. Why didn't he use fist intent the last time he lost? Maybe he had his bad day. Yuxian's eyes remained steady. He'd anticipated this, he'd prepared for this. Still, he remembered a similar red-haired girl using fist intent when he watched a match. Are they related, he thought. Lan Hao dashed forward with unnatural speed, footwork blurring, and came in with a powerful uppercut aimed straight for Yuxian's jaw. But Yuxian read the motion, sidestepped smoothly, and countered. Thud! A punch landed cleanly in Lan Hao's gut, driving the breath from his lungs. Yuxian didn't follow up. Instead, he leapt back immediately, widening the gap. He knew better than to stay in close range against someone empowered by intent. For now, control and patience would decide the winner, not reckless bravado. The crowd buzzed louder, the momentum shifting. And this match was just getting started. Chapter 111, Lan Hao vs Yuxian 2. Lan Hao exhaled deeply, locking eyes with Yuxian, who had already created distance between them. His fist intent still gave him the edge in raw offensive power, but Yuxian's defense was far more solid, uncomfortably so. And in contrast, Lan Hao knew his own defenses were lacking. If this dragged on, the tide would inevitably turn. More importantly, he couldn't maintain fist intent indefinitely. It demanded intense focus, mental clarity. If I wait, I'll lose. I have to end it now. With that resolve, Lan Hao drew a long breath. His muscles coiled like compressed springs, his veins pulsing, his bronze skin glowing faintly with spiritual light. And then, boom, he vanished in a blur, dashing toward Yuxian with a sudden surge of speed that shocked the crowd. Yuxian's expression didn't waver. He'd learned countless martial arts forms under his father's brutal guidance. His body remembered every stance, every flow, every strike. Once, he'd even reached enlightenment during a session, and his martial technique had begun weaving all techniques into a seamless, adaptive flow. So when Lan Hao's fist rocketed toward him, Yuxian shifted naturally, his movement fluid and precise. A half step to the left, and the fist whistled past his temple. Another jab came for his ribs. Yuxian twisted his torso and parried it with the back of his forearm. The exchange ignited into a blur of motion. Crack, snap, thud, blow after blow rained down like a storm. Lan Hao was a relentless aggressor, fists imbued with fist intent gleaming red with every strike. Each one could shatter stone, yet none found their mark cleanly. Yuxian weaved through the assault like a leaf in wind, agile, calm, and unshaken. His footwork never faltered. Every step, deflection, or subtle redirect turned deadly intent into harmless force. To the untrained eye, it looked as though he was dancing through chaos. To the trained, it was terrifying. He wasn't winning by strength or power. He was outclassing Lan Hao in sheer skill. Still, he didn't counter. Not yet. Because Yuxian was learning. With every movement Lan Hao made, he was reading him. Studying the rhythm, the timing, the way he loaded weight before each strike, the exact moment his intent flared. It was all information. At this time his trade adaptive mind was fully active, doing the work in background. The normal disciples in crowd could hardly keep up. Only the experienced cultivators watching understood what was truly happening. He's adapting, someone said. And in the arena, Yuxian's eyes sharpened. His white robes had shattered black somewhere, mainly due to the fire energy in his opponent's fist intent contained. Lan Hao was fast, strong. But now slowly with time he was becoming predictable. The next phase of the battle had arrived and Yuxian was ready to turn the tide. Lan Hao, reading the rhythm of the fight, had already noticed the shift. His attacks were no longer connecting, and his opponent's eyes were locked onto him with a terrifying focus. That unwavering stare made him raise his guard even higher. But instead of frustration, he grinned. Not every day did he get to push himself to the edge like this. This wasn't just a match anymore, it was exhilarating. With a shout, he surged forward again, this time unleashing a barrage of punches, faster and heavier than before. His momentum surged like a rising tide, and then, he saw an opening. He saw it, a slight tilt in Yuxian's stance, and immediately struck. His fist shot forward like a cannon. But instead of the soft target he'd expected, his knuckles slammed into another fist, hard as steel. Crack! The collision sent a jarring force through both of them. They staggered backward simultaneously. A faint scratch appeared on Yu Xian's fist, a small, almost insignificant injury, but the moment his eyes caught sight of it, something shifted. For a heartbeat, his eyes turned entirely pitch black, dark, and bottomless, like a black hole from which even light cannot escape. Then, just as quickly, they returned to his normal black color. No one in the crowd noticed it. Not even Yu Xian. Lan Hao, on the other hand, winced in pain. His knuckles throbbed as if he'd punched a stone wall. That guy's body was monstrous. But retreat was not in his nature. Yu Xian, too, dropped his usual calm and took a step forward. His movements became sharper, swifter, a blur that weaved between crimson fists. And then he struck. His counterattack was brutal and direct, slamming into Lan Hao's guard and sending him skidding backward, almost off the platform. Lan Hao's eyes widened. He'd been holding back. Yu Xian didn't give him time to dwell. He appeared before him in a flash and launched another attack. Lan Hao rolled to the side, barely dodging. Boom! The place Yu Xian's fist landed cracked deeply, spiderwebs of fractures spreading across the surface. The platform dented like a drumhead struck by a hammer. The referee winced. Another platform ruined. This one had lasted less than 33 matches, a new record. They exchanged several more blows, each faster and harder than the last, until finally, both fighters seemed to understand it was time to end it. Lan Hao took a deep breath and lowered his stance, gathering every ounce of qi and strength into his body. A red light flared around his fists. He charged forward, roaring, and threw a full-powered punch straight at Yu Xian's abdomen. Yu Xian didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped in and punched Lan Hao clean across the face with all his might. Boom! The impact echoed through the entire arena. Yu Xian slid back a few feet. And Lan Hao? He flew backward like a meteor and crashed onto the stage unmoving. Silence fell. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. Yu Xian exhaled. The last punch hurt him a bit, as he had taken it with his body. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You can. Chapter 112, Tax. Winner Yu Xian, the referee announced, voice ringing across the arena. The crowd erupted in a mix of cheers and groans. My money, gone. Ha ha ha, I got rich. This match was totally unpredictable. Who would have thought Lan Hao would be defeated twice in the same week? I bet all my points on him, damn it. As the noise roared around them, Yu Xian approached Lan Hao, who was still catching his breath. There was no enmity between them, just a clash of skill and will, so he helped him get off the platform. He was still unconscious. A few disciples rushed over to carry Lan Hao for treatment. Among them, Yu Xian spotted a girl with the same fiery red hair and bronzed skin. So, they were related after all, he thought. He didn't linger on it. Yu Xian, too, found the match satisfying. It had forced him to bring out the best of his martial instincts, honed his sense of rhythm in battle, and pushed him closer to mastery. More importantly, he felt he was adapting to his increased realm. Today morning's cultivation session yielded some result. He had broken through 2 minor realms. So officially he was in the peak stages of Qi condensation realm. Status. With a simple mental command, a black gold interface shimmered before his vision. Equals Qi condensation 7/12. Gates, first realm pathway 12/12. Primary meridians, organs, awakened, lung, kidney, large intestine, bladder. Extraordinary vessels, Renmai, Dumai. He smiled faintly. Peak stage of Qi condensation. The first 3 levels were considered the early stage, or lower stage, the next 3 the middle stage, and now, from the 7th to 9th, he had entered the peak. He decided that the stages 10 through 12, those rarely reached with only superior talent, would be the perfected stage. So this is how it feels to rise fast. Just then, a disciple approached Yu Xian with a friendly smile. Junior brother Yu, that was an excellent match. Please come with me, we've got a few formal procedures to complete. Also, you haven't withdrawn your sect points yet. We'll handle that. Yu Xian nodded and followed him without question. Soon, they arrived at the disciple registration counter. There, displayed on a glowing crystal tablet, was the updated leaderboard. His name now sat at the top, rank 1. Lan Hao had been shifted to 2nd. Junior brother, may I see your medallion? Asked the clerk behind the counter. Yu Xian handed it over. After a moment of processing, the clerk returned it to him with a faint smile. Now then, said the senior disciple beside him, would you like to stay in this ranking level or move up to the foundation establishment tier? I'd recommend remaining here a while longer until your own cultivation reaches foundation level. Most of the disciples in that bracket are at least early stage foundation establishment cultivators. You'll gain better combat experience here while still having the edge. Yu Xian checked his medallion and from 0 he saw it was updated to 232,091 sect points. And why were his sect points were 0, we will know soon. Senior, how is this amount calculated exactly? He asked, curious. Ah, good question, the disciple explained. All betting payouts are calculated after taxes and the challenger's cut. But most of the pool goes back to the disciples. The system's designed to motivate participation. Since this was a rank 1 match, the betting pool was particularly large. At the word tax, Yu Xian's expression darkened as if the sky had turned gray. Senior, last time, when Lan Hao was defeated, what was the original payout rate? He asked with urgency. The clerk tapped a glowing jade tablet, then replied calmly. The original rate was 113. But after a 2-point tax and 1-point challenger's fee, the final payout was adjusted to 1:10. Damn, Yu Xian muttered a little too loudly. The disciple beside him jumped slightly. Junior brother, are you alright? Yes, yes. Yu Xian replied, forcing a calm smile while mourning the phantom loss of sect points. That time he could have won 130,000 sect points, but due to taxes the amount got deducted. But now came the real game. He glanced toward the gambling area, where a nervous-looking disciple stood behind the counter, eyes darting like a cornered rabbit. As soon as Yu Xian's gaze landed on him, the man quickly turned his head away, pretending to busy himself with a talisman. Yu Xian's lips curved into a faint, unreadable smile. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll be there. He turned to the clerk and said calmly, I'd like to advance to the next level. The senior disciple beside him raised a brow. Are you sure? It might be wiser to stay. You could build your fame here first, get some real recognition. That's all right, senior, Yu Xian replied. I'd prefer to move forward. The senior disciple sighed quietly. From his expression, it was clear he thought Yu Xian was being reckless. He'd seen too many overconfident newcomers get crushed when moving up too fast. Even if he dominates in foundation establishment, what then can he do the same in core formation? Very well, the senior said, shaking his head. He turned to the clerk. Register his advancement. The clerk nodded and quickly processed the request. A moment later, the leaderboard updated again. Yu Xian's name vanished from the first rank spot, and Lan Hao's name once again reclaimed the top position. A few disciples watching the board took notice. Whoa, did Yu Xian just give up his rank? No, I think he advanced to the next tier. He's moving to the foundation establishment level. So, doesn't care about fame, huh? Or maybe he just wants more challenge. Whispers and speculation rippled through the crowd. Yu Xian gave the senior disciple a respectful nod. Thank you for your help. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and made his way directly toward the gambling area. Behind him, the clerk and the senior disciple exchanged a glance and sighed. Another brave one, the senior muttered. Let's hope he's not just another falling star. Chapter 113, Logic. Arriving near the gambling area, Yu Xian walked up to the anxious-looking disciple loitering in the corner. Without a word, he pulled a folded betting slip from his space ring and handed it over along with his medallion. The nervous disciple flinched but caught both quickly. With a speed that betrayed far more experience than innocence, he completed the transaction and returned Yu Xian's medallion along with his own. Yu Xian calmly transferred 10,000 sect points to the other's account, then handed the medallion back. Pleasure doing business, senior brother, he said with a cheerful smile, then vanished into the crowd. The disciple paled, clutching his medallion as if it might explode. Luckily, no one had paid much attention. Nothing unusual, nothing illegal. In the spectators' area, Yu Xian found a seat and watched the matches with a relaxed air, laughing quietly to himself. Ha ha ha, he had done it. The forbidden, the brilliant. He had placed a massive bet on himself. Using a proxy to dodge the regulations, he wagered his entire balance, confident in his own victory. In return, he had corrupted an innocent disciple with 10,000 sect points. But the reward? Nearly 400,000 sect points. Almost double what he'd earned legally through all his matches after deductions. Too easy, he mused, eyes glittering. As an added bonus, now that he had advanced to a new rank, his daily match limit had reset. That meant more fights, more winnings. He leaned back with a content smile. The foundation establishment bracket had no idea what was about to hit them. At the moment, a match was taking place between two female disciples. The crowd roared with excitement, but Yu Xian barely noticed his thoughts were elsewhere. I should just start fighting already, he mused, idly watching the stage. With 3 fights available to him now, the idea of swiftly climbing the bracket ladder sounded appealing. If he topped this tier, the matches would move to the Grand Colosseum, the real stage. He mentally face-palmed. Wasn't I only supposed to stay in this town for a week? 4 days had already flown by. True, he'd completed several missions and earned a small fortune in sect points, but his original goal had been simple, gain practical experience. Well, he certainly got that. His expression darkened as he glanced down at his robes, scorched in a few places, tattered at the edges, though still technically wearable. With a sigh, he made his way to the participants' restroom and changed into a fresh set of Yu clan robes. He had dozens of clan robes, thankfully. He really didn't want to wear the ones given by his master. Along the way he also met Lan Hao, who had regained his consciousness and then added his as a friend. The guy was open-minded, not minding his loss, and he even asked Yu Xian to spar with him, which he politely declined. Yu Xian took a mental note. I really need to find unbreakable clothing or something which is more durable. It was becoming a real problem. Every serious fight left his robe singed, slashed, or soaked. The novels he'd read back on Earth never mentioned this kind of issue. A fireball would be hurled at some weak protagonist, and sure, the protagonist miraculously survived, but their clothes? Untouched. Immaculate. It raised so many questions ranging from the madness of the author to the blatant betrayal of physics and common sense. Seriously. The same fireball would burn down an entire house in seconds, but a character's cheap robe? Not even a wrinkle. Logic ain't logicking, Yu Xian muttered under his breath as he adjusted his collar and walked back out. He wasn't in the mood to rest, not yet. Today, he just wanted to fight. With that thought in mind, he made his way to the area adjacent to the one he'd just left, the Foundation Establishment arena. The platform here was noticeably larger, wider, and reinforced with glowing runes around the edges. Clearly, this stage was built to withstand the more destructive techniques of higher-ranked disciples. There was even more crowd in this section. But rather than diving in immediately, Yu Xian decided to observe a few matches first to get a feel for the competition. He found a quiet spot in the viewing section and sat down, arms folded. On stage, two disciples were engaged in a fierce exchange. One wielded a whip infused with crackling lightning, while the other fought with a sword that emitted a faint golden glow. Their movements were fast, sharper and more refined than the chi condensation fights, but Yu Xian's eyes calmly followed every strike and counter. The whip user lashed out, arcs of lightning streaking across the arena, searing into the floor and leaving scorch marks behind. The sword wielder deflected the blows with precise footwork, his blade dancing in circular patterns as he channeled the defensive sword art. Yu Xian squinted slightly. He's burning too much chi to maintain that defensive sword art, he murmured. Just as expected, the sword cultivator faltered for a brief moment, and in that instant, the whip coiled around his leg and yanked him forward. A follow-up surge of lightning struck his chest, and with a groan, he fell to the ground. Winner Zhou Lian, the referee declared. The crowd offered scattered applause, clearly impressed with the whip wielder's control and aggression. Yu Xian, however, tilted his head thoughtfully. His footwork was not that great. Nice timing, though. He had a strange expression. It seemed the surname Zhou was popping everywhere, but it was fine as he had a good memory about it. He stood up, walking toward the registration counter. His gaze settled on the list of open challengers in the foundation bracket. A slow grin spread across his face. Let's see what the so-called elites of this level are made of. And with that, he selected an opponent in mid-rankings. Let the real fun begin. Chapter 114, Magic Swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial Family returns. When Yu Xian stepped onto the Foundation Establishment stage, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Opposite him stood a disciple clad in pale violet-green robes, a longsword at his side. His posture was elegant and steady, not quite rigid, but clearly disciplined. A swordsman. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow. That was rare for someone from the Elemental Heaven Peak. Most sword cultivators hailed from the Martial Heaven Peak. Still, something about the way this opponent stood, it didn't scream pure swordsman. More likely, he merely dabbled in sword techniques. Even Lan Hao, his opponent from before, had possessed fist intent, an extension of the will path, though it had clearly been influenced by his fire affinity. The will path wasn't limited to swords or fists, it was about developing an intent powerful enough to influence the external world. It wasn't bound to weapons, or even martial arts. There was no such thing as a pure martial path. In the end, one's path was simply the accumulation of their experiences and understanding. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation. It wasn't every day a chi condensation cultivator stepped onto the Foundation Establishment platform. He's going to lose. But the odds are insane. I don't know, he climbed to the top of the chi condensation bracket in just a few days. I'm betting on him. In a shaded corner of the arena, a visibly anxious disciple wiped sweat from his brow. He looked down at his medallion, grit his teeth, and made the call. Screw it. I'm all in. With trembling hands, he placed every last sacked point he had on Yu Xian, then offered a silent, desperate prayer. Please, ancestors. Just this once. Let this madman win. Back on stage, Yu Xian calmly stretched his arms. His expression remained composed, eyes half-lidded, as if this were nothing more than a light spar. Now armed with confidence, and one desperate disciple's ancestral blessing, the match began. If Yu Xian's system had been the clingy type, a message might have popped up. Random disciple's ancestor blessing +1. Obviously there were no actual benefits. Begin, the referee called. Yu Xian yawned inwardly. He'd already had a satisfying fight today, and this opponent's gaze lacked any intensity. No pride, no sharpness, just vague superiority behind forced calm. He didn't like it. So, he decided to end the match early. With a swift motion, a sword materialized in his hand. His opponent narrowed his eyes, mistaking it for some pointless struggle. He sneered, then channeled his chi into his blade. A faint glow shimmered along the steel, not true sword intent, just a crude infusion of chi to enhance his strike. This was often called pseudo-sword chi or fake sword chi, used without refined techniques or deeper understanding. But most sword cultivators called it fake sword chi. At the Foundation Establishment level, cultivators could finally project chi beyond their bodies. In contrast, those in the chi condensation realm were limited to using chi internally, mostly to reinforce their organs, limbs, or meridians. Affinity also played a role. Lan Hao's fist intent, for instance, had carried an unmistakable fire attribute blending both will path and elemental force. Yu Xian, though, he wasn't interested in playing fair. He had already decided, this match was ending in style, and his opponent had no idea what kind of storm was about to break loose. Slowly, a deep crimson aura began to gather around Yu Xian's sword. It shimmered like molten glass, pulsating with an elegant yet oppressive rhythm. The crowd erupted. That looks so cool. Wait, that's sword intent. No way, it's gotta be some flashy technique, right? Judging by the pressure, that's real sword intent. Yu Xian smirked faintly. That reaction? Exactly what he expected. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the system description of the technique he was about to unleash. Equals 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 equals. Magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, a prestigious and absurdly overdramatic magic sword style passed down through the ancient Avalon Empire, a civilization so arrogant they named every planet after themselves. This technique combines refined swordsmanship with magical force projection, enabling the wielder to launch elegant, glowing sword arcs, deflect spells, and dramatically pose on high ground. Originally designed for imperial heirs who wore capes for no reason and practiced speeches about galactic domination in front of mirrors, has a 70% chance of making the user look cooler than they actually are, and a 100% chance of making nearby systems feel slightly nervous. All remaining systems will bow to the Avalon Empire. Luthor von Avalon 7 equals 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 equals. His opponent's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been bluffing with a crude chi-enhanced swing, and Yu Xian just responded with real sword intent. It felt like getting slapped in the face by invisible nobility. Again, if Yu Xian's system was sarcastic, a message would have appeared. Face slapping points, FP, +1. Furious, the cultivator gritted his teeth. He still had the advantage in Cultivation Foundation establishment versus mid-stage chi condensation. He would overwhelm this brat through raw strength and speed. Or so he believed. He lunged forward, aura flaring, blade gleaming with condensed chi. He aimed straight for Yu Xian's throat, hoping to end it fast. But Yu Xian's body twisted like flowing water, dodging by a hair's breadth. His footwork was immaculate, each step like a well-measured brushstroke on an invisible canvas. Steel clashed. Blades met in a brief flurry, but Yu Xian didn't give his opponent the tempo he wanted. He deflected, redirected, danced just beyond reach. His sword arcs shimmered with red hue, and every time they met, a slight shockwave spread across the stage. The runes of the platform shimmered, absorbing the impact from their clash. Then Yu Xian ducked under a wide slash, pivoted smoothly, and slashed diagonally, swinging the club like a falling meteor. Red sword and the club clashed in the center of the platform. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and the platform's runes flared slightly to absorb the shock. Yu Xian's brows furrowed mid-strike. Something was off. Chapter 116, Sword Intent. His sword intent, normally able to bite through normal defenses and overwhelm opponents' weapons, was dulling against this club. The strike had landed true, yet the pressure of his intent hadn't fully passed through. It wasn't just raw force. That club was resisting his sword intent. Hehe. The goblin grinned, his yellow eyes glinting with smugness. Surprised? My weapon can counter your precious sword intent. This baby's forged from Star Eater alloy. Good luck slicing through that. True to his background being from the immortal realm, the green-skinned man had some unusual weapons. Then why did the others Yu Xian encounter had no such weapons? Were they poor? This question bugged him. Yu Xian didn't respond to his taunt, the most special skill of goblins. Instead, he stepped back lightly, adjusting his grip. So it's a material that dulls will-based techniques. Interesting, he thought. But rather than discouragement, a faint smile tugged at the edge of his lips. This might actually be fun, he thought. Until now, he had only been using the novice level of his sword intent, not because he was stuck at that level, but because he hadn't deemed these matches worthy of more. He was saving his full strength. During the 7 years he trained under his father, a seasoned sword cultivator, Yu Xian had honed his swordsmanship to a terrifying degree. Their daily sparring had pushed his comprehension beyond the basics, shaping not only his sword intent but the core of his combat instincts. His father, while a traditionalist, had even helped him adapt and refine the absurdly over-the-top principles of the magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, despite calling it frivolous posture play. Of course, Yu Xian remembered complaining that his father was stealing his cool moves, only to be beaten soundly for discipline. Now, standing before an opponent wielding a rare metal that could resist sword intent, Yu Xian felt something stir in his chest. All right, then. Let's see if your fancy club can handle the real thing. Yu Xian didn't go all out, just a slight upgrade. After all, he was more of a sword cultivator than a fist fighter. He adjusted his grip on the hilt, the tip of his blade angled slightly downward as if drawing a line between arrogance and reality. He was ready to wipe the smirk off the goblin's face. The wild, untamed red aura that had previously spilled from his sword suddenly receded, condensing into a razor-thin edge of dark crimson light along the sword. But instead of weakening, the intensity surged. The sword now seemed to hum with restrained power, its edges glowing like blood-forged steel. Some in the crowd immediately noticed the change. That's not novice sword intent anymore. Look at that control. Is that? Yes. That's beginner, no intermediate level sword intent. And he's only in chi condensation realm. Really, is he a normal genius? Murmurs swelled across the arena as cultivators recognized the shift. While novice intent was just entry-level qualification showing the person's will, beginner-level intent showed that the person is learning, but true intermediate sword intent required not only deep comprehension but an instinctive harmony between will and weapon. Most not even achieve it in core formation realm, but in chi condensation realm Yu Xian was actually wielding intermediate level sword intent. That spoke volumes of his talent. The green-skinned man heard the whispers and felt his heart sink. His confident smirk faltered. His weapon was an earth-grade weapon, but that did not ease his worry. Even if his opponent's weapon was a grade lower than his, the earlier novice-level sword intent compensated for that. But intermediate-level sword intent? This wasn't just a skilled fighter, this was someone on the path of true mastery. But then, a bigger question hit him like a brick. Why is he in the elemental heaven peak, and not the martial heaven peak where sword cultivators belong? He gritted his teeth at his own foolishness. He'd underestimated Yu Xian, and very badly at that. This match was slipping beyond reach, and worse, this wasn't just any genius, this was someone who might already be under the watch of elders. He had been arrogant, yes, but not stupid. Antagonizing Yu Xian further will do him no good. I get it now, the green-skinned man said aloud, voice low but steady. So that's where your confidence comes from. Yu Xian gave a calm smile. Then don't disappoint me, senior. They clashed again. The club, once so confidently swung, now met resistance that pushed back harder. Though the metal resisted novice-level sword intent, it faltered under the precise pressure of a more refined force. Crimson arcs trailed in the air as blade met club, again and again. Sparks flew. With each clash, the green-skinned fighter was pushed further back. His knuckles ached. His footing grew less stable. And Yu Xian? Calm. Composed. Every step deliberate. Every swing filled with elegant, efficient violence. And yet, he wasn't even aiming for his opponent's weak points. He didn't need to. Weapon clashed with weapon, over and over, until the sheer difference in power became undeniable. Yu Xian could see it clearly now, his opponent was struggling. The goblin's prized club, once effective at resisting his sword intent, had reached its limit. The resistance it offered was visibly weakening with every blow. Then, without a word, Yu Xian stepped back. The crowd hushed. They knew what was coming. He was preparing to end it with his signature sword arc. But just as he raised his weapon, the green-skinned opponent made a desperate move. The horn on his forehead began to glow. A focused beam of energy shot forward, sharp and fast. Yu Xian didn't flinch. Instead of dodging, he angled his sword, catching the beam with the flat of the blade. The impact rattled his arm, and the sword vibrated under the strain, but it held. Then, without hesitation, he slashed. A crimson arc tore through the air, elegant and devastating. It struck clean across the goblin's chest. The blow knocked him off his feet, his club spinning out of his hand and clattering to the side. The match was over. Yu Xian stood tall, his sword still humming softly in the aftermath. Victorious again. And somewhere in the challenger's area a pale youth with dark circles under his eyes thought to himself, great talent, I want that. Chapter 117, Surname Gu is not evil. Yu Xian stood in the arena. The goblin's club, though not shattered, was now scarred. The victor was clear. I still have one match left, Yu Xian announced, voice steady and unbothered. Who will challenge me? Once again, he commanded the arena's attention. But this time, no one stepped forward. They had witnessed his sword intent clearly not just a fluke but something far beyond their current level. No one wanted to lose face by walking into a one-sided defeat. Just then, a hush swept through the crowd as a pale, sickly-looking youth stepped onto the stage. He had messy hair, tired-looking eyes with heavy dark circles beneath them, and the kind of energy that felt off. That's the new rank 1, isn't it? Yeah. He climbed the Foundation Establishment rankings in just one day too, and he's just in early-stage Foundation Establishment realm. Are we really about to see this? Two newcomers battling for the top spot, this is insane. Now, standing opposite Yu Xian was the same eerie youth who had previously defeated Lan Hao. He didn't look imposing. If anything, his frail appearance almost made him look sickly. But Yu Xian wasn't fooled. No one reaches rank 1 by luck alone, not here. And standing across from him now, Yu Xian could feel it. Pressure. Not overwhelming, not obvious, but he definitely felt it. This youth was hiding something. Power, skill, maybe even something darker. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He's strong, and he's not showing his full hand. This wasn't going to be just another flashy victory. This was going to be a real fight. Or so Yu Xian thought. Across the arena, Gu Yufan, his opponent, had entirely different thoughts racing through his mind. Should I lose quickly so he develops a favorable impression of me? The sickly-looking youth mused, eyes half-lidded in thought. No, that would make me look weak. And judging by that arrogant tone earlier, he probably despises weaklings. Better to give him a proper fight and lose at the end, just enough not to raise suspicion. Because there was no way in hell he was going to destroy someone who was his prey. Besides, this body's talent is trash. I'll need to upgrade it soon. His gaze sharpened, eyeing Yu Xian, and with a slight nod, he signaled the referee to begin. The match for the first rank, Gu Yufan vs Yu Xian, begins now. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow at the name. Gu Yufan. A strange chill ran down his spine. That surname, Gu. Aren't they always villains in stories? He wondered. Nah, probably just a coincidence, or is it? He shook the thought away. Now wasn't the time for fiction-fueled paranoia. Without batting an eye, he summoned his sword. Immediately, a refined red aura enveloped the blade, his intermediate sword intent in full display. Gu Yufan didn't summon a weapon. Instead, he calmly stepped forward, raising only his fists. Then his hands began to glow. First a golden shimmer, and then, dragon heads, ethereal but clearly powerful, materialized around his fists. The crowd rippled with murmurs. Wait, last time his fists only glowed. Did he go easy on the current rank too? The dragon heads are sick, but I still say Red Sword Boy has the edge. Meanwhile, in a corner of the challengers area, a young woman stood with her arms crossed, a storm brewing in her eyes. She stared at Gu Yufan, expression dark. He didn't go all out when he fought me, the realization hit like a slap. He held back. Humiliation crept up her spine like a cold snake. On the platform, Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Gu Yufan's technique. That's a great technique, he admitted inwardly. While the crowd only saw the flashy glow and dragon imagery, Yu Xian and a few sharp-eyed spectators saw something more refined, more dangerous. He's combining beginner-level fist intent with a chi-based technique, probably something complementary, not standalone. But how did this guy develop fist intent? The opponent was clearly human. That meant he had to be from some reputable clan. The technique wasn't something a nobody could casually find and master. Yu Xian's old suspicion came bubbling back to the surface. Gu, that surname's cursed. Villain energy through and through. Without hesitation, he slashed forward, and a crimson arc blazed across the stage, crackling with sword intent as it tore through the air toward Gu Yufan. Gu Yufan didn't panic. Instead, he calmly poured more chi into his fists. The golden dragon heads flared brighter, as if awakened, and then they collided with the red sword arc in a brilliant burst of light. Dust was scattered. But Gu Yufan remained standing, only his robes bore a few shallow scratches. Yu Xian pressed in, vanishing in a flash step and reappearing right in front of his opponent. He brought his sword down in a clean, diagonal arc. But Gu Yufan met it head-on, literally catching the blade with one hand, the golden dragon head around his fist gripping the weapon like a serpent's maw. From the other fist, Gu Yufan retaliated with a sudden punch to Yu Xian's abdomen. Yu Xian twisted at the last second, deflecting the force just enough to avoid taking the full brunt. With a quick pivot, he drove his knee into Gu Yufan's side, then kicked toward the inside of his opponent's leg. Gu Yufan staggered backward, but didn't fall. Yu Xian used the distance to his advantage, landing gracefully. His fingers flexed around his sword as he contemplated something. I could use the second form of Avalon swordsmanship, but that might kill him. He sighed, opting for restraint. With a flick of his wrist, another crimson arc tore forth, a swift, wide slash aimed directly at Gu Yufan's torso. Gu Yufan barely managed to guard against it, his dragon-infused arm shimmering with golden chi as it absorbed the strike. The audience was silent for a beat, tension thick in the air. Chapter 118, Odd. Yu Xian gave his opponent no time to breathe. He closed the distance once again, pressing the attack with relentless precision. His strikes came in a swift, calculated rhythm: slash, thrust, sweep, forcing Gu Yufan onto the defensive. And yet, his opponent didn't seem flustered. Too composed, Yu Xian noted, his eyes narrowing. His opponent was defending like he doesn't even intend to win. It was odd. Gu Yufan parried and blocked efficiently, conserving energy, but showed no signs of aggression. As if this match was merely a formality to him. Yu Xian tested him, intentionally left an opening in his stance. Gu Yufan noticed it, but didn't capitalize. He's holding back. Yu Xian's frown deepened. Why? What was he planning? Disappointed, he decided it was time to end this match. But before he could move in, Gu Yufan's golden dragon fist suddenly flared with renewed brilliance. Then, an invisible roar echoed across the stage, not a sound, but a pressure, a wave of will that rippled through the arena like a beast announcing its dominance. Gu Yufan shot forward, finally attacking with full force. Their weapons clashed, red sword against golden dragon fist, and this time the impact shook the stage. The runes on the arena flared brightly, absorbing the brunt of the collision. But Yu Xian's sword trembled violently in his grip. That power, he was really holding back until now. The sword, a profound grade weapon, had already taken a hit earlier from the goblin's beam. It was strained, hairline fractures crawling silently across its surface. Now, under the sheer pressure of Gu Yufan's fully unleashed technique, those cracks began to grow. If this were an ordinary duel, the sword would have held, Yu Xian thought. But this isn't ordinary. This is the Heaven Immortal Sect. He had other weapons in his storage ring, stronger ones even. But he wasn't shameless enough to swap weapons mid-fight, especially not against a fellow challenger in a public match. The sword groaned. A final crack split down its center. Yu Xian, looking at the cracks, simply thought, time to end this quickly. With a sudden shift in footwork, he ducked low and swept his blade toward Gu Yufan's legs. Gu Yufan reacted, leaping to avoid it, but that was the mistake Yu Xian had baited him into. In a flash, Yu Xian reappeared mid-air above him and kicked him mid-jump, sending him crashing down to the arena floor. The crowd gasped. In the same motion, Yu Xian descended like a thunderclap and drove his sword down beside Gu Yufan's head. The blade embedded into the stage with a sharp boom, then shattered, fracturing into gleaming fragments. But even shattered, the sword intent remained. A phantom red blade, made purely of sword intent, hovered in the air where the weapon had once been. Because intent doesn't need a weapon to exist. But a weapon, when present, amplifies it. And Yu Xian's sword intent now roared, silent yet undeniable, pulsing through the air like a sovereign declaring dominion. Its presence wasn't loud, but it demanded recognition. Gu Yufan looked up from where he lay, eyes calm, and sighed. I forfeit, he said simply. The crowd erupted in cheers. A new number one had been crowned and the match had been nothing short of thrilling. In a shadowed corner of the arena, an anxious disciple clenched his medallion, murmuring frantic thanks to his ancestors once again. Later, Yu Xian sat quietly in the challengers area, observing the ongoing matches with a relaxed but thoughtful gaze. He had secured the top spot in the Foundation establishment bracket, yet something about the previous fight lingered in his mind. Gu Yufan didn't use his full strength. It wasn't arrogance or denial, just a quiet, unsettling certainty. From the way Gu Yufan fought, the subtle restraint in his movements, even the way he forfeited just before the tide truly turned, it all left an impression. That surname again. Gu. Yuxian narrowed his eyes slightly. They're always hiding something. Still, he'd won. That was enough for now. After a few minutes, he headed down to the administrative counter to collect his accumulated sect points from the fight. The clerk scanned his medallion and handed it back with a respectful nod. Yuxian's balance had swelled once again, another solid haul. He didn't linger. I'd like to apply for advancement to the core formation bracket, Yuxian said calmly. The clerk froze mid-work, then looked up at him with visible concern. Junior brother, you sure about that? The core formation bracket is a completely different battlefield. You are still in Qi condensation realm, while most participants there are already in the middle or late stages of core formation. I'm sure, Yuxian replied with a small smile. Please proceed. The clerk hesitated, then gave a resigned nod. Very well, it's your decision. A few moments later, Yuxian's name was removed from the top of the Foundation establishment bracket. I've got nothing left to do in this town, he thought, stretching slightly. He'd paid for a full week of lodging, but he decided he'd leave tomorrow. There was no reason to linger. Time blurred in the underground arena, but by the feel of the air and the tired lull in his bones, he guessed it was already evening. Lately, he'd noticed something odd. He'd been sleeping more than usual. Maybe it was just the accumulation of intense battles, or something else entirely. Still, he hadn't eaten yet. Exiting the arena, the first breeze of dusk brushed against him. The sky was painted in hues of fading gold and lavender. Lanterns were beginning to flicker to life across the town. His stomach grumbled loudly. Eventually, he found a modest little restaurant run by 3 female disciples. The scent of fried buns and spicy broth lured him in like a spell. He ate in quiet satisfaction, ignoring the curious glances sent his way. He was beautiful. No handsome? Once done, he made his way back to his temporary residence, his pace unhurried. The town streets were quieter now, peaceful. But Yuxian remained unaware of one simple fact. A shadow followed him from a distance, silent, patient, watching. Chapter 119, Surname Gu is Evil. The next day, Yuxian woke up feeling refreshed. After a bath and a change into crisp, clean robes, he glanced around his modest room one last time. Today, he would return to the main peak. This was a quiet farewell. He descended the stairs to the inn's reception area, where the familiar purple-skinned, bald disciple with a massive build was once again hunched over the same book, Philosophy of Cosmic Balance and Constructs, Volume 6. Yuxian briefly wondered if there even was a Volume 7. He didn't linger. After a simple breakfast, an egg dish, well-seasoned and satisfying, he left town behind. The journey to the main peak would take about 10 hours on foot, but he didn't mind. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi condensation, travel had become significantly easier. He even jogged lightly along the path, enjoying the morning air. Along the way, Yuxian entertained the idea of exploring random caves. Maybe he'd stumble upon a forgotten legacy or a powerful weapon sealed within. It was a classic protagonist move, and who was he to deny fate? At one point, he checked the map function embedded in his medallion. The direction was clear. He also considered, for a brief moment, renting a spirit beast from town. It would have made travel far more convenient. But he wasn't sure how his master would react to him bringing back a random mount. Probably not well. So, he'd wait until the right time, after summoning his own contracted beast. 2 hours passed smoothly. Eventually, the terrain changed. Trees grew denser, and the path narrowed as he approached the vast and familiar forest belt that marked the border of the main peak. Yuxian walked lightly, humming a carefree tune. If he stumbled across some long-lost legacy along the way, he thought, he might just donate it to a random disciple while posing as a mysterious elder. Yup, I'll definitely do that at least once, he mentally added to his growing checklist of things to do as a hidden expert. But just as he rounded a bend in the trail, danger arrived fast. Without any sound or warning, a spear shot through the air, aimed straight for his chest. Yuxian's senses screamed in warning, and he reacted instinctively. It was too late to dodge completely, but not too late to survive. In the blink of an eye, he activated his telekinesis, taking complete control of the surrounding 15-meter area. Then he subtly altered the spear's trajectory. Instead of piercing his heart, the spear scraped along his right thigh, cutting deep. Blood trickled down his leg, warm and steady. Yuxian turned around slowly, his expression unreadable, face devoid of emotion, eyes calm. There was no one in sight. But judging from the direction the spear had come from, his attacker wasn't far. And they had just made a very bad decision not ending his life in one go. Yuxian was no longer in the mood to play. Without hesitation, he activated his trait Soul Vision. The world around him shifted. Colors dulled, outlines sharpened, and spiritual signatures flared like lanterns in the mist. Within moments, he locked onto a soul presence roughly 100 meters away, hiding behind a dense cluster of trees. But the moment his gaze settled on the figure, a sharp, searing pain lanced through his eyes. Ack! He staggered, clutching his face. It felt like his pupils were on fire. Quickly, he reached into his storage ring, retrieving a bottle of high-grade alchemical solution. He splashed it over his eyes, the sting fading slightly but not the tension. not the danger. He couldn't afford to lower his guard. What the hell was that, he thought, blinking rapidly as his vision recovered. And then the answer clicked into place. Their soul level, it's far above mine. No, it's like different dimension altogether. For the first time, Yu Xian was ready to even send an emergency distress signal to his master. But just then, the attacker stepped out of the woods slowly, deliberately. And Yu Xian paused, because he recognized this attacker. He let out a long sigh. At first, he had assumed the assailant was some powerful cultivator far beyond the supernatural realm. But if that were truly the case, there's no way he would have been able to deflect that spear, not even partially. Unless, they were just toying with him. That thought made his eyes narrow. Once again, he was reminded of the cruel, unpredictable nature of the cultivation world. The blood was still dripping from his right leg, so without a word, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Warmth spread through his body as the wound began to mend. Then, from between the trees, a familiar figure emerged. Surname Gu, Yu Xian said aloud, watching Gu Yufan approach him with that same eerily calm smile. Yu Xian raised a hand flatly. Stop right there. Your smile's ugly. Don't smile. Gu Yufan paused, his smile frozen halfway between amusement and offense. Yu Xian stared flatly. Seriously, you look like a tax collector with a crush. It's disturbing? Gu Yufan only chuckled in reply, though his eyes remained unreadable. Then he spoke, voice calm and composed. You don't look nervous at all. Just a moment ago, I saw you panicking. Yu Xian's brow twitched. He narrowed his eyes and replied in a low, deep tone, mimicking Gu Yufan, are you sure you want to do this? Gu Yufan didn't flinch. Able to wield intermediate-level sword intent at Qi condensation realm, and it seems you have a heavenly eye as well. What a talent. His tone remained serene, almost admiring. Even I'm envious. That's why, I want it. Yu Xian let out a slow breath. It seems his opponent had confused his trait soul vision with a heavenly eye, but it didn't matter now because only one of them would walk alive from here and he decided that. Chapter 120, Immortal Soul. Your soul is really unusual, are you even Gu Yufan? Yu Xian asked, voice calm. He was genuinely curious, and was also just stalling for some time. His wound was almost fully healed. Gu Yufan didn't seem to notice and replied cryptically, I am Gu Yufan, but I am not Gu Yufan. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow. Did you forget who you are? Are you having middle-age life crises? A vein throbbed on Gu Yufan's forehead, but he kept his composure. There's no need for small talk with a dead man, he said coldly. Though I should thank you. I planned to lure you to a quiet place later, but you've made it so convenient. Yu Xian gave him a strange look. So he's really an outer disciple, but he couldn't even check a map before ambushing me. Now he mentally downgraded Gu Yufan to a third-rate villain. Do you even know the consequences of killing a fellow disciple? Yu Xian asked. The consequences can be handled by my future self, Gu Yufan replied smugly. Besides, judging by your robes, you don't even have a master. Yu Xian blinked, then stared at him like he'd just licked a fresh pile of uncensored shit. At first, he'd expected a high-stakes, deadly battle. Life and death crises. But now, this guy was raising death flags like a clueless cannon fodder in a bad drama. Still, Yu Xian didn't let his guard down. Gu Yufan was hiding something and clearly wasn't weak. You might be the stupidest person I've met so far, Yu Xian said flatly, adjusting his stance and adopting his signature arrogant young master pose. Let's end this quickly. A sword appeared in his hand, glowing with a crimson sheen. The red aura wrapped around the blade like smoke drawn to flame. Across from him, Gu Yufan smirked and flexed his hands. Metallic knuckles materialized over his fists, each one lined with short but deadly spikes. Spiked knuckles? That's some confidence. Yu Xian thought. Either way, it worked in his favor. Without hesitation, he sent a sharp red slash streaking through the air toward Gu Yufan. The other boy tilted his head slightly, just enough to dodge it with ease. It seems your leg's healed, Gu Yufan noted calmly, before suddenly vanishing from his spot and reappearing in front of Yu Xian with a fist drawn back. The punch came faster than expected, far stronger than anything Gu Yufan had used during their tournament match. Yu Xian narrowly avoided the blow, twisting away and retreating several steps. When he looked behind him, the aftermath of the attack was clear: a deep gouge in the earth, and a fractured tree trunk still quivering from the impact. That would have shattered my ribs if it landed, Yu Xian thought grimly. They clashed again, blades and fists, intent against intent. Yu Xian held his ground. Barely. His swordsmanship kept him alive, letting him deflect or redirect much of the damage, but Gu Yufan wasn't just strong, he was precise, efficient, adaptable, too adaptable. With every exchange, Yu Xian's expression grew more serious. Something's off, his reactions, his rhythm, his timing. That's not the skill of a young cultivator in early Foundation establishment realm should have. That was the kind of fighting style honed through hundreds of real battles. Not practice. Not tournaments. War. Yu Xian parried a hook, ducked under a spinning kick, and created space again. Then, eyes narrowing, he asked in a quiet, steady voice, Hey, you're not Gu Yufan, are you? Gu Yufan's eyebrow twitched. Yu Xian continued, blade still poised to strike. I mean, looking at your fighting style and the way you adapt mid-exchange, you've got more battle experience than 1,000 disciples combined. And your age sure doesn't match the way you fight. He tilted his head slightly, smirking despite the tension. Why not indulge a dying man's curiosity? Fine, but if Gu Yufan began, but was immediately cut off. Don't give me that if you survive my next attack cliché, Yu Xian interrupted flatly. You and I both know I'm going to survive. Just talk. Gu Yufan's mouth twitched in mild annoyance. But then, without another word, he closed his eyes for a brief second. When they opened again, his entire presence shifted, like a mask falling away. An otherworldly aura surged from his body, dense and ancient, and in that very instant before Yu Xian could fully process the change, Gu Yufan was already in front of him. The punch struck squarely in Yu Xian's gut. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through his torso. 2 ribs cracked under the force. But Yu Xian wasn't idle. Even as he reeled, his sword found flesh, slicing deep along Gu Yufan's side and severing his arm at the elbow in a crimson flash. Both stumbled back, one clutching his ribs, the other missing an arm. Still, Yu Xian's expression remained calm. This amount of pain was nothing to him. His old man had put him through worse. Gu Yufan, or whoever he was, stood straighter now. The wound didn't faze him. His voice had changed, deeper, heavier with authority. It didn't belong to a sickly youth anymore. Such reaction speed, that sharpness in your swordplay, and still only in the chi condensation realm. He muttered, almost admiringly. You're a genuine monster. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, breathing steadily. May I ask who you really are? The clearing was silent, save for the drip of blood between them. Across from him, the smile that appeared on Gu Yufan's face now felt entirely different. Predatory. I may have lost my name, the figure said, voice laced with dark amusement, but people used to call me Deist Skull Crusher, or Devouring Demon. Yu Xian felt the start of another headache. Of course this guy had a ridiculous backstory and a name dripping with main villain energy. But one thing stuck out to him. Name. So this wasn't a possession. This was someone or something that had lived before. Whoever you used to be, Yu Xian said, eyes narrowing, you're dying today. The man laughed, loud and wild. Huh? Arrogant brat? There was a time my name alone could send cultivators like you fleeing in piss-soaked robes. Yu Xian tilted his head, voice dry. Yeah, and what can you do now, with only one arm? That wiped the grin off his face. For a moment. Then, in a flicker, Devouring Demon vanished again, appearing in front of Yu Xian and slamming his remaining fist into his gut. Crack. Another rib broke. Yu Xian staggered back, gritting his teeth. Ah, damn. That one did hurt. What a sturdy body, Devouring Demon said with a hint of disbelief. And you're not even a body cultivator. His eyes gleamed. I want your talent even more now. Yu Xian gripped his sword tighter. His patience was up. It was time to test something he hadn't used in a real fight yet. Magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, the second form. His stance shifted. Devouring Demon scoffed. What's that supposed to be? A silent wish before dying? Yu Xian didn't reply. He moved. It was a simple, clean stroke, one elegant arc aimed across the chest. The air barely stirred. No wind. No spatial ripple. Just his sword moved. And yet, slash. Blood exploded from Devouring Demon's chest. The man reeled backward, eyes wide in pure disbelief. He hadn't seen the cut. He hadn't felt the strike. No spatial laws had shifted. No chi had flared. And still, it hit. How? He gasped, staggering as crimson soaked through his robes. The damage was deep, and worse, it shouldn't have been possible. Not for someone with an immortal soul, even in a weakened body. He should have sensed something. He was in real danger now. This body was already a wreck. One more critical blow, and his soul could be left unanchored. Across from him, Yu Xian stood tall, a faint grin playing on his lips. You like that, he said lightly. This was the second move of magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family. He tapped his sword gently against the ground. Its principles were unlike any conventional technique. They touched something deeper, something far older, the realm of true magic. But in the modern times, the concept of magic had long been diluted, confused with flashy spells, elemental tricks, and showmanship. If one were to imagine magic, an image of a magic circle used by an old man with long beard would pop up in their heads. From Yu Xian's information he got from the technique, most mages had forgotten what the word truly meant. This move captured its essence. Even his father, a veteran sword cultivator, had been stunned the first time he saw it. Not because it was flashy, but because it wasn't. It didn't cut through space. It didn't manipulate laws. It simply happened. Like a miracle. Because that was the essence of real magic. Chapter 121, True Death of Spirit. The Devouring Demon stared at his opponent, his face twisted with a bitter mix of regret and rage. He had been arrogant. Even without the strength he once possessed, he'd chosen to toy with this brat. And now, this was the price. He would not forget that slash, the one that nearly tore his body apart. He'd been forced to burn a portion of his remaining life force just to hold himself together. His severed arm still lay on the ground, a reminder of his miscalculation. He had been hasty. Across from him, Yu Xian wore that same irritating smirk, the kind that spoke of confidence earned, not borrowed. Ready to die now? Yu Xian asked casually, like he wasn't even trying to mock him. The Devouring Demon's jaw tightened. He hated that tone. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to charge in again. Not without caution. He closed his eyes. A pulse of invisible force rippled out from him like a silent roar, a mental attack, sharp and sudden, aimed directly at Yu Xian's consciousness. Yu Xian staggered slightly, but only for a heartbeat. Then he looked up. A black gold shimmer flickered across his vision. Trait, mental resistance is active. His smirk widened. The devouring demon's expression darkened. He had paid a steep price to launch that mental strike, risking backlash on his already fragile body. Yet his target stood there, completely unharmed, and smiling at him. He snapped. Rage overtaking reason, the devouring demon lunged forward, snarling like a beast cornered for the last time. Blood still dripping from his chest and with only one arm remaining, he charged Yu Xian with reckless abandon, closing the distance in a blur of desperation. Yu Xian, though wounded and drained, had already found his rhythm. His body was battered, but his mind was sharp. And their clash was brutal. The devouring demon's strikes came wild and heavy, each punch leaving shallow craters in the ground. Yu Xian blocked the first blow, redirected the second, then sidestepped the third. He retaliated with a slash, but the enemy ducked and countered with a sweeping kick. Yu Xian staggered but recovered midair, flipping once and landing behind his foe. He spun with a smooth, practiced motion, and a flash or red arc left his sword. A final arc of sword light, guided by intent. The devouring demon's eyes widened. Then his head rolled clean from his shoulders. The body of Gu Yufan, or rather what remained of the devouring demon, collapsed with a heavy thud. Yu Xian stood still, chest heaving, sword trembling in his grip. But he didn't relax. He had expected this. The real danger wasn't the body, it was the soul. And though his unnamed cultivation technique strengthened both body, spirit, and soul, Yu Xian wasn't foolish enough to take any chances. From his own system status, he knew his soul was unusual, perhaps even unnatural. So, gathering what strength he had left, he turned and ran. It wasn't cowardice, it was strategy. He gained some distance just as it happened. The body behind him twitched once, then fell still. Moments later, an ethereal mass of light erupted from it, not just luminous, but blinding, flooding the dense forest with unnatural brilliance. For a brief moment, the soul seemed confused, almost lost. Then, like a hungry beast catching the scent of prey, it locked onto him. With startling speed, it surged forward. Yu Xian turned to face it. His eyes stung slightly from the pressure of its presence, but nowhere near what he felt before. He instinctively activated his soul vision and saw it clearly now. It was weaker. A lot weaker. You've gotten weaker, Yu Xian said aloud, narrowing his gaze. The floating soul trembled, whether in anger, denial, or exhaustion, he couldn't tell, and then shot toward him. Yu Xian dodged once. Then again. It looked comical for a moment, a blurry soul blob chasing a limping teenager through the woods. But Yu Xian knew it wouldn't last. He had already prepared his trump card. As the soul darted forward once more, Yu Xian swallowed a pill, small, ethereal blue color, and carved with multiple lines. A soul nourishment pill. Normally qi condensation cultivators don't take such pill. It was something Yu Xian had kept just in case. Maybe even for future use. His space ring had many of such things. Today, he cashed it in. Like gaining a check-in system, but his one came from him having a powerful background. The soul struck him. Or rather entered him. Yu Xian staggered as an intense wave of cold, pain, and pressure tried to overwhelm him from within. He fell to one knee, clutching his chest. His vision blurred. Somewhere deep inside him, a clash had begun. A war of souls. His own against the remnant of a terrifying being, the so-called devouring demon. Either I survive this, or I don't. And though fear prickled at the edge of his mind, he'd already died once. Maybe death wasn't that scary anymore. Maybe just a little. Slowly, he collapsed onto the ground, eyes fluttering shut, his breathing shallow and uneven. What he didn't know was that a pair of multicolored eyes, shimmering like galaxies, had been watching him since the moment the battle began. Yet she never intervened. She had seen it all, from Yu Xian's ribs cracking under the force of the devouring demon's punch, to the moment he retaliated and beheaded him. She watched, silent, as the ethereal soul blob emerged and finally entered Yu Xian's body. After true death of his spirit, a portion of his soul did return to the underworld. He's incredibly weakened now, though some of his immortal characteristics remains, she murmured, her voice calm. Still, she made no move to help. She didn't need to, because she had absolute confidence in that being. She had absolute confidence in Yu Xian. He was her disciple now, after all. And with that certainty, she vanished, leaving the outcome to unfold as it was always meant to. Chapter 122, Absurd. The devouring demon drifted into Yu Xian's sea of consciousness, weakened, frayed, and barely intact. Even entering this place had taken all he had. The resistance was immense. If not for the characteristics of his immortal soul, he would have been torn apart before even crossing the threshold. What kind of monster is this boy? He muttered under his breath, looking around warily. His original plan, to hijack the youth's talents and absorb his foundation, was now dust. But perhaps, he could still use the boy's body as a temporary vessel until he found a better one. Though he wasn't optimistic. A portion of his soul had already been dragged back to the underworld upon death of his spirit. What remained now was a shadow, a sliver, weakened and unstable. But the moment he looked around, he paused. This was not a normal sea of consciousness. Instead of a vast ocean or spiritual plane shaped by core memories, he stood amidst towering glass buildings reflecting golden sunlight. Strange, foreign people bustled across paved walkways. Everything appeared foreign to him. He tried to blend in, hoping to remain hidden like a parasite. If he could just lie low within this surreal landscape, he might yet survive long enough to recover. But something else disturbed him: the size. Yu Xian's sea of consciousness was massive. Far, far beyond what a chi condensation cultivator should possess. Something's not right about this child, he thought, uneasy. He wandered deeper, unsure what this bizarre mindscape represented. There were people here, illusions, memories, fragments? He didn't know. At one corner, he saw a young man holding a rectangular black device, watching a scene unfold where a stretchy-limbed figure punched a dragon in the face. Then he looked around, seeing no one paying attention. He swiftly switched his tab to the one with saying "You've gone incognito." Nearby, 3 geese in business suits whispered conspiratorially. Then they solemnly nodded and vanished into a portal. Farther ahead, a stage appeared where an idol group danced in perfect synchronicity while crowds around them screamed with religious fervor. He blinked and turned only to see a man in a black suit standing across from a bipedal green platypus wearing a fedora. "My name is Bond." "James Bond," said the man. The platypus squeaked back, "My name's Platypus." "Perry the Platypus." The devouring demon instinctively took a step back. He had just witnessed the greatest crossover in spy cinema and hadn't even realized it. "This place is cursed," he muttered. Just then, something even more absurd happened. A giant duck in a hoodie dropped from the sky, screaming stalks, before being abducted midair by a UFO. There, a yellow guy with chin shaped like balls said, "I knew that would happen." His name was Peter Simpsons. Others didn't reacted. Apparently, this was normal. A moment later, a flying butterfly the size of a cart passed overhead, flanked by a massive, winged whale that seemed to be raining over the city like a living sprinkler. Still in disbelief, the devouring demon wandered further and found something that made his ethereal skin crawl. There was a man in all black with red glowing stick protecting a cheerful man with a small, neat mustache who stood before a group of children, laughing as he taught them to draw a strange red and white symbol. Then he placed his hand over his chest and saluted. The man was an artist. Every instinct screamed danger, so the devouring demon turned and ran. Just when he thought he'd found some semblance of peace, he rounded a corner and found himself standing before a boiling pot of soup, being interrogated by a cabbage. "Where's the tofu?" the cabbage screamed, slamming a leafy limb on the counter. The soup gurgled nervously. A potato nearby fainted. Eventually, he found a quiet corner, a coffee shop. Inside, a sleep-deprived young man with bloodshot eyes was typing away furiously at some odd glowing device, chugging mug after mug of coffee like his life depended on it. It probably did. The devouring demon exhaled, "This is madness." His moment of reflection was abruptly shattered when the cafe door burst open and 4 individuals in sleek black uniforms entered. Each bore a triangular insignia glowing faintly on their chest, and futuristic weapons strapped to their backs. They marched straight toward the young man. "Sir," the leader announced in a robotic tone, "we are from the Illumination Group. Your existence poses a direct threat to world peace. You must be neutralized." Before the man could protest, they seized his laptop. "Wait, I haven't finished writing the chapt." A silver device slapped over his mouth mid-sentence, muffling his cries. One of the agents turned to the others. "Are the Martians and lizard people making a move?" "They are," another confirmed grimly. Then, in synchronization, the 4 agents struck a flawless dab and declared in unison, "We are the protectors of the world. We are Illumination." And just like that, they marched out of the coffee shop, dragging the muffled rider behind them. The devouring demon stared for a long moment, then turned and quietly walked out. Outside, the bazaar didn't end. A mermaid floated through the sky, swimming effortlessly alongside a school of fish. Small children waved at her from rooftops as she twirled her trident like a baton. Bubbles sparkled in the air behind her. A nearby teenager hit his watch and changed into a red muscular person with 4 arms. Then on the street, a purple-headed titan with his underlings was protesting with banners saying, "We demand to restore the balance." Another group was discussing nearby how to glorify their 1 win out of 14,605 outcomes, though a great sacrifice was required, and then talking about the sacrifice, people began to sob. The devouring demon blinked slowly. He sighed, resigned to the madness. Just as he took a step forward, a streak of color whooshed toward him. Instinctively, his soul surged with alertness, until he saw the source. A man hovered midair, clad in blue and red, a bright yellow S emblazoned on his chest, and, tragically, wearing his underpants outside his suit. "You look lost," the man said warmly, casually defying gravity. He handed the devouring demon a chilled can of beer. "Take this." The devouring demon, ignoring the power of thousand suns, took the can with a blank stare. "Thanks." Moments later, a sleek black vehicle with glowing rims and actual bat wings descended beside him. Inside was another man, dressed entirely in black, voice deep. "We've got an unfinished chess game," he said. The caped man folded his cloak neatly and entered the vehicle. The bat-winged car revved like a dragon, lifted into the air, and zoomed off into the clouds. The devouring demon cracked open the beer, took a long sip, and muttered, "What in the 9 hells is this place?" He felt refreshed. Author Unfiltered. /U. Honestly, this was fun to write, like really, and I wanted to do much more, but maybe next time. Oh, and give your thoughts about this one, if you like this. Next chapter will be interesting too. And sorry readers, I am not that much engaging as an author, but always trying my best. This is just before chapter release, but a shout out to Tommy_Andrades for 33 golden tickets and Sushi Time for those gifts and golden tickets. Oh, and Tyler_Crow_7219 too. You three are the top contributors for Golden Tickets. There are many others awesome people too contributing daily, and to all my readers and fans, if there, you make this story worth writing. So, as always, keep supporting this author. Chapter 123, True Death. The devouring demon wandered through the bizarre cityscape, each encounter more ridiculous than the last. His worldview forged in blood, battle, and centuries of cultivation was slowly shattering. Eventually, he grew mentally exhausted. He looked up at the sky for a moment of solace, only to find the moon staring back at him. It had eyes, cartoonishly large ones. When it noticed him watching, it smiled a soft, innocent smile, almost childlike. The devouring demon felt a chill run down his spine. Nope. He bolted into the nearest building, a library. Inside, the air was still, peaceful. Stacks of books stretched into the ceiling like towers. He let out a sigh of relief. But of course, the peace didn't last. To his right, a teenage boy in a red cap with a strange sphere in his hand was pacing near the exit. On his shoulder sat a small yellow creature that occasionally sparked with visible yellow electricity. Pikachu, I can't find the book I need. Let's go somewhere else. Pika-Pie, the yellow creature chirped in agreement, its red cheeks flickering with lightning. To his left, he saw a bald man in cape, struggling to catch a mosquito. The devouring demon decided to ignore them. He sat down quietly at a nearby table. There he saw a person writing names on a book with cover life notebook. The person talked about reaping lives and changing the rotten society, and beside him, in a weird posture on the chair, was another person monitoring him. But across from him, another spectacle unfolded. A young man wearing a red and blue skin-tight suit and a mask, the kind that only left his white eye lenses visible, was manning the front desk. Every time a customer requested a book, he'd shoot webs from his wrists, crawling and swinging along the shelves like a deranged librarian turned acrobat. Deist Panga, here's your copy of Cultivation for Dummies, Volume 4, he cheerfully told an old cultivator with a long beard. Beside him stood his co-worker in a black and red suit, twin katanas on his back, clearly more interested in annoying the red and blue clerk, his best friend, rather than doing any actual work. Why don't we ever shelve books normally? You know, like using ladders, the red-black one asked dramatically, doing finger guns at the air. Then, mid-rant, he froze. His eyes narrowed behind his mask. He slowly looked upward. Whoa, peeping is rude, you know? Hello, there? Yeah, you thought I wouldn't notice you're watching, no REA. Thwip. A well-placed web silenced him instantly. Who are you talking to again? The red and blue one muttered without looking. The devouring demon massaged his temples. This wasn't a sea of consciousness. This was madness. Unable to bear it, he slept. The devouring demon opened his eyes and found only darkness. Not shadows. Not night. A total, all-consuming absence. No shape. No sound. No end. No beginning. As if the universe itself had been erased. Then, a voice emerged from the void. It did not echo from above, below, behind, or beside. It came from everywhere, through the stillness, through the dark, through him. Did you like it? The words weren't spoken. They reverberated, sank into his soul. His soul recoiled. For the first time in a long time, he, the devouring demon, felt fear. Something was watching him. Something vast. And it was amused. He gritted his teeth, steadied his voice. Who are you? He asked. No, what are you? The darkness shivered. And then, it shattered. Suddenly, he was no longer floating in nothingness. The void gave way to motion, to light, to vision. He hovered above a quiet blue planet, drifting silently over swirling oceans and slow-turning clouds. The air shimmered with life. The world below pulsed with energy, gentle, unaware, untouched. Then, he moved. He surged past a blazing sun, its surface seething with fury. Solar flares burst outward in arcs of golden flame. A gas giant followed, massive and ringed with ice and rock, its gravity bending light into strange illusions. He flew faster. Through asteroid belts spinning in chaotic grace. Past a green-blue planet glowing softly from within. Then the stars themselves began to shift. He saw them born in clouds of violet and gold, nestled in nebulae like divine cradles. He watched them age, some bloating into red giants, others collapsing into spinning neutron cores. Some simply vanished, torn into singularities that devoured even light. Supernovas erupted. Quasars blazed. Galaxies turned in spirals, danced, merged. And beyond it all, the universe revealed itself, an endless lattice of stars and voids, stretching into forever. He floated in silence, a mere witness to the great machine of existence. And he felt awe. Though his memories were blurry, he somehow knew he hadn't truly experienced space travel in his life, only traveling from one immortal star to another using teleportation formations. Then, the voice returned. My first love, it said, resonant and calm, was the universe. The stars vanished. In an instant, the devouring demon stood within a vast throne room. Darkness filled every corner, yet at the center stood a single, radiant throne, glowing white, ethereal, untouched by shadow. Upon it sat a figure. And when the devouring demon saw who it was, his breath caught. Instinct gripped him, raw, primal fear. He staggered back, his voice breaking into fragments. How? What he saw shattered his mind. It was not some eldritch horror or forbidden god. No, seated upon the throne was a grown version of Yu Xian. His hair flowed in waves of black and white. One of his eyes burned with infinite radiance, the other devoured all light like a singularity. He was divine and monstrous, impossibly so, and he was bound. Golden chains, dozens of them wrapped around his limbs and chest, anchoring him to the throne like a prisoner king. But the adult Yu Xian did not look at him. He spoke as if to the wind, detached, disinterested. I was bored, he said casually, so I thought I'd show you something fun and beautiful before you died. But you still haven't answered my question, did you like it? His gaze drifted lazily to the one who had once tried to kill him. It seems even your so-called immortal soul couldn't bear the burden. He sighed. Then, without emotion, Yu Xian's eyes shimmered gold. He activated a familiar skill, Immortal's Gaze. Golden light surged, and in an instant, the soul or rather the immortal soul before him disintegrated into nothing. Gone. Without a scream. Without a trace. Yu Xian leaned back against the throne, unbothered. I'm smart but still young and weak, he said with a faint smile. Only at the chi condensation realm. Just like that, the devouring demon died a true death. Yu Xian's mind wandered about when he can freely explore the starry skies. Chapter 124, The cops arrived just in time. Yu Xian woke up to find the sky above bathed in moonlight. His head throbbed like someone had crammed 100 different headaches into one. AHH. He groaned, pressing a hand to his temple. He glanced up at the silver moon and muttered, at least I survived. Then promptly slumped back down like a sack of defeated potatoes. By morning, golden sunlight slipped past the canopy and landed on his face. His eyelids twitched, and a moment later, they snapped open. For nearly 5 minutes, Yu Xian just lay there staring blankly at the sky, too dazed to think, too sore to move. Eventually, he pulled a small pill from his space ring and swallowed it. A warm sensation spread through his body, knitting together torn muscle and fractured bone. Within 20 minutes, the pain dulled and his injuries mended. The pill clearly wasn't cheap. Finally, he sat up, looked around, then spotted the mangled remains of Gu Yufan's body sprawled a good distance away, split into 3 clean pieces, hand, torso, and head. I stink, Yu Xian muttered, wrinkling his nose with visible disgust. He checked his medallion for the nearest water source and found a river nearby. Without hesitation, he made his way there, stripped off his tattered robes, and submerged himself into the refreshing flow. The grime and dried blood washed away. He sighed in relief. Afterwards, he changed into a clean set of robes, crisp, fresh, and very much not soaked in battle trauma, and began walking back to the scene of the incident. His expression was contemplative, though the pounding headache still made him wince every few steps. Ugh, I don't remember anything, he muttered. The last thing I recall is taking the soul nourishment pill, then that blob of soul shot into me, and then, blank. Pure, frustrating blank. Still, at least I survived, he said, giving credit to himself. I'm still young. I haven't even experienced worldly desires yet, I should definitely lay low now, he thought, dramatically raising a flag. That said, this really was his first true brush with death in the cultivation world, and oddly enough, he hadn't panicked. Not truly. Is this my nature? Am I just too calm? Or, should I be even more ruthless going forward? This was not the first time he killed, but during a battle it was the first. The headache spiked again. Ugh, thinking hurts. He finally returned to the battlefield, gazing at the scorched earth, shattered trees, and torn surroundings. What now? He muttered aloud, standing among the remnants of chaos. Should I call Senior Ban for help? He wondered. He hadn't even made it to the main peak yet. The array of trees marking the boundary was visible from here. A 20-minute walk, maybe. His gaze shifted to the corpse in front of him, or rather, what remained of it. Should I bury it, or burn it? He thought. But before dealing with the corpse, he did the practical thing first. He walked over and removed Gu Yufan's space ring and medallion. Might as well report it to the discipline committee. That was the responsible thing to do, right? Just as he was about to send the message. Whoosh. The wind shifted sharply, and suddenly, multiple powerful auras surrounded him. He hadn't even sensed them approach, likely because of his lingering headache and depleted mental condition. Then, from the shadows of the trees, figures began to step out. Disciples in black and white robes. The character for discipline stitched boldly on their chests. 1, 2, 10 of them. 3 at Foundation Establishment, 7 in core formation, and the one in front, definitely a nascent soul cultivator. Yu Xian calmly assessed the situation, already guessing who they were, the discipline committee. He opened his mouth to explain what had happened, but before he could utter a word. Fellow disciple, the nascent soul leader declared, voice cold and authoritative. You are charged with the murder of another disciple outside a sanctioned life and death duel. As per sect law, you will be taken for trial before judgment is passed. Do you object? That weight of nascent soul spiritual pressure pressed down on him like a mountain, enough to make most chi condensation cultivators buckle. Yu Xian, however, didn't even flinch. He looked up, slowly raised both hands, and in the tone of an arrogant young master, deadpan as ever, said, I won't say a word without my lawyer present. The surrounding disciples all twitched in irritation. One even looked like he wanted to throw a rock at him. The nascent soul leader, however, simply stared. The culprit was still calm in this situation, so was he experienced? Then he waved to one of the core formation cultivators. Restrain him. The disciple stepped forward and slapped a pair of black cuffs on Yu Xian's wrists. As soon as they clicked into place, Yu Xian felt the seal snap across his meridians. His chi was locked. Record the scene. Retrieve the body, the leader instructed. Don't touch anything else. As the other committee members activated recording crystals and began cleaning up the battlefield, Yu Xian stood quietly in the middle of it all, cuffed and very much unbothered. Is this the rare moment when the cops actually arrive on time? He sighed inwardly. Truly a historic day. He looked around at the stiff-faced disciples moving with practiced precision. So, how are we getting to the court? He asked one of them casually, as if discussing travel plans to a tea house. The disciple gave him a sharp glance, snorted in disdain, and continued recording without answering. 10 minutes later, the site had been thoroughly documented, the broken corpse secured, and the committee gathered information, preparing to leave. Yu Xian, now thoroughly done with standing still, glanced at their leader and said, I'm not walking all the way there, you know. One of the nearby Foundation establishment disciples snapped. Watch your tone, criminal. Great, he had already been declared a criminal. Before things could escalate, the nascent soul leader raised a hand. The disciple instantly fell silent, though his glare remained. Chapter 125, Frontwater Technology. With a casual wave of his hand, the nascent soul leader summoned a small flying boat. It hovered a few inches above the ground, carved from smooth black wood and inscribed with glowing runes. The vessel looked simple, but Yu Xian could sense the formations embedded into its hull. The entire group boarded silently. It was just large enough to fit 20 people comfortably, likely a standard issue for official matters. The leader took position at the front, placing his hand on the steering formation. With a light pulse of his chi, the boat lifted higher into the air and began gliding forward, smooth as silk. Yu Xian, still dealing with a lingering headache, eyed the vessel and thought to himself, an actual flying boat. So original means of travel. He had one himself, a much smaller version in his space ring given to him by his mother, though it required high-grade spirit stones or a far deeper cultivation base than his to operate smoothly. So he never used it. As they soared into the sky, Yu Xian noticed the boat wasn't heading toward the town he'd come from. Ah, so we're not going back to the local town. Must be the main one. It made sense. He'd chosen the nearest town for convenience, it was closest to the main peak and offered easy access. He knew there was a larger city nearby, a proper hub, but that required at least 3 days of travel on foot. And without a spirit beast, that had been far too troublesome. Every main town served as a central node, surrounded by multiple satellite villages and smaller towns. The one now happened to be among the top 3 largest settlements on the elemental heaven peak, likely because of its proximity to the main peak. Of course, there were other major towns, but those lay scattered across the 6 minor peaks. Still, Yu Xian felt a vague sense of curiosity. So this is where the real sect politics happens, huh? He exhaled and leaned back slightly, hands still cuffed, watching the clouds pass overhead as the flying boat cut through the skies. They traveled in silence for nearly an hour. Not a word was spoken. Yu Xian didn't mind the quiet, he welcomed it, actually. But the other disciples seemed uncomfortable. Some cast him side glances, their expressions unreadable, before turning away. He noticed a few shaking their heads, as if to remind themselves that there was no point in making small talk with a designated criminal. Eventually, the silhouette of their destination came into view. That's not a town. That's a city, Yu Xian thought. The sheer scale of it stunned him. Massive walls encircled its outer edges, with pagodas and towers at each corner. Layers of buildings rose within, some sleek and modern, others ancient and carved from stone. It was clearly a main sect city, not just some temporary outpost like the one he had visited before. Scattered near its perimeter were a few smaller villages, likely housing for poorer disciples, or those who couldn't afford to burn their sect contribution points on the luxuries of the main city. The elite lived lavishly within the walls, while the others rested outside. From above, he could see the flow of disciples moving between the main city and those villages, like rivers of color and motion. He even spotted a unicorn, a real, winged unicorn soaring through the sky. Upon its back sat a female disciple dressed in silver-blue robes, her figure regal as she rode the spirit beast effortlessly across the clouds. Some people really are living the dream, Yu Xian thought dryly. There was no formal verification process to enter the city. A medallion scan at a floating formation was all it took, overseen by a few stationed disciples. As their boat began its descent toward the city, it naturally drew attention. After all, it wasn't every day that the discipline committee arrived with a bound prisoner in tow. Whispers spread quickly. Eyes turned their way. And Yu Xian, even with shackles around his wrists, lifted his chin slightly and gave them a faint smirk. The discipline committee disciples disembarked from the flying boat and moved toward a different gate than the one used by common disciples. The main entrance ahead was bustling with activity. Disciples coming and going, scanning their medallions, chatting noisily. But just to the side of it was a smaller, far less crowded gate. They headed there instead. As they passed, the stationed disciples along the path saluted the committee members with visible respect. Some even stood straighter as the group walked by, their eyes cautious and deferential. Yu Xian raised a brow. So, money and power really do come with respect, he mused internally. Soon after, the squad leader retrieved 12 disc-shaped devices from his storage ring and handed one to each committee member. They looked like thin, polished platforms with faint inscriptions etched across their surfaces. Yu Xian tilted his head. What's that? A nearby committee member scoffed. TCH, typical backwater brat. Never seen a glide disc before? Stand on it, tap your foot twice to activate direction mode, and then just shift your leg in the direction you want to go. It'll move on its own. Yu Xian blinked. Now that's a quality ride. The disciple added with a huff, just be grateful you don't have to insert your own spirit stones into it. Yu Xian gave him a sideways smirk. I'm rich, you poor one. The disciple's face twitched in annoyance, but he said nothing, especially with the nascent soul level leader still walking ahead. Yu Xian stepped onto the glide disc and tapped his foot twice. With a soft hum, the disc hovered a few inches off the ground, smooth and responsive. Then he leaned too far to the left. Crash. He slammed straight into a nearby disciple, who let out a grunt of pain and glared at him. Still learning, Yu Xian said shamelessly, brushing imaginary dust off his cuffs. After 10 awkward minutes, 2 near collisions and 1 full spin later, he finally got the hang of it. And with that, the group glided into the city, swift, smooth, and silent. Despite the restraints around his wrists and a few wobbling moments, Yu Xian somehow still managed to ride with the air of someone entirely in control. Who said Cultivation World's technology was backwater, it was frontwater too. Yu Xian had an image of an Arab riding this and yelling, Technologia. A/N, I think sometimes, words randomly spawn in my head, is it talent? Accidentally reincarnated in Cultivation World. Chapter 126, Holiday. Chapter 126, Holiday. After nearly another hour of gliding, the group finally arrived in front of a towering pagoda. The area was noticeably quieter, and the only disciples present were those wearing robes marked with the character for discipline. Along the way, Yu Xian had passed through both crowded districts and deserted alleys, experiencing the full range of the city's landscape. The glide disc's speed impressed him and the ride was swift and smooth. Even if he sprinted at full speed, he doubted he could cover that distance without collapsing. This device, though simple-looking, could take him incredibly far without draining any of his energy. They dismounted near the pagoda and handed the discs to the nascent soul leader for collection. Yu Xian was slightly reluctant to part with the ride. Still, practicality won out. These discs only worked well on smooth, flat surfaces. For travel in untamed wilderness or mountainous regions, he figured different models, maybe the ones which could fly at small heights, would be available in the market. He mentally noted to check that out later. Now that he thought about it, this device could trigger a full-blown existential crisis for anyone who rents spirit beasts for travel. But he hadn't seen many ordinary disciples using glide discs. Perhaps they were restricted to official sect operations. There was a beast rental service in the small town he had stayed in, but looking back, it suddenly felt primitive. As they stepped into the pagoda, Yu Xian overheard some casual chatter among the stationed disciples. One of them approached the leader of their group. So early in the morning, the newcomer said with a raised brow. He had a perfectly square face and, oddly enough, the rest of his body also seemed rectangular. It wasn't a figure of speech either. Yu Xian squinted. What the hell is his race? He looks like someone straight out of Minecraft. He made the conscious decision not to wonder if everything about the man was rectangular. It was a headache, the nascent soul leader said, rubbing his temple. Yu Xian gave him a side eye. What the hell had he done to cause a nascent soul expert a headache? He barely resisted the urge to defend himself. So when are you presenting him to court? The square man asked, glancing at Yu Xian. After the procedures are done, the leader replied. Haha, old age must be catching up to you, the square-faced disciple said, grinning. Or maybe you're just that hard-working. You do know what day it is, right? What? The leader said, frowning. He closed his eyes briefly, then sighed. Don't tell me. It's the 13th day of the week. The leader groaned. I want to go home early now. The square-faced man chuckled. Who even works on a holiday? It's a scheduled day off, you know. Yeah. I hardly keep track anymore, the leader muttered. Yu Xian, listening to this, couldn't help but interject. Wait. There's a holiday. Several nearby disciples turned to give him odd looks. One of them scoffed. Don't mind him. He's clearly from some backwater place. That's not it, Yu Xian countered. I just thought the sect didn't give holidays. He wasn't lying. He knew holidays existed here. His clan had similar customs. Elders and disciples alike were given leave occasionally to enjoy life or avoid going senile, as his father had said. But he hadn't checked the celestial calendar of this sect yet. For all he knew, his home planets was slightly aligned with Earth's system, but just slightly not everything was same. What's his crime, anyway? The square-faced disciple asked, finally turning his full attention to Yu Xian. The nascent soul leader sighed again and started explaining the case. After listening carefully, the square-faced disciple clicked his tongue and said, Tisk. These days, people are killing each other over the smallest reasons. Yu Xian blinked, then furrowed his brows. Small reason? What small reason? Why don't I know the reason? I don't even know the reason you are talking about. He resisted the powerful urge to say that out loud. I was told we were going to court, Yu Xian said, glancing toward the nascent soul cultivator with clear irritation. Yes. Well, there's been a change of plans, the leader replied casually, as if talking about the weather. What? Yu Xian said, his patience hanging by a thread. Today's a public holiday, the nascent soul leader added with a shrug. The court's closed. No hearings. So, he turned to 2 other disciples. You two, toss him in a holding cell for now. Yu Xian's face went blank. He was being treated like luggage. Not even given a chance to argue. His opinion apparently held less value than a random small talk. Still, he exhaled and said nothing. He didn't want to make things worse. Not yet. But deep inside, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he just contacted his master right now and asked to be rescued. Just for fun. Still, he held himself back. He wouldn't forget this injustice. The day would come when he'd take his revenge and it would be petty as hell. Two disciples lightly escorted him toward the holding cells, though their firm grip reminded him he wasn't exactly a guest. They led him underground, down a quiet stone corridor, until they reached a single door. Yu Xian looked around, frowning. Where's the cell? The disciple beside him sneered. Did you think you were getting special treatment? You'll be staying with the others until tomorrow, the second one added. Your trial will be conducted then. Yu Xian clicked his tongue. What about breakfast? You'll find it inside, just make sure you've got some points left in your medallion, the first disciple said, clearly done with this conversation. With a hum, the heavy door slid open, revealing the interior of the so-called jail. Yu Xian stepped in. His stomach growled. He was hungry. Chapter 127, Number 1. Stepping inside, Yu Xian found himself in a wide, rectangular hall. Along the rightmost side were rows of bunk beds, simple and utilitarian. A refreshment area stood a short distance from them. Most of the hall was empty space, but one corner caught his eye, shelves stacked with packaged food. A glowing panel nearby indicated the cost in sect points. So, not exactly great but more like a budget hostel, he mused. Across the vast room, Yu Xian spotted nearly 40 other disciples. They varied wildly in size and appearance, gathered in loose clusters. At the center, two were fighting while the rest surrounded them like an audience. A few figures stood out, leaning back confidently, surrounded by others. It looked like a rough hierarchy had already been established inside. In quieter areas, Yu Xian noticed loners or duos keeping to themselves, undisturbed by the noise or drama. As the entrance door slid shut behind him, several heads turned his way. Every inmate was male, no surprise, this was clearly the male wing. Yu Xian ignored the curious gazes. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the corner where the food was stocked. Tapping his medallion against the glowing panel, he retrieved a neatly packed meal. The contents? Purely vegetables. No meat. Still, the quality was surprisingly high. As he finished the last bite, he stared at the empty container with a blank expression. Did I just become a one-day vegan? He thought. Just then, a disciple approached him and wordlessly gestured for him to follow. Intrigued, Yu Xian trailed behind until they arrived at the largest cluster of people, clearly the dominant group inside this holding hall. Yu Xian immediately assessed the situation. There were 4 disciples at the center, each exuding authority. Mid-stage core formation realm, he estimated. The rest, clearly their underlings, sat or stood around them like lackeys orbiting planets. One of the bosses stepped forward and smirked. Well, newbie, now yo. He never finished his sentence. With a casual wave of his hand, the man dropped to his knees, his body held down by an unseen force. Yu Xian walked forward slowly, his expression calm and indifferent. The other 3 moved, alarmed, but before they could act, they too were forced down one by one. Despite the cultivation seals still present, Yu Xian's telekinesis paired with Immortal's gaze proved more than enough to suppress them completely. The sealing cuffs might have restricted his chi, but to him, they were now little more than weighted accessories, which now had taken place on his wrist like bangles. He stood in front of the quiet crowd, looking down at them like a bored king surveying peasants. I don't know whether you're into this kind of thing or not, he said casually, but for today, I'm your supreme boss. Yu Xian now lay flat on one of the upper bunks, arms behind his head, looking completely at ease. The so-called boss who had first tried to intimidate him now stood beside the bed like a loyal attendant. His ability to adapt to changing power dynamics was, admittedly, impressive. At the moment, Yu Xian was listening to stories from the various inmates, mostly the former bosses. Their tales were remarkably similar. They had each tried to steal some rare treasure from a seemingly weak disciple, assuming the poor fool would be an easy mark, only to discover that the so-called weakling was anything but weak. In each case, the victim reported them with the backing of some senior brother who had influence in the discipline committee. Since they had already used or partially absorbed the stolen treasure, the evidence was undeniable, and their voices were ignored in favor of the complainant. Found guilty, they received a standardized sentence, 1 week in the holding cells and 1,000 sect points penalty. In essence, they were small-time villains who had tried to rob some weak-looking protagonist and failed spectacularly. Oddly enough, this shared downfall had bred a strange sense of camaraderie between them. There was a lot of grumbling, but not much malice. Number 1, Yu Xian said lazily, not even looking at the man beside him, tell me about the loners in here. What do you know? Yes, boss. The man now dubbed Number 1 nodded immediately and began relaying everything he knew about the other isolated disciples scattered throughout the cell. Yu Xian listened patiently, but most of the information was bland, unremarkable, except for one duo. That pair stood out. Just then, Number 1 turned to him with genuine curiosity and asked, Boss, if you don't mind me asking, why were you brought here? He took a sip of water after asking, just in time to regret it. Oh, that. Yu Xian said casually, stretching slightly. I've got a trial tomorrow. Apparently, I'm here for killing a fellow disciple. Choke. Number 1 sputtered violently, water spraying from his mouth as he coughed and gasped for breath. His eyes widened in horror or maybe admiration. Yu Xian gave him a sidelong look. You good? Number 1 quickly composed himself. As expected of boss. You're not some small-time thief like me. Yu Xian sighed. You can go now. I want to sleep. Yes, boss. Number 1 bowed slightly and walked away, inwardly reaffirming his earlier assessment the other party was no ordinary cultivator. Even with his own higher cultivation, the suppression he'd felt earlier told him everything he needed to know. Better to follow than to provoke. After number 1 left, Yu Xian closed his eyes, trying to get some rest. 2 hours passed. He was still trying. 4 hours later. He swore he was really trying. But apparently, the more he wanted to sleep, the further sleep ran from him. It didn't help that he had an unfinished dream hanging somewhere in the back of his head. Finally, he gave up. With a mild headache returning and nothing else to do, Yu Xian got to his feet and made his way across the hall toward the one thing that had piqued his interest, the unusual duo. They weren't from the Elemental Heaven Peak. They were from the Myriad Path Peak. Now that was interesting. Chapter 128, The Crazy Duo. Yu Xian strolled toward the duo, who were deep in conversation. They looked human at first glance, but their aura told a different story. Both stood over 7 feet tall, long hair flowing down their backs. Surprisingly, they were twins though not identical. One had a thin, scholarly build, glasses perched on his nose, while the other was a wall of muscle that could probably snap a tree in half by breathing on it. As Yu Xian drew closer, both pairs of eyes locked on him. The one with glasses adjusted them slightly and said, "To what do we owe the visit of the man who killed a fellow disciple?" Yu Xian's brow twitched. It was self-defense, he replied flatly. Inwardly, he was impressed. His conversation with number 1 had been in a low voice, yet somehow these two had heard him. Then again, this was a prison. He really should have expected sharp ears here. "Hello. My name is Yu Xian," he said with a polite nod. "I'm N," said the man with glasses, "and this is my brother, K. I heard you're both from the Myriad Path Peak," Yu Xian said. "I was hoping we could discuss business." At the word business, their eyes lit up. Are you looking for pills? Or perhaps a custom potion?" N's voice carried a hint of excitement. "I've got a very wide variety." "Unfortunately, not at the moment," Yu Xian said. "Maybe next time. What I'm looking for now is a recommendation, either a formation master or a weaponsmith. You guys would know better." And clicked his tongue in mild disappointment, no doubt imagining he'd just lost a potential guinea pig for one of his normal experiments. "You're in luck. K's both." K crossed his arms, his voice a deep rumble. "What's the specific task? Keep in mind, my services don't come cheap. I'm looking for indestructible robes. I can make them partially indestructible up to the core formation stage," K said matter of fact. "Anything beyond that, I'd need to call in favors. But that would cost you hundreds of thousands of sect points." "That's fine. How much for your version?" Yu Xian asked. He really didn't want to bleed his wallet dry again. His mind drifted to the robes his master had given him, robes he refused to wear unless absolutely necessary. Those screamed "I have arrived" in a way that would get him killed faster than a sword to the gut. He retrieved his plain Yu clan robe and handed it over. Kay examined it with a faint frown. "This is just ordinary fabric. I'll have to replace the material first. That's not my part. I can outsource it. After that, I can weave in durability with mini formations. Price range would be 40 to 50,000 sect points, and I am really curious why you are not wearing the ones given by sect." Yu Xian ignored his question and thought for a moment, then pulled out 3 more robes and handed them over. "Take these 2. But tell me, are you reliable? I want credibility before I transfer that much. I don't want to find out I've been scammed." Kay shrugged. "I won't give you promises. What will you do?" Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. He had simply assumed that the other party was some crazy person to be captured and taken to prison even when they were not in their peaks. So he was gambling. Either they are some weird people and he will be scammed, or he can build some connection to the Myriad Path Peak. He remembered that his clanmate Yubo was there. Yu Xian activated Immortal's Gaze. Kay flinched, just for an instant before regaining his composure. "They're really not ordinary," Yu Xian confirmed his earlier suspicion. "Believe me," Yu Xian said, locking eyes with him, "I don't like being on the losing end of a deal." Kay, without breaking eye contact, pulled out an official-looking paper and a quill. He scribbled something down, then handed it over. "This serves as a binding agreement. If you think it's fake, you can always sue me." Yu Xian glanced over the document, noting Kay's signature. Something about it seems odd. But with the possibility of immortal dynasties existing out there, he kept his thoughts to himself and tucked the paper away. After some casual conversation and exchanging contacts, Yu Xian left them and headed back to his bed. Meanwhile, N and K watched his retreating back. "What was that?" K muttered. When his eyes turned golden, his spirit surged. "It even pressed me into submission." N frowned. It was strange. His cultivation isn't even close to mine, yet he dominated you in a battle of spirits. Should we invite him to our homeland after he ascends? We'll keep observing. But maybe we should toss him a technique. Let's see how he handles it. Back on his bed, Yu Xian was still mulling over their conversation. From what he'd heard, the brothers weren't here for any serious crime. They were supposedly on a private errand and a little vacation, touring various peaks. Even as inner disciples, they'd had to get multiple layers of approval to wander around. And yes, they were inner disciples. The reason they were stuck here was bizarre. And whom Yu Xian now mentally dubbed the crazy alchemist, had been experimenting with a new pill in a crowded street. The pill was supposed to rapidly purify one's meridians. Instead, it exploded in a puff of strange, shimmering mist. Kay reacted quickly, deploying a talisman that created a barrier to prevent the mist from drifting away. Unfortunately, it also trapped dozens of unsuspecting pedestrians inside. At first, everyone thought it was harmless. Some even took a deep breath, curious about the fragrance. That was when disaster struck. Someone farted and a loud, unmistakable PFFFRRT echoed through the barrier. The culprit froze in shame. But before anyone could point fingers, another fart joined in. Then, like a chain reaction, everyone trapped inside began farting uncontrollably. Within seconds, it was a symphony, no, a battlefield of gas. The mist, it turned out, truly did purify the body, by violently expelling all impurities from the digestive system at once. The smell was so potent it made a Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes water. A core formation disciple who happened to pass by was seen fleeing while holding his nose. Somewhere in the chaos, a poor disciple fainted, face down, never knowing who dealt the final blow. By the time the talisman barrier was dispelled, the street looked like a war zone. No one was injured, but public harmony had been annihilated. And thus, for disturbing public order N&K were thrown into the holding cell. Chapter 129, Trial ends. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Xian did little more than eat, lounge, and nap. Before he knew it, the next morning arrived. The door to the chamber creaked open, and his name was called. He rose, stretching lazily, and was escorted toward the exit alongside the disciple on duty. As he walked, number 1 and the other subjugated bosses and their underlings formed 2 neat lines on either side, their voices rising in unison. Have a nice day, boss. Yu Xian gave them a dignified nod, just enough to look like a benevolent ruler dismissing his loyal subjects, and strode out like a man walking away from a conquered city. The attending disciple tensed at first, expecting some kind of riot or jailbreak. But when he realized the others were simply watching one man leave with all the pomp of a general returning from war, he relaxed and let out the breath he'd been holding. Though he was strong, handling such a crowd would be impossible for him. Outside, the sun was already high, its warm light spilling across the sex grounds. Yu Xian walked at an unhurried pace. Those qi-suppressing bangles, now turned into shackles again, were clinking softly with each step, as if they were nothing more than decorative jewelry. The way he walked made it look like disciples escorting him seemed more like attendants than guards. The path to the discipline court was long, paved with immaculate white stone that gleamed under the sunlight. On either side, curious disciples paused in their tasks to watch. Some whispered about the man who killed a fellow disciple, while others merely stared, unsure whether to pity him or fear him. It seems, his notoriety was high. Yu Xian ignored them all. His head was held high, like he was walking in his backyard. Finally, the great gates of the court loomed ahead, carved from dark spirit wood and etched with runes that shimmered faintly. 2 guards stood at attention, their spears crossed in front of the entrance. At the sight of Yu Xian, they stepped aside, clearing the way. Several other disciples lingered nearby, watching with quiet curiosity. Inside, the air was noticeably cooler, carrying the faint scent of incense. The building itself was white, so pristine it almost gleamed, its purity lending it a strangely modern feel amidst the sect's traditional architecture. Yu Xian was escorted deeper inside. The interior held the same calm atmosphere, with small groups of disciples murmuring to one another. At the far end stood the judge's table, where an elder sat in the center, flanked on either side by 2 disciples acting as attendants. In the middle of the hall lay a lone jade platform, the place where the accused would stand, to speak under the sex laws and the elder's scrutiny. Apparently, Yu Xian's case would be the first hearing of the day. Before he could step onto it, a disciple approached and informed him he needed to change into either the robes of his peak or a standard-issue robe. Reluctantly, Yu Xian opted for his multicolored robes. Once dressed, he walked toward the jade platform. Along the way, his space ring and medallion were confiscated and handed to the presiding elder. The elder appeared to be the archetypal wise old man with kind eyes, an amiable smile except for one detail: his skin was a deep shade of blue. When his gaze fell on Yu Xian's multicolored robes, his expression flickered. In the entire sect, there was only one person known to wear such robes. With the information he had, the elder's thoughts sharpened. Is he the Peak Master's disciple? Without delay, he sent a mental transmission to the disciple seated below, instructing him to gather every detail of the case and speak with the one in charge. The disciple scrambled off and returned 5 minutes later, clutching a stack of documents. Yu Xian, left waiting, idly hummed a tune to himself. At last, he was called to step onto the jade platform. The multicolored robes drew more than a few stares, and paired with his striking appearance, Yu Xian looked less like a criminal and more like someone attending a fashion show by mistake. Now, the case of Yu Xian, accused of killing a fellow disciple, will begin, a disciple announced with exaggerated formality. The elder adjusted his sleeves, glanced at the documents and said, "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" "I need a lawyer," Yu Xian replied, still clinging to the faint hope of legal representation. The elder's eyebrow twitched. "Anything other than that?" "No." The elder exhaled, the kind of sigh that belonged to someone who'd rather be at home drinking tea. After thorough investigation by the committee, it is concluded that the killing of Gu Yufan was in self-defense. The court declares Yu Xian innocent. The hall was silent. Yu Xian froze. The crowd froze. Everyone in the court was confused. Yu Xian had expected a fiery debate, cross-examinations, perhaps even an impassioned speech about justice. Instead, it felt like someone had skipped half the play and jumped straight to the happy ending. Where's the committee? Why wasn't I interrogated? Did I just win a trial? Is this court? He had many questions. Yu Xian stepped down from the jade platform like a man leaving a dream he wasn't sure he'd had. The elder gave him a polite nod. You may collect your belongings on the way out. Thank you, Yu Xian said, as if unsure whether he'd just been acquitted or accidentally promoted. As he walked past the onlookers, whispers exploded around him. Wow, did you see that? Instant acquittal. Must be some powerful backing. No, I heard his multicolored robes are some artifact that grants legal immunity. I think the elder just wanted to go to lunch early. Various talks erupted but suspicion lingered in the air. This case was too unnatural. Chapter 130, Tower of Trials. Yu Xian first changed back into his regular Yu clan robes before stepping outside. The attending disciple was waiting there, returning Yu Xian's medallion and space ring with a look that was half respect, half fear, the kind of look one might give a man who just walked out of court without lifting a finger. Off to the side, Yu Xian spotted the nascent soul leader from earlier. The man looked haggard, like he'd aged a decade overnight. Yu Xian almost ignored him. Almost. At the last moment, he walked over with a friendly smile. Do you remember me? The nascent soul leader gave him a look that could curdle milk. It was very sour. What do you want? Yu Xian coughed lightly, keeping his smile. Senior, you see, I've been brought all this way without knowing the directions. Could I perhaps borrow a glide disc? I need to travel long distances. The man's eyebrow twitched. Glide discs were strictly for official sect business, not for random disciples to joyride across the peaks. But then, remembering the grueling interrogation he just endured over Yu Xian's case, he sighed and reached into his storage. This is sect property, he said, handing over a single disc. Don't lose it. I'm using my authority to transfer ownership of this one to you. Feed it only high-quality spirit stones. Yu Xian accepted it like a man borrowing a friend's personal items without the intention of returning it ever again. Senior, you have no idea how much easier my life just got. Yu Xian thanked the nascent soul leader and walked away. The man just stood there, staring at his back, wondering, what exactly is his background? Outside the discipline committee, Yu Xian pulled up the map function on his medallion. He decided to wander and explore the various parts of the city. After all, in this city he was still a mountain boy. There were 3 major attractions here that drew the largest crowds of disciples. The first was the arena. As always, it was packed, but compared to the smaller towns, this one was on an entirely different scale, grander, louder, and filled with the scent of competition. The second was the Elemental Tower. This was the pride of the 3 main towns of the Elemental Heaven Peak. In contrast, the minor peaks like Fire Peak, Water Peak, and even Yin Peak each had their own specialized tower dedicated to their element. Yu Xian recalled that when he had first arrived at the Elemental Heaven Peak, he must have landed at some border of Fire Peak because there all he saw was red robes, and after some travel he saw the Yin Tower there. Was it because these both peaks shared borders? Or was it some other thing? His friend, Panda Po, was likely settled at the main Yin Peak by now. Elder Kun had then brought him to the main peak. Travel from the smaller town to the main one had taken nearly an hour, but from Yin Peak to the main peak, it had been only a matter of minutes. That thought made him wonder just how strong was Elder Kun? The Elemental Tower was used for both training disciples and earning resources. Its interior would automatically adjust to suit the strength of the one entering. To Yu Xian, it was an incredible marvel, but in a world where immortals existed, perhaps such wonders were commonplace. The final attraction was the main highlight of the entire peak, and only one existed in each main peak. This structure was directly connected to the sect's main headquarters beyond the immortal realm itself. He had read about it on the community forum through his medallion, which functioned much like a smartphone. It was a tower but unlike any other. This was the Tower of Trials. Or, more accurately, the original trials of the Heaven Immortal sect, designed to forge disciples through hardship and reward only those who could rise above the challenge. Yu Xian couldn't help but frown in thought. If both the Tower of Trials and the Elemental Tower were meant to train disciples, then what was the real difference? Surely, the sect wouldn't pour immense resources into building 2 separate systems if their purposes overlapped entirely. There had to be something deeper, some distinction in purpose, scope, or reward. Still, speculation could wait. He was going to see it for himself. Summoning his glide disc, Yu Xian checked the medallion's map and locked onto the Tower of Trials location. With a push, the disc hummed beneath his feet, and he shot forward, cutting through the crisp air. The journey took him through a living tapestry of sect life. He passed auction halls adorned with banners advertising rare treasures, talismans, and exotic beasts. Merchant stalls hawked spiritual herbs, talisman scrolls, and bizarre contraptions whose purpose he couldn't begin to guess. Some shops loudly promised half-price discounts on weapons today only, though Yu Xian suspected they said that every day. The streets were thronged with disciples, each radiating their own unique aura. He saw those of the fire, water, earth, poison, space, yang, even rarer time paths and many more. Some strolled leisurely, others rushed past with urgent expressions. The sheer diversity and strength was staggering. From the youngest chi condensation disciples still clinging to their first robes, to towering cultivators whose realms Yu Xian couldn't sense at all but whose mere presence pressed on his chest like a weight, they all moved through the same city, coexisting in a constant hum of ambition. It was enough to make him wonder just what the sect was ultimately planning. With such a concentration of power, there was no way their goals were as simple as train disciples. And this was just a main town of a peak, and there were multiple peaks, and not to mention this was their temporary base, in the lower realm. Like this, there were other main peaks too. Chapter 131, Defeat Yourself 1. 3 hours later, the sprawl of buildings gave way to a vast, open plaza. At its center loomed Yuxian's destination. The Tower of Trials rose like a spear piercing the heavens, its golden surface alive with flowing runes that pulsed and shifted like living veins of light. Every curve of those runes whispered a tale, and the air here felt heavy charged, as if the tower itself were weighing the worth of all who approached. It was monumental in scale, yet had only one entrance. A steady stream of disciples filled in, while another flowed out from a separate exit. Despite the staggering number of people, there was no chaos, only a calm, disciplined order. Yuxian knew the rule: each disciple could only enter once per month. No exceptions. He joined the line, noting how even those with much higher cultivation stood patiently, showing no trace of arrogance. Disciples of the discipline committee wandered the plaza at a leisurely pace, hands clasped behind their backs, but their eyes missed nothing. The wait dragged on, and the single entrance meant progress was slow. 15 minutes later, Yuxian finally reached the front. There was no grand checkpoint, just a single disciple at a desk, calmly recording entry and exit times. Yuxian handed over his medallion. The disciple noted the time, slid it back to him, and gestured toward the towering gates. Up close, the doors were impossibly vast, their golden panels engraved with scenes of battles, heavenly beasts, and strange landscapes. As Yuxian stepped past them, the runes flared, bathing him in a flood of warm light. Then the world folded. The plaza vanished. The sound of the crowd died in an instant. It felt as if invisible hands had seized him, pulling him through a seam in reality. In the next heartbeat, Yuxian was gone, swallowed whole by the Tower of Trials. Yuxian found himself standing in a vast, empty hall. The place was silent, almost reverent. The walls looming high above him were covered in murals that pulsed faintly with color and light, as though they remembered the events they depicted. Here were beings from every corner of existence, some shaped like men, others like beasts, and some that defied all mortal geometry. Races that had no names. Creatures that could never fit inside the hall, yet their presence coiled across the walls as though space itself bent to contain them. He saw cultivators locked in battle with a devouring void, their spiritual weapons glinting like defiant stars. A colossal serpent encircled a black sun, gnawing at it endlessly. A wolf with eyes like shattered moons leapt toward a warrior cloaked in lightning. Elsewhere, a lone man in golden armor waded into an ocean of shadowborn horrors, each swing of his blade cutting down a tide that never seemed to end. Not far from him, a figure danced through a storm of collapsing worlds, every gesture tearing apart or remaking entire realms. A great tree's branches cradled 1,000 spheres of light, some were worlds, others beating hearts. Beneath it, an armored giant battled something too vast to see in its entirety, its form shrouded in writhing darkness. Then came the images he could not keep. A cracked sky bleeding. A faceless thing whose mere outline bent his thoughts. Twice, the moment he looked, the mural blurred the memory stolen before it could root in his mind. In one fleeting instant, Yuxian thought he saw a ring of mountains split apart to reveal 1,000 armed massive blue being hurling weapons of pure thought, but the moment his eyes touched it, the image vanished, memory and all. He saw a massive phoenix, dying 9 times and ascending to unknown heights. Finally, a golden dragon stretched across the horizon, each scale etched with entire civilizations. When it breathed, the heavens themselves seemed to recoil from the flood of power it unleashed. Here, the details were sharper, almost alive, as if the murals might step down from the walls at any moment. Then it hit him, a crushing, absolute will sweeping over him like a tidal wave. His muscles tensed instinctively, his mind sharpening in defense, but there was no malice. Just an endless, impersonal gaze that took in everything about him. Still, Yuxian didn't like being scanned. He had only planned to take a quick tour before leaving, but with barely a week left in the month, he decided he might as well enter a challenge. If he didn't, his free pass would expire, and nothing hurt more than wasting something free. Glowing letters materialized in front of him, arranging themselves neatly into a profile. Name, Yuxian. Picture. Race, human. Cultivation, Qi condensation 7th layer. Physique, unknown. Bloodline, unknown. Status, heavenly restriction partially broken. Remarks, Yuxian was confused. Partially broken? His own status screen clearly said, 7/12ths, so what more was there to break? And more importantly, what kind of official remark was that? What is Is it a secret code? Why doesn't he understand? Or did the tower just not know what to make of him? He decided not to think too hard about it, which, in Yuxian's experience, was usually the safest option. More text appeared. Calculating optimum path forward. Irregular status detected. Modifying path. Searching historic records. Match not found. Creating path based on various records. Initializing sequence. Challenger Yuxian, may the spirit of cultivator be with you. The grand hall dissolved into motes of light, and suddenly Yuxian was standing in an endless plain under a pale sky. The air shimmered before him, and a shadow began to take shape. When the light cleared, Yuxian froze. It was him. An exact copy, same posture, same aura, same expression, except the other Yuxian's eyes were cold, utterly indifferent. Words burned into the air between them. Challenge 1, defeat yourself. Your opponent is #@and, % a being who becomes what you are, but better. If their opponent loses, #@and, % will take their identity, their karma, their destiny, their fate, they become who they swallow. Defeat #@and, %. Chapter 132, Defeat Yourself 2. Yu Xian stood face to face with Yu Xian. Or rather, with something that had stolen his skin and perfected it. The other's stance was identical, his breathing steady, but his eyes, cold, indifferent, as though even looking at Yu Xian was a mild inconvenience. Neither moved. The silence stretched until it felt like the space between them was about to collapse. Finally, the indifferent-eyed Yu Xian spoke. Why do you keep lying to yourself? The real Yu Xian looked confused and said, what exactly is that supposed to mean? You know what I mean. The fake's voice was calm, almost bored. You sometimes act weaker than you are because it's easier than admitting what you want. Yu Xian tilted his head. You sound like a self-help book written by someone I'd punch. No, I sound like you. Remember what the trial said. I am you, a better you. The part of you that doesn't waste time pretending. Yu Xian chuckled. Oh, so you're my serious side. Great. My cheap knockoff not only talks nonsense but also thinks he's a philosopher. Are we even gonna fight? The fake didn't blink. Your mission is to defeat me, so yes, we'll fight. But I'd prefer we settle this like civilized people, one at a time. Yu Xian's eyebrow twitched. Civilized people don't show up wearing my face while questioning my choices. Still, a part of him was analyzing his opponent. Was this thing reading him, or simply being him? He decided to stop talking. With a thought, Immortal's gaze flared to life but the clone merely shook his head. You know this is pointless. You and I have the same eyes. The same walls. You won't find a weakness you don't already know exists. And then, without further warning, the fake raised a massive boulder with telekinesis, compressed it until it cracked and splintered, then scattered it into dozens of jagged spikes. They fell like a rain of stone, fast enough to shred a cultivator before they could draw breath. Yu Xian didn't flinch. A telekinetic field bloomed in a perfect sphere around him, 15 meters wide. Every shard that touched it froze midair, hovering for a heartbeat before dropping harmlessly to the ground. The fake gestured to the fallen debris. See? Effortless. You don't need to struggle to win. Yu Xian smirked, eyes narrowing. Maybe. But a fight that ends too quickly is boring. A sword materialized in Yu Xian's hand, its blade wreathed in a pulsing red aura that shimmered like molten steel. The fake Yu Xian let out a quiet sigh, almost disappointed, and with a flick of his wrist, an identical sword appeared in his grip, its aura a perfect mirror. They moved in unison, each slashing forward. Two crimson arcs ripped through the air and collided mid-flight with a sound like tearing silk, the impact erupting in a shockwave that shattered the ground between them. Dust curled away, revealing jagged cracks spiderwebbing across the floor. Yu Xian's eyes narrowed. His arc was heavier than mine. A mischievous idea struck him. He pulled a talisman from his storage ring, a plain slip of paper etched with delicate, deadly runes. The fake froze for a fraction of a second, then his expression smoothed back into indifference. You can't use that. External items are sealed here. Yu Xian glanced down and felt it, the faint pressure of a restrictive seal, locking away the talisman's power. He clicked his tongue, so regretful. Still, the reaction had been worth it. He could tell, if he could use it, the fake wouldn't have stood a chance. He hadn't even dared to use this talisman against the devouring demon inside the sect, otherwise the consequences would have been unpredictable. Slipping it back into his ring, Yu Xian drew in a slow breath. It seems you're not taking me seriously, the fake said, voice flat. Yu Xian smirked. Let's fix that. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged. The fake's grip tightened on his own blade, meeting the charge head-on. Clang! Sword met sword, red auras flaring outward like clashing storms. Sparks danced between them, the ring of metal echoing in the vast plain. After the clash they distanced themselves. Yu Xian and his fake circled each other, boots grinding over the fractured earth. Both moved with the same rhythm, the same measured steps, each waiting for the other to commit a mistake. The fake struck now a diagonal slash that came like lightning. Yu Xian pivoted, parrying with a sharp clang, the force vibrating up his arm. He twisted his wrist, sliding the blade aside, then counterattacked with a stabbing thrust. The fake batted it away and kicked at Yu Xian's knee. Yu Xian caught the leg mid-swing, shoving it aside, but his opponent spun with the momentum, slicing low. Yu Xian hopped back, the blade shaving a lock of hair from his temple. They clashed again, blades ringing in rapid succession, high, low, faint, spin, each strike met with an equal and opposite block. Sparks showered the ground. If a normal chi condensation cultivator saw this, their eyeballs would pop out, like characters in Zero Piece. The fake suddenly stepped in close, pressing his shoulder into Yu Xian's chest. The impact shoved Yu Xian back a step, just enough for the fake to unleash a brutal overhead slash. Yu Xian raised his sword in a two-handed guard, the blow slamming down with such force that the ground beneath him cracked. Yu Xian grinned, feeling the battle. Not bad, now this is serious. He shoved upward, breaking the lock, then swept low in a spinning slash. The fake leapt over it, landing lightly only for Yu Xian to launch a telekinetic push that sent him skidding back several meters. The fake dug his sword into the ground to halt his momentum and said, I thought we will settle this with a sword fight. Then he flicked his sword. A barrage of razor-sharp energy blades burst toward Yu Xian. Yu Xian darted forward, weaving between the glowing arcs, his own blade tracing a crimson trail in the air. The two met again in a blinding clash, red light exploding between them like a second sun. Chapter 133, Defeat Yourself 3. Chapter 133, Defeat Yourself 3. The shockwave from their clash rippled outward, ripping shallow trenches through the ground. Both fighters were already gone before the dust could settle, vanishing in blurs of red light. Steel sang in the air, clang, clang, clang too fast for the eye to follow. The fake Yu Xian's movements grew sharper, his blade carving arcs that warped the air itself. Yu Xian barely parried, each block rattling his bones. A single step from the fake cracked the ground like shattered glass. He lunged forward, his sword cleaving down with enough force to split a boulder. Yu Xian met it head-on, the impact detonating in a shockwave that sent shattered stone flying like shrapnel. Before the debris could fall, the fake flicked his blade, sending dozens of sword beams whipping through the air like hunting serpents. Yu Xian's eyes glowed golden, faintly Immortal's gaze tracking each deadly arc. He had discovered various uses of Immortal's gaze instead of just intimidating the opponent. One included height visual perception. He twisted, sidestepped, cut through three, ducked under another, but the last one grazed his shoulder, leaving a smoking cut in his robe. "You're slower than me," the fake said calmly, stepping through the air as though it were solid ground. Yu Xian didn't answer, instead he slammed his palm to the ground, unleashing a telekinetic pulse that hurled up chunks of stone. With a flick of his fingers, they shot forward like bullets. The fake's sword blurred every stone split cleanly in midair, fragments scattering harmlessly. Yu Xian smirked. That had been the distraction. He closed the gap in a single step, blade wreathed in crimson, swinging upward with a strike that carried every ounce of his strength. The fake caught it with his sword, but his expression shifted, just slightly, as their auras collided in a storm of energy that lit the surroundings in blood-red light. He saw it clearly now, Yu Xian was adapting. Every movement, every feint, every breath, he was learning his patterns. And the more Yu Xian adapted, the more comfortable he became facing him. "What a monster," the fake muttered, voice flat, eyes still cold. But he too was adapting, not by growing stronger, but by sharpening his ability to counter Yu Xian specifically. And Yu Xian noticed it. His fake was a little faster, a little stronger, a little sharper in every exchange. His sword swings carried more weight, his footwork covered ground with impossible precision, and his reactions seemed to come a fraction before Yu Xian even moved. Yu Xian couldn't help but wonder, what kind of absurd species could produce a creature like this? Still, there was no fear in him. His confidence in himself burned brighter than any doubt. But as his eyes locked with his perfect mirror, he knew one thing for certain. This was going to be a long fight. 5 hours later, the battlefield was unrecognizable, gouged earth, shattered stone, and the faint shimmer of lingering energy still crackling in the air. Amid the wreckage, two figures stood, breathing hard but steady. On one side was Yu Xian, his right arm gone at the shoulder, a sword buried deep in his right abdomen. His once pristine robes were now nothing but tattered cloth soaked in a mix of his own blood and his opponent's. Opposite him stood the other Yu Xian, the one with those cold, indifferent eyes. Both his wrists were severed, and a jagged stone spike was lodged in his left thigh. Blood matted his hair and streaked his face. They were both only in the chi condensation realm, yet they had fought for 5 hours straight. That fact alone spoke volumes. "I told you," the fake said, a faint smile tugging at his lips, "you can drop the act. No chi condensation fight lasts this long." Yu Xian exhaled slowly. He couldn't deny it, this had been a brutal battle. His strange, unnamed cultivation technique had kept his body in fighting condition far longer than it should have, though the mental fatigue had been building with every exchange. Now, even with his mind weary, he found himself strangely capable of bearing it. He knew the cause of it. His trait adaptive mind was like an app doing work in background. So even if he didn't praise this trait, like a loyal worker, it worked. To take his opponent's wrist and cripple his leg, Yu Xian had paid with his arm. To bait him into a decisive strike, he had taken that sword to the gut, but not before severing the other wrist with a final, desperate kick. Pain was inevitable, but victory was worth it. It had been result of perfect timing, even using the second move of the magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family. His opponent had mirrored it, but the damage was done. "Our fight is nearly over," Yu Xian said quietly. This duel had taught him much about his strength, but the most important lesson was something deeper. The greatest enemy had not been power, speed, or technique. It all came down to choice, the choice of his stronger self. The opponent before him was not some stranger, he was Yu Xian's stronger version, and being strong he faced choices. That was the problem, he didn't properly utilize his choice. He was beginning to understand the purpose of Tower of Trials. Now, with only one hand left, Yu Xian understood that victory was inevitable. He still had a weapon. His opponent did not. The fake Yu Xian understood it as well, yet there was no fear in his eyes. Was death truly something to dread? He was still based on Yu Xian, and his thought reflected Yu Xian's choices. Yu Xian's aura flared, blood-red light coating the length of his sword. In answer, the other Yu Xian raised his severed arms, and that same red aura erupted from his wrists, shaping itself into twin, razor-edged blades of pure intent. The choice had been made. There was no turning back. Chapter 134, Reward. Yu Xian and the other Yu Xian locked eyes. No words were needed, they both knew this would be the final clash. After this, win or lose, their bodies would be too broken to continue. Both let out a guttural war cry and surged forward. The air between them screamed as their auras collided, and then, boom! A thunderous shockwave ripped through the plane, then silence. Yu Xian now stood inches away from his opponent. Pain bloomed in his chest, the fake's hand was buried deep within, the blood-red aura burning a hole straight through his body. The fake Yu Xian, however, was not unscathed. His other arm, which had caught Yu Xian's blade, hung limply before dropping to the ground. Across his chest, a single shallow slash bled slowly, yet behind it, Yu Xian's sword had kissed his heart. Both coughed blood, the sound wet and ragged. The fake gave a small, almost knowing smile, his indifferent eyes flickered with emotion for the first time. Freaking monster, he murmured, his voice fading. The red aura around his embedded hand flickered, then vanished. A heartbeat later, his body split diagonally from shoulder to waist, the upper half crumpling to the ground. Yu Xian's tension finally broke. His knees buckled under the crushing wave of mental exhaustion. His vision blurred, he collapsed into a seated position. There was a gaping hole in his chest, a sword lodged in his right abdomen, and his right arm was gone entirely. Before him lay the unmoving form of his other self. Cough cough. He spat blood, grimacing. Where's that damned golden light that heals all wounds when you need it? His thoughts drifted, darkness closed in, and Yu Xian surrendered to unconsciousness. When Yu Xian's eyes finally closed, the body of his fallen opponent, his other self, dissolved into countless motes of light, scattering like fireflies in the night before vanishing entirely. And then, just as he had wished moments earlier, a golden radiance descended upon him. It wrapped around his battered form in a warm, weightless embrace. His wounds knit together, the gaping hole in his chest sealed, and even his missing arm reformed, every bone, vein, and muscle weaving back into place. The golden light was more than healing, it baptized him, tempering flesh and bone until his entire body was strengthened. The plane dissolved, and Yu Xian found himself once more in the vast hall where the murals loomed on the walls. Time slipped away unnoticed until his eyes fluttered open. He scanned his surroundings first, then let out a slow breath. Only after confirming he was alone did he turn his attention inward. His body felt whole again, stronger, even. Testing his cultivation, he realized he'd advanced, chi condensation, 8th layer. I still prefer cultivating peacefully under a tree over fighting for breakthroughs, he muttered, shaking his head. He still liked this fight, now he knew his weak points. His opponent was himself, a slightly stronger version, but he identified the problem his slightly strong self struggled with. Now he just hoped the rewards would be worth it. He gave his all because he knew he would not die here, and even if he was injured his injuries would be healed. Then he checked his medallion for time. Holy shit. Yu Xian muttered. After checking he found out that 2 days had passed. Apparently the time outside the tower and inside were synchronized. So I was sleeping for 2 days straight. That was a new record for him. Across the empty space, glowing words began to form in the air. Calibrating performance. Excellent. Issuing recommended reward. A parchment materialized before him. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, inscribed with symbols that defied language, geometric patterns that shifted between symmetry and asymmetry, lines and shapes that seemed to exist in 2, 3, perhaps even 4 dimensions at once. Staring at it for too long made his mind ache. New words appeared. Reward, chance to form a contract with exotic divine life of heaven and earth. Challenger Yu Xian, drop your blood on the parchment. Those last words carried a weight that was almost ominous. Still, exotic divine life of heaven and earth had a nice ring to it, and opportunities like this didn't exactly come with a try again tomorrow option. Yu Xian pulled a dagger from his space ring, made a quick cut across his palm, and let a drop of blood fall onto the hovering parchment. The parchment blazed with light, blinding, alive, before its surface rippled like water. A shape began to take form in 3 dimensions, its edges shifting too fast for him to recognize. This wasn't like the trial's illusions, it felt real. Then, without warning, skill, fated encounter activated. The forming figure flickered violently, as if something unseen had reached in and twisted the process. The transmission's path flung somewhere else. Far beyond the heavens, in folds of the void that could shred immortals to dust, there stood a colossal, ethereal blue tree. It didn't grow from the void, it commanded it, and its very presence was a treasure that defied existence. Signs of life stirred within its boughs, but not ordinary life. Each presence here radiated enough power to shake worlds, yet none bore the will to destroy. Their forms drifted like illusions, vast, shimmering butterflies, their wings bending reality as easily as wind bends grass. At the tree's highest reaches rested one far greater than the rest. A butterfly whose beauty was terrifying, whose power was far worse. Its gaze rested on 3 enormous eggs, each cradled in woven strands of light birthed by heaven and earth themselves. One egg pulsed with a soft, oceanic glow of blue and white. Another throbbed with the heavy, cold rhythm of death. And the central one shimmered with life and death braided into one heartbeat. The great butterfly's antennae twitched. Its head turned slowly, as if it had just felt something. And it was looking straight in Yu Xian's direction. Chapter 135, Egg. Its colossal eyes ignored both the concept of distance and the heavenly restrictions forbidding higher beings from peering into the lower realms. Those laws were sealed by contract, yet contracts could be sidestepped if a cause existed. And this time, a cause had emerged. The ancient butterfly felt the call of a mutual growth contract. It wasn't aimed at it directly, but at one of its own, the egg pulsing in soft blue and white. Its attention sharpened on Yuxian, and far below, the Tower of Trials shuddered under the weight of its gaze. The tower resisted, but not completely. In that moment, the butterfly sensed something on Yuxian. Fragmented, incomplete, yet unmistakable. Not one, but three. Understanding dawned. Now it knew why the contract reached for the blue-white egg. The butterfly's vast wings unfurled, scattering the surrounding void as though it were mere mist. Other titans dwelling within the tree's boughs turned toward it, their thoughts unknown. 2 of the 3 resting eggs rose into the air, the blue-white and the dark one. The butterfly drew upon the deep, endless power of the great azure tree, weaving its essence into both eggs. They shrank, their world-sized shells compressing until each was no larger than a ping-pong ball. Sensing this, the third egg, the eldest, containing the power of both life and death, trembled violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the void. The butterfly brushed it with its wings, sending a sign of silent reassurance. The elder egg stilled. Then the call of the contract swelled. The butterfly moved, altering the cause itself, shifting reality so that it would bind not 1, but 2. In a flash that bent space like soft cloth, the 2 shrunken eggs shot through the void, vanishing from the higher realm and manifesting before Yuxian. The butterfly watched. It felt no worry, both were cloaked in its protection, reinforced by the tree's power. Its action may not go unnoticed. But, it knew truths that even the other may have forgotten. It had been alive for a very, very long time. Elsewhere, the shuddering of the Tower of Trials did not go unnoticed. Deep within the sect, several elders paused their discussion as the tremor rippled through the earth. An anomaly. They quickly confirmed the source where it happened, and knowing that this tower was merely a copy of the original and thus posed no immediate threat, they decided to assign someone to investigate it. Back in the trial space, 2 small, glowing eggs, each no larger than a ping-pong ball, floated before Yuxian. Beside them, a simple yet ancient-looking locket materialized, its surface etched with faintly shifting runes. Yuxian stared. He had been expecting something dramatic, perhaps a legendary dragon or phoenix swooping down, after which he would ride through the skies like some hero in a bard's tale. Instead, 2 eggs. That 2 unhatched. He now wondered what these eggs had in store for him. He still remembered, this time his skill-fated encounter had activated. The previous time it did, he saw a vision, and this time eggs appeared. He remembered that the reward was a contract. Not contracts. Not multiple. He didn't have the idea why he now had eggs instead of egg. For a brief, terrible moment, a thought crossed his mind: if he ate these, will he get stronger? Maybe even grow visible muscles? He wisely abandoned the idea just as glowing text appeared before him. Drop your blood on these eggs. With a shrug, Yuxian opened his already wounded palm, squeezed until fresh blood welled up, and let the drops fall onto the shells. The eggs absorbed the blood instantly. Then, without warning, they shot forward, slamming into his forehead and vanishing into him. Ah! Yuxian screamed loud, long, and entirely unrestrained before his consciousness was abruptly swallowed by darkness. In another heaven different from the one in which Yuxian existed, a small planet floated in space, encircled by massive, self-luminous moons that bathed its surface in silver light. Upon this planet stood an ancient temple. Inside, a man sat in quiet meditation. His hair was a cascade of silver blue, his eyes the same hue, holding the cold brilliance of deep, star-filled seas. Suddenly, his expression shifted. The curse vanished, he murmured, the words edged with disbelief. That should have been impossible. The curse was forged to cling beyond lifetimes, binding even through reincarnation. To sever it, either one of them would need to die. He had even enlisted help from those he would rather never owe, just to ensure it could not be undone. His gaze narrowed. Did they die? No. That's not possible. The question gnawed at him, an unwanted puzzle lodged in his mind. The vanishing meant something had changed. If those 2 returned, things will get difficult for him. But for now, he let it go. The thread would reappear. And when it did, he would be ready. After an unknown amount of time, Yuxian woke up. His expression was grim, as though he had just awoken from a nightmare that refused to fade. For an instant, his eyes shifted to a pure, depthless darkness that seemed to swallow the light around them. Then, just as quickly, they returned to their normal shade, leaving only the faint memory of what had been. He drew in a long, steadying breath, but it did little to quiet the storm inside him. His fists clenched so tightly that the scarred palm, the one he had cut earlier, split open again, sending fresh blood dripping down his fingers. Only when he forced himself to look around did the tension ease slightly. Floating before him were the 2 small eggs, glowing faintly. He reached out, brushing them gently with his fingertips. A strange warmth pulsed through them, and he realized these fragile-looking things had stopped something truly terrible from happening. More than that, he could feel it now: there was a bond between them. Chapter 136, Cursed and Shameless. When Yuxian awoke, fragments of information had surged into his mind, knowledge about the 2 eggs, and an ugly truth about himself. He was cursed. When the eggs had merged into his forehead, it had been like a purification ritual. His spirit and soul had been scoured clean, the contract with the eggs burning away the corruption. And with that cleansing came knowledge, not just of the curse's existence, but of its hunger. His killing intent flared, hot and sharp. He had to force himself to breathe deeply, fingers curling so tightly that blood welled from his healing palm again. Now that the pieces had fallen into place, the truth was unavoidable. These eggs truly lived up to the title exotic divine life of heaven and earth. They had not only saved him, but he might have even discovered the reason the Tower of Trials existed alongside the other towers. The curse had been feeding on his spirit for who knows how long, gnawing at the edges, trying to worm its way into his soul. It had failed, and the reasons were unknown. Now that he was cultivating, however, his spirit had been growing and the curse had been growing stronger with it. The soul is the basis of a person's existence. From the soul manifests the spirit. From the spirit manifests the will. Through the will, we influence the material. The chance surfaced in his mind, a gift from the eggs. He etched it into his memory. It would be a weapon for the future. But now came the question that sank its claws into him. How long had this curse been with him? Since birth? When the time he awakened? Or the moment he stepped into the Heaven Immortal sect? If it had been there from the very beginning, why hadn't his parents noticed? His mother, a master of soul arts, could weave illusions that trapped even seasoned cultivators, and yet, this thing had slipped past her. Was he cursed by someone stronger than her? Recently, he'd been sleeping more than usual. Now he understood his spirit had been staggering under the weight of the curse's constant drain. The realization that someone had been pulling his strings from the shadows made him furious. And then there was his so-called system, a useless thing that only surfaced when it pleased, giving no warnings, no status checks, no hint of the danger. He didn't know who had done this, or why. But one thing was certain, because he had survived, the one who placed it would regret it. And when he found them, the consequences would be catastrophic. But now he was fragile and weak, so he would diligently cultivate, taking his revenge himself. Yu Xian stepped out of the Tower of Trials, the weight of a new locket resting cool against his neck. Nestled within, the two eggs glimmered softly, one radiating a shifting blue and white light, the other wrapped in a dark, almost metallic luster. At the exit, he handed his medallion to the disciple on duty, who glanced at the time recorded, scribbled a note, and returned it. The sun hung high. It was afternoon. He half expected whispers or a small crowd. After all, he'd been inside the tower for nearly 5 days. His trial had ended on the first, but the rest of the time had been consumed by other matters: the fight, the brush with death, the curse. He'd endured enough to fill a lifetime. But this was the cultivation world. Here, life and death struggles were just another Monday morning job routine. No one cared unless it concerned them. Suppressing a sigh, he turned toward the nearest teleportation station. In the main city, there were even teleportation formations in remote villages connected to the peak for poor disciples. The economy here was superb, with no inflation though taxes existed. To his relief, the closest teleportation station 1 was only a 30-minute walk away. After a short wait, his turn came. He presented his inner disciple medallion, earning free passage without a word exchanged. With a low whoosh, the world shifted, and he found himself standing in the familiar town at the base of the main peak. He didn't linger. Without pause, he began the journey back to the elemental heaven peak. His mood was heavy. Today was not a day for idle chatter. He had no patience for the slow walk back, so he ran, cutting through streets, leaping over steps, and ignoring every curious glance. The climb to the main peak took longer than he liked, and by the time he arrived, the sun was already sinking into night. At the base of the mountain, he paused for a moment, looking up at the familiar silhouette stabbing into the clouds. He still couldn't understand why every cultivation sect seemed obsessed with building peaks high enough to challenge the sky. Was it tradition? Symbolism? Or did they just think it looked cool? Without stopping at his own quarters, he began the climb. The steps blurred beneath his feet until he stood before the towering gates of his master's palace. "Master, your disciple wishes to speak," he called, voice echoing. The great doors swung open, revealing the hall beyond. At its far end sat his master upon her multicolored throne, the light catching in her eyes like a warning. "You didn't even greet me after returning from your mission," she said, her tone level but edged with quiet authority. "Ah, yes, I failed to greet you, master. My mind is distracted," Yu Xian replied, wearing an exaggeratedly guilty expression. Her gaze sharpened. "And is your mind no longer distracted now?" Yu Xian felt an itch in the back of his mind. Why do these old people insist on? Suddenly he felt his master's intense gaze and abandoned his thought. Instead, he took a deep breath, put on his most pitiful face, and declared, "Master, avenge me. Your disciple was cursed." The peak master's eyebrows twitched. Chapter 137, 2 weeks. Yu Xian was no fool. Even if the curse seemed gone, he knew better than to trust appearances. If it lingered in some hidden corner of his being, waiting to return, the consequences could be fatal. He needed reassurance. And more than that, he needed a shield. A strong one. His clan was powerful, yes, but their influence was bound to his home world and a handful of other places. In the cultivation world, strength in the end came down to the strength of one's own fist, or the strength of the person standing behind you. That was why he'd come straight to his master. If he returned home and the curse reappeared, what then? He had no intention of being caught helpless again. Though he liked thinking the eggs did their work, he still needed a second opinion. "How did you learn about the curse in the first place?" the peak master asked. Her tone was calm, but her eyes narrowed in thought. She had sensed something on him before, something foul, and had even considered purging it herself. But its origin was unknown. For that reason, she had already been considering consulting the peak master of Soul Mirror Peak. If anyone could trace the source without damaging Yu Xian's spirit, it would be her. While she knew certain soul-related techniques, this was work best left to an expert. Yu Xian then recounted his experience in the Tower of Trials, from the battles to the strange reward he had received. When the Peak Master heard about that reward, her usually composed expression flickered with surprise. Her gaze fell on the locket hanging from Yu Xian's neck. At a glance, it seemed ordinary, just two luminous stones set in a simple frame. Even she felt nothing unusual at first, until she focused. Only with full concentration did she sense the extraordinary energy hidden within. Listen carefully, the Peak Master said, her tone turning sharp. You must never speak of this to anyone. Understood? There was the faintest trace of envy in her voice. Even for someone of her standing, forming a contract with an exotic divine life of heaven and earth was almost impossible. These beings were rarely sighted and utterly uncontrollable, even if someone managed to force a contract. On the rare occasions such attempts were made, those who succeeded rarely lived long enough to enjoy it. People were wise enough to either know or invent the reasons. In recent times, such creatures had become more myth than reality, and she knew all too well the will of heaven and earth did not look kindly upon those who harmed its own creations. Your curse is gone now. You can relax, she told him. Yu Xian still looked unconvinced. You reek of suspicion, she said with a faint smirk. But believe me, there are some things I know far better than you. You're safe. He sighed and nodded. Master, I want to hone my combat experience more, so, from there, Yu Xian spoke of the areas he wished to improve and the methods he was considering. The Peak Master listened and adjusted his plans, offering refinements based on her own judgment. After some time, Yu Xian left the palace. The Peak Master, however, remained seated, lost in thought. Why was the cause of the curse erased? Should I consult that old man? Though she had told Yu Xian not to worry, she herself could not ignore the unknown origin of the curse. And the fact that he had come from the lower realm made it worse. The great boundary between mortal and immortal realms was not so easily crossed. How had this curse slipped past it to reach him? Better to investigate now than regret later. With that decision made, her figure vanished from the palace. The next day, Yu Xian rose from bed, the lingering fatigue of the previous day's events now gone. He bathed in the cool morning water, letting it wash away the last traces of rest, then changed into fresh robes. As was his habit, he made his way to the five-elemental multicolored tree, his designated cultivation spot. Its leaves shimmered under the early light, casting shifting patterns across the grass. Sitting beneath it, he closed his eyes, letting his breathing settle as he contemplated the path ahead. There was much he wished to accomplish. First and foremost, he wanted to ride the skies on a sword. For that, tradition demanded reaching the core formation stage, but Yu Xian knew well enough there were always other ways, less orthodox, perhaps, but no less effective. For now, he was at the 8th stage of the Qi condensation realm. It was time to give proper names to the techniques that would define him. With a thought, he gave the mental command. System, name my cultivation technique the ever-changing ascension technique, and my martial technique the formless martial path. Ding! Confirm changes. Yes. Status updated successfully. Status, the familiar sleek golden black screen materialized silently in front of him. Status window Name, Yu Xian. Age, 14. Species, human. Title, Reincarnated, Young Master, Young Genius, Flower of Yu Clan, Contractor of Divine Life. Traits, Soul Vision, Mental Resistance, Adaptive Mind. Cultivation Realm, Qi Condensation, 8/12. Physical Strength, 98/100. Spiritual Strength, 93/100. Soul Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Root. Origin, X. Cultivation Technique, the ever-changing Ascension Technique. Martial Technique, the formless martial path. Physique, Darkness and Light Origin Physique, X. Bloodline, the darkest light, M+. Deo Comprehension, N/A. Arts, Magic Swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial Family, E+. Skills, Telekinesis, B+. Immortal's Gaze, SS+. Fated Encounter. Talent Evaluation. Quests. System Shop. He noted in satisfaction checking his status. He also saw the new title he received, probably after forming the contracts with the eggs. Contractor Otisfaction checking his status. He also saw the new title he received, probably after forming the contracts with the eggs. Contractor of Divine Life. His strength too had increased. Now he had only one work: to step into foundational establishment realm. So, under the shade of the 5-elemental tree, he cultivated in peace. Nothing was out of ordinary during this time, and in a blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. Chapter 138, Artifacts. Over the next 2 weeks, Yu Xian followed his usual cultivation routine without undertaking anything else. His progress had been steady. He was now at the very peak of Qi condensation, the 12th layer, a perfection stage beyond the common 9th layer. His body, too, had grown stronger, likely due to the reinforcement granted by his cultivation technique, now officially named the ever-changing Ascension Technique. The environment in which he cultivated was nothing short of divine. Even the richest spiritual lands of his home world paled in comparison to this abundance of natural energy. Yet, amidst this blessing, he discovered a complication. His rate of energy absorption had begun to rise sharply. It was beneficial for now, in such a rich environment. His body drank in spiritual energy like a starving man at a lavish banquet. But this very also carried a hidden concern: what would happen when he advanced to higher realms? His unique affinity for all elements, while granting unmatched versatility, would also demand vastly greater resources as his cultivation deepened. Still, that was a problem for the future, and he also has a master now. As for the two mysterious eggs, they remained unchanged, hanging silently from the locket he now wore at all times. Only then did Yu Xian remember the quest he had long forgotten, a repeatable one. With a thought, he willed the quest tab to open. Since there was only a single quest available, it appeared instantly. Normal quest, repeatable. You've stepped into a realm of endless wonder where powerful beasts lurk in shadows and reclusive masters may walk disguised among the common folk, perhaps even as beggars driven by hidden desires. The waters here run deep, while your cultivation remains shallow. Begin your journey as an explorer and uncover the secrets beneath the surface. Perhaps you will stumble upon something that can change the fate of many. Objective: explore the new realm. Reward: 3,726 SP, shop points, currently accumulated. The first time he completed this quest, it had rewarded him with a measly 1 SP. Now, that number had grown to 3,726. He frowned, wondering just what he had encountered to rack up such an amount. A hidden master disguised as a beggar? Definitely not, he would have remembered the beggar. Deciding to use the points, he redeemed them and navigated to the system shop. System shop, balance, 3,727 SP. Skills tap to expand. Cultivation techniques tap to expand. Martial techniques tap to expand. Magic arts tap to expand. Artifacts tap to expand. Last time, the balance was only 1 SP. Now it has updated, and each category displayed a number like 10 available. Now, there was no number. Perhaps the shop had expanded over time. So the system adds things as time passes, he mused. Still, its principles remained a mystery. One day, he intended to uncover them and maybe even improve the system itself. Right now, it felt too arbitrary, operating without rules or clear guidance. Curious, he tapped on artifacts. Goblin sword, 1 SP. Reusable wooden toothpick, 1 SP. Fancy hand fan, 1 SP. Chi replenishing potion, 2 SP. Marrow cleansing potion, 2 SP. Body tampering chocolate, 2 SP. Salty protein powder, 2 SP. Shield made from nuclear pasta, 100,000 SP. Eye of celestial, 100,000 SP. Body of negativity, 100,000 SP. XCT001 Ver.01 nanomachine, 100,000 SP. Limitless potential orb, 100,000 SP. True God slaying spear, geek softness, 1 million SP. Pure divine essence, 1 million SP. Ultimate reincarnation ticket, 1 million SP. Seed of peach tree of immortality, 1 million SP. Broken fragment of Isibial dimension, SP. Records of the keepers, SP. Yuxian reread at the first entry. Goblin sword? Was he supposed to duel goblins? And reusable wooden toothpick? What was he going to do? Poke enemies to death? Then there was fancy hand fan. Unless it could slice mountains, he wasn't interested. Scrolling further, he spotted chi replenishing potion. He'd heard of mana potions before, but this was clearly the system's adaptation to this world. But then came body tampering chocolate and salty protein powder. He wasn't sure if the system wanted him to cultivate or join a questionable gym. But as the list climbed, his amusement faded. As he reached the high-priced items, he thought he was hallucinating and even slapped himself, only to confirm it was all very real. God-slaying spear. Pure divine essence. Ultimate reincarnation ticket. Seed of the peach tree of immortality. And then, 2 items with no listed price at all. From their names itself, he deduced their description. A spear to slay gods, and most important thing here, the peach tree of immortality. From the myths he knew, even if a mortal were to eat its fruit they would become immortal. And now the system was selling its seed like eager vegetable vendor. And then there was the Isibial dimension. He had no idea what it was, but if even the seed of the peach tree of immortality couldn't compare, then this so-called fragment was truly something extraordinary. And it wasn't even whole, as the name suggested, it was merely the broken fragment of Isibial dimension. But that wasn't what troubled him most. He had other important questions like, who are the keepers? Where are the keepers? Why are the keepers? Just their records were listed at an unknown price. That alone spoke volumes. Yuxian could almost smell the conspiracy behind it all. His sense of mystery and suspicion toward the system deepened. How could it possibly acquire such items? And if it was showing him these, what greater things were still hidden from view? One thing was certain, he needed far more strength, and far more wealth. Right now, he was embarrassingly poor, unable to even dream of affording the cheapest glimpse into that level of power. With a shake of his head, he pushed aside thoughts of those mysterious, untouchable artifacts. For now, he would focus on exploring the other functions of the system. Chapter 139, Skills, Techniques, Arts. He expanded the interface for skills. Fireball, 5 SP. Waterball, 5 SP. Charm, 10 SP. Enhanced Senses, 10 SP. Go Hairless, 10 SP. Technology Genius, 20 SP. Emotional Control, 20 SP. Treasure Hunter, 20 SP. Dark Genius, 500 SP. Heat Vision, 1000 SP. Ultra Instinct, 1000 SP. A dizzying variety filled the list from the previously listed Fireball and the others, to advanced powers like Heat Vision and even Ultra Instinct. Yu Xian's fingers itched to spend his points instantly. The temptation was strong, but he forced himself to calm down. He couldn't waste his shop points without first surveying everything. Martial techniques, cultivation techniques, magic arts, he needed to see the bigger picture before choosing. Besides, he still couldn't tell whether the current prices were reasonable or inflated. After all, compared to the outrageous prices of artifacts, even Heat Vision at 1000 SP looked like a bargain. He closed the Skills tab and opened the Cultivation Techniques section. A new panel appeared. Strong Earth Method, 100 SP. Sunfire Sutra, 100 SP. Starlight Technique, 500 SP. Basic Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Method, 500 SP. Celestial Eclipse, 100,000 SP. Path of Ashura, 100,000 SP. Yu Xian frowned slightly. So the ceiling here is also 100,000 SP. His own cultivation method was system-given and already extraordinary, but a bold thought flickered in his mind: what if he could stack these techniques, fusing them into something greater? Then there was definitely some hidden cap on value. It didn't appear in the skills list, but both artifacts and cultivation techniques clearly 100,000 SP meant something. Eventually, he muttered to himself, everything will be revealed. With that, he turned his attention to the remaining sections, martial techniques and magic arts. Yu Xian opened the martial techniques section. Basic Sword Slash, 10 SP. Iron Fist, 10 SP. 100-step movement technique, 10 SP. Dragon Palm, 100 SP. Moonlit Spear Art, 100 SP. Silent Phantom Steps, 100 SP. Eightfold Destruction Fist, 500 SP. Heaven Rending Strike, 500 SP. Dance of 10,000 Blades, 10,000 SP. World Splitting Kick, 100,000 SP. Martial Scripture of Limitless Hands, 100,000 SP. Yu Xian's breath slowed. Some of the names carried weight that echoed through his very bones. World Splitting Kick? He didn't dare imagine what kind of battlefield technique that was. But curiosity pushed him further. He tapped on magic arts. Light Orb, 5 SP. Minor Healing Spell, 5 SP. Shadow Veil, 5 SP. Wind Calling, 50 SP. Chain Lightning, 50 SP. Ice Prison, 50 SP. Soulfire Burst, 500 SP. Illusory Dream World, 500 SP. Dragon Slaying Arts, 10,000 SP. Time Spell, 100,000 SP. Forbidden Arts of Abyssal Stars, 100,000 SP. The last two made his eyes tremble. Time, and the stars themselves. At that moment, Yu Xian finally thought that this system wasn't just a helper, it was a gate. A dangerous one. Behind that gate lay things that brushed against the realm of gods and demons. He still remembered that goddess, but one thing was certain, this wasn't the system he was supposed to receive. And somehow, in a twist bordering on comedy, he had ended up reincarnated in a cultivation world instead. Now came the difficult part: deciding what to buy. Cultivation techniques and martial techniques could be set aside for now. He already had solid foundations in both, and adding more would simply mean integrating them into his existing methods to enhance versatility. That left skills, magic arts, and artifacts as his primary choices. His eyes flicked to the corner of the interface. Balance, 3,727 SP. Yu Xian finally made his decision. From the artifacts section, he selected 100 Qi replenishing potions. The moment he confirmed, a series of messages appeared in front of him. Storing 100 Qi replenishing potions. Inventory not detected. Creating inventory. 1, 2, 3, success. Current inventory capacity, 1000 units. Using 1 unit to store the Qi replenishing potions. Note, multiple identical items are stored as a single unit. Ha 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 ha. Yuxian burst into laughter, genuinely amused. After nearly 14 years, I finally get an inventory. That was really long, said some mysterious people in the background checking the chapter number. He quickly caught himself and coughed into his hand. Ahem. I'm 14 now. I shouldn't get so happy over such mundane things. It's too late for that anyway. Of course, he knew it was partly his fault. He had never bought any artifact before. But could he really be blamed? Back then, he didn't even have enough points to waste, and the only way to earn them was through those elusive quests. And those damn quests came and went as they pleased, giving him no chance to farm points properly. His balance shifted. Balance, 3,527 SP. Without hesitation, Yuxian purchased 2 costly skills, Heat Vision, SS+, and Ultra Instinct, SS+. The moment he acquired them, a surge of excitement rushed through him. He also noticed something new when skills were purchased, their grade appeared beside them. So, 1000 SP is roughly the price of an SS plus grade skill, he muttered, already starting to compare values and chart out the system's pricing scheme. With those 2 skills, 2000 SP vanished from his balance, leaving him with only 1527 SP. Next, he turned to the magic arts section and purchased 3 lower-tier spells for experimentation, Light Orb, Minor Healing Spell, and Shadow Veil. His balance dropped again. Balance, 1512 SP. The main reason Yuxian bought those spells was simple, to test them. This was a cultivation world, and while the magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family worked just fine, he wasn't certain ordinary spells would. But there was also his physique, the darkness and light origin physique. He specifically chose those spells because they might resonate with his mysterious body, possibly granting them an unexpected boost. The Shadow Veil, E, aligned with his darkness aspect, while Light Orb, E, and the Minor Healing Spell, E, might draw strength from all elemental affinity. Though he thought healing required the wood element, perhaps light could fulfill some role, he did not worry about that, as he had plenty of time to explore his affinities. Chapter 140, A Man's Dream. After exploring the system, Yuxian decided to test his new skills first. Seated beneath the 5 elemental tree, he fixed his gaze on a falling leaf in the distance. As a perfected chi condensation cultivator, his eyesight was already sharp. Activating Heat Vision, he was suddenly interrupted by a system prompt. Skill, Heat Vision and Immortal's Gaze are compatible. Do you want to merge them? Yes, no. What happens if they're merged? Yuxian asked in his mind. The system immediately responded. The stronger skill will swallow the weaker one. Any downsides of the weaker skill will be erased. There is also a possibility of creating a new variation. Merge them? Yuxian commanded without hesitation. Immortal's Gaze swallows the skill Heat Vision. All properties of Heat Vision have been incorporated into Immortal's Gaze. Yuxian quickly pulled up the description. Skill, Immortal's Gaze, SS+, upgradable. You can briefly overwhelm someone 1 realm above you. Now grants laser vision, as well as the ability to see through obstacles such as closed doors and even bodies. Use wisely. His lips twitched as he read it. The laser eyes were understandable, but don't peek through doors. What is this system was trying to imply? He lived alone. Who exactly was the system warning him not to peek at? Yuxian shook his head and ignored it. Time to test this skill for real, he thought. Fixing his gaze once more on a falling leaf in the distance, he activated Immortal's Gaze, Annihilation. That was the name he gave this new method of unleashing lasers through his eyes. His pupils flared golden with a tint of red. In the next instant, at the speed of light, a golden red beam shot out. For a few nanoseconds, his vision went blank, before returning to normal. The leaf he had locked onto now had 2 clean holes burned through it. Nothing beyond was harmed. Perhaps the attack had stopped precisely where he willed it. The distance was almost 100 meters. To think that in an instant the beam had traveled and pierced exactly where he aimed. The energy he felt drain from his body was negligible, which made him wonder, what would happen if he poured his full strength into it? Without hesitation, Yuxian shifted his focus to a nearby boulder. He unleashed Annihilation at full power. Again, the temporary blindness struck, but this time he tried to endure it. He concentrated, attempting to align his vision with the description of the skill. If it allowed him to see through obstacles, then perhaps he could see through the beam itself. But after few seconds, pain suddenly spiked in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly halted the skill. Closing his eyes for several breaths, he let them rest before opening them again. What he saw left him stunned. The boulder was half melted, its surface glowing faintly with residual heat. Even the ground beneath it had been gouged and scarred. His chi reserves had dipped slightly, but beyond that, there was no serious backlash. This could be my trump card. Excitement surged within him. Shooting lasers from one's eyes, what man didn't dream of it? And now, in this world of immortal cultivators, he had done it. For a moment, Yuxian couldn't help but feel superior. But after testing the beam a few more times, he finally stopped. Prolonged use of the skill put real strain on his eyes, he could barely keep them open afterward. Resting for a bit, he decided to check the description of the other high-tier skill he had purchased. Skill, Ultra Instinct, SS+. Your instincts have transcended the limits of the mortal body. Go Ultra. Note, this skill is both passive and active. Reading it, Yuxian finally felt relief. At least this one sounded normal. and with its dual nature, it probably functioned as both enhanced reaction and danger sense. He then recalled another skill he had seen earlier, enhanced senses. Thinking it might complement Ultra Instinct, he immediately purchased it. As expected, the system responded. Skill, enhanced senses and Ultra Instinct are compatible. Do you want to merge them? Yes, no. Yes, Yu Xian commanded without hesitation. The descriptions updated instantly. Skill, Ultra Instinct, SS+. Your instincts have transcended the limits of the mortal body. You have developed a minor sixth sense. Go Ultra. Note, this skill is both passive and active. A faint smile curved his lips. Ultra Instinct wasn't just reflex anymore, it was sixth sense too. He activated Ultra Instinct. Immediately, every hair on his body stood on end. Even the strands of his hair floated slightly, as though responding to an unseen current. His perception surged, expanding outward like ripples in water, until he could feel every subtle movement around him. And not just the world, his awareness of his own body deepened to an unprecedented level. Yu Xian's eyes widened. He could control every single part of himself, down to the smallest muscle and vein. More shocking was his qi. The moment Ultra Instinct awakened, his ability to manipulate it refined as though he had been training for decades. It was as if the skill had turned him into a qi manipulation expert in an instant. Curiously, he sat cross-legged and entered meditation under Ultra Instinct. The effect was astonishing, but after just 15 minutes, fatigue spread through his body and his stamina plummeted. Reluctantly, he deactivated the skill. The heightened perception vanished. This is a cheat, he muttered. Still, the experience remained with him. Every time he used Ultra Instinct, he would carry those insights forward, and he was confident his trait adaptive mind would eventually allow him to bridge the gap between Ultra mode and his normal state. Like that, he could continuously improve his ability to manipulate qi as well as make Ultra mode a daily thing. The only drawback was its stamina drain. But with his monstrous endurance, even that weakness barely mattered. It's a shame it doesn't surround me with a yellow glow during Ultra Instinct, he said, seriously disappointed. Chapter 141, Dance of Rebirth 1. After reviewing his skills, Yu Xian turned his attention to the spells. He began with Light Orb, only for a system prompt to appear. Light Core not detected. Unable to cast Light Orb, E. As expected, not everything works out, he muttered, slightly disappointed. Testing Minor Healing Spell and Shadow Veil yielded the same message: failure. It seemed his physique alone wasn't enough. These magic arts required more than affinity, they demanded a proper core. He would have to wait until he stepped into the core formation realm. He believed it would have worked, if not for his all-elemental affinity. In his fight with Lan Hao, who used Fist Intent with which was influenced by his fire affinity, he had multiple affinities, so maybe that's why it was not working. Shaking his head, Yu Xian considered testing the qi replenishing potion, but quickly dismissed the idea. His reserves were already recovering steadily thanks to his breathing method, primordial breath technique. That much, at least, never disappointed him. Instead, his thoughts shifted to the cultivation technique itself, or more specifically, the new revelation he had unlocked upon reaching the perfected 12th stage of qi condensation, the Dance of Rebirth. The name was simple, but the meaning behind it was anything but. The technique demanded he destroy his current self to give rise to something new. Each stance in the dance was designed to exert crushing pressure on the body, forcing it to break and rebuild. Only by completing the entire sequence without collapsing could true rebirth be achieved. The instructions had etched themselves into his mind in vivid detail. Today, he decided, was the day to attempt it. Yu Xian stood, stepping away from the multicolored tree, and slowly prepared his stance. His first dance of rebirth was about to begin. The Dance of Rebirth unfolded in Yu Xian's mind like an ancient scripture, 9 stances carved in rhythm between destruction and creation. It was no ordinary technique, it demanded the body and qi move as one, pushing the cultivator to the edge of collapse to rebuild them stronger. He began with the first stance, breaking of flesh. He stamped down, qi surging outward through his meridians. His muscles tightened under the pressure, skin prickling as if pierced by invisible needles. The weight bore down, but his body held firm. Then came the second stance, twisting of spine. He arched and rotated his body unnaturally, guiding qi up the central channel. His back resisted, tendons stretching until they burned, while his qi forced itself upward like carp climbing a waterfall. His breath came harsh, but beneath the pain, a thread of clarity emerged. His qi circulation had grown smoother. It was slight, but the progress was made. The third stance, Kneel of the Mortal, bent him low on one knee, one hand raised high. His qi coiled tightly, spiraling between dantian and limbs. The ground beneath him cracked faintly, hairline fractures forming under the pressure. His balance wavered, yet he endured, his consciousness sharpening under the strain. The fourth stance, Opening of ribs. He thrust his chest outward, arms spread wide. His lungs fought for air as qi expanded violently, compressing against his ribcage before bursting outward. Pain rippled across his channels as though his very blood was scalding. He exhaled deliberately, stabilizing the flow, sweat dripping freely down his jaw. He stepped into the beginning of the fifth stance, Burden of Heaven. Both arms rose skyward, his knees bent slightly as though holding up an invisible weight. Instantly, his qi flooded upward, condensing at his crown before spilling down again in torrents. His vision dimmed at the edges, the weight pressing against him doubled, and his arms trembled faintly. He paused. Though his body had not yet collapsed, the mounting pressure warned him clearly. His chi was turbulent, his muscles screamed for rest. Forcing his way forward would only leave hidden injuries foolishness that could cripple his foundation. Slowly, Yu Xian released the stance, guiding his chi back into calm rotation with steady breaths. Mist rose faintly from his skin, his robe plastered against his body, soaked with sweat. His legs wobbled slightly before he steadied himself. This much is enough. He had completed 4 full stances and touched the 5th. Already, he felt his chi circulation denser, his body tempered as though reforged under a hammer. And yet, 4 more stances remained, each surely fiercer than the last. The names lingered in his mind like challenges yet to be claimed. 6th, shattering of meridians. 7th, collapse of mind. 8th, ashes of the self. 9th, rebirth. Soon, he would endure them all. But for now he stopped. Strength built on patience was still strength. Yu Xian sat cross-legged beneath the elemental tree, steadying his breath. The dance of rebirth had only just begun to reveal its terror and its promise. During the dance of rebirth, Yu Xian's body twisted into strange, unnatural stances. His chi no longer followed its usual circulation but instead surged along forced, distorted pathways. Each shift in posture made his meridians ache, and faint jolts of pain ran through his muscles, though the pain was negligible for him. Yet, amid the discomfort, he realized something: this dance wasn't meaningless torture. The chaotic flow was tempering him, polishing the very foundation he had built so far. If he endured, his base would become sturdier than ever. After a short rest, Yu Xian stood again. Sweat dampened his robes, but his eyes were calm. This time, he wasn't going to rely only on raw will. He activated his skill, Ultra Instinct. Immediately, his perception sharpened. Every hair on his body stood on end as if even the air itself whispered to him. His awareness stretched outward, catching every fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings and inward, mapping the slightest tremor within his flesh and meridians. His body grew lighter, his reactions faster, and his control absolute. In this heightened state, Yu Xian once more began the Dance of Rebirth. Chapter 142, Dance of Rebirth 2. Yu Xian sat beneath the 5-elemental tree, cultivating in silence. It had been 2 weeks since he began practicing the Dance of Rebirth, and now he had successfully completed all 9 stances. Not only that, he could perform them consecutively without breaking focus. Each attempt in Ultra Instinct made the sequence easier to execute, yet the pain only deepened. The 6th stance, Shattering of Meridians, had quite literally torn his meridians apart, forcing them to heal repeatedly under excruciating pressure. The 7th, Collapse of Mind, left him staggering at the edge of madness, his consciousness flooded as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his brain. The 8th stance, Ashes of the Self, was the most harrowing. In it, Yu Xian felt his sense of existence collapse entirely, dissolving into nothingness, as though he had returned to heaven and earth itself. He had been stuck there for 2 full days, unable to move forward. On the 3rd day, however, he finally touched the 9th stance, Rebirth. What followed was indescribable. Bliss poured through him, a serenity beyond words. It was like experiencing nirvana. His body grew light, purer than before. Yet, there was a price. His cultivation dropped from the peak of the 12th layer of chi condensation back to its early stage. Still, he continued. With Ultra Instinct guiding him, the process was manageable. Without that skill, Yu Xian suspected he would have needed months to succeed. Now, not only could he perform the Dance of Rebirth continuously, but with each cycle of the 9th stance, his body underwent slight metamorphosis. His skin shed like an old husk, replaced by new flesh, tougher and cleaner, strengthening him to another degree. At first, he found it strange. In the martial worlds of his past life, such transformations only appeared in old masters who had reached the pinnacle. Yet here in the cultivation world, where children could grow goatees before maturity, the impossible was simply another path. By now, he had performed the Dance of Rebirth more than 3,000 times. His progress had slowed, and his cultivation had once again returned to the peak of the 12th layer. The foundation was laid, the cycle complete. He was ready to break through. Oh, he also gained few centimeters of height. Still, to be safe, Yu Xian decided he should consult his master before taking the final step. Nearly 2 months had passed since Yu Xian arrived in this realm, and already he had climbed to the very peak of the 1st stage chi condensation. Yet, to him, the pace still felt slow. Back in his home world, there were tales of peerless geniuses who reached the peak of chi condensation within a single month. Even if their foundations weren't perfect, their speed was dazzling. Compared to them, Yu Xian wasn't sure whether his 12th layer was a blessing or a strange mistake. And then there were the novels he once read on Earth, stories where a protagonist would defeat a random outer disciple and instantly soar to new heights, their foundation solidified in a single day. Now that he stood here in flesh and blood, he found those stories laughable. Reality was different. Cultivation was pain, repetition, and pressure. Still, he could not deny it. He was strong now. If the devouring demon appeared again, Yu Xian was confident he could defeat it with ease. His gaze dropped to the locket resting against his chest. Within it, the 2 mysterious eggs still lay dormant, unmoving, and silent. He had no idea what would hatch from them, but deep down, he believed it would be something extraordinary. He rose to his feet and casually threw a punch. Swish! A shockwave erupted, rippling through the air before tearing off into the distance. Yu Xian grinned, then shifted his eyes to a nearby rock. With a thought, he unleashed Immortal's Gaze Annihilation. Whoosh! The rock melted instantly into a warped lump of glowing stone. Nodding in satisfaction, Yu Xian turned away and began walking toward his master's abode. He had expected his cultivation journey to be a treacherous path of blood and blades. Yet aside from that single attempt to seize his talent, life had been surprisingly smooth. Almost too smooth. It's about time I visited my sister, he murmured. After I break through, I'll definitely go see that annoying face again. Not long after, he arrived before the familiar palace. The great doors creaked open on their own, as if recognizing him. Stepping inside, Yu Xian found his master seated in her multicolored throne, eyes closed in meditation. Though he knew it was only her clone, the sight still carried weight. Master, I am ready to break through, Yu Xian said respectfully. The elemental heaven peak master slowly opened her eyes, studying him with calm intensity. A faint glimmer of surprise flickered across her gaze. Your body has grown stronger again, she remarked. Tell me, do you carry a physique? Yu Xian's expression did not falter. No, master. I was simply born strong. The lie slipped off his tongue smoothly. He had no intention of revealing the truth. His parents had failed to discern his physique, and so too had his master, otherwise she would have mentioned when they first met. Even the device of the sect which was used to check talents and physique was unable to detect it. To keep it hidden was the safest choice. The peak master regarded him for a moment longer, then nodded slightly. If he truly possessed a physique, she would have sensed it by now. Her thoughts lingered briefly on the possibility of bloodline. Perhaps some dormant trace slumbered within him, but even then, for humans such things were only ever supplements. Unlike the spirit beasts or divine races, humans were born without inherent bloodlines. And so, throughout history, what humans could not be born with, they seized from others, refining and integrating to make it their own. That was their path. Chapter 143, Breakthrough 1. Still, even if he possessed a bloodline, it would only give him a slight push. If he ever grew complacent and relied too much on it, she could easily throw him into isolation for thousands of years after his ascension, forcing him to temper himself properly, though she doubted he would require it. With a wave of her hand, a shimmering, multicolored pill appeared in the air and floated gently before Yu Xian, who quickly caught it. Take this when you break through to the Foundation Establishment realm and open your middle danshan. No, let's change the place first. Before Yu Xian could react, the scene shifted. He now stood inside a simple, sealed chamber. Yet despite its plain appearance, the spiritual energy here was overwhelmingly dense. It clung to the air like mist and even condensed into tiny droplets of liquid essence that shimmered faintly along the stone walls and floor. You will attempt your breakthrough here, the elemental heaven peak master said, her multicolored eyes watching him intently. I am curious to see how your body responds. Yu Xian swallowed, feeling the pressure of her gaze. Master, can we, perhaps do this later, he asked cautiously. Her eyes narrowed, sharp and unreadable, instantly silencing any further protest. Without another word, Yu Xian sat cross-legged in the center of the chamber. He steadied his breathing, and reviewed his cultivation method. Slowly, he began circulating his qi, completing several rounds of the minor heavenly cycle to calm his body and stabilize his foundation. As he cultivated, his mind recalled the knowledge he had gained when reaching the perfected stage of qi condensation, the guidance on how to break into foundation establishment. He reviewed each step carefully, replaying the intricate pathways of meridians, the method of stabilizing his danshan, and the critical moment of forming the spiritual foundation. At last, his heart grew calm. He was ready to break through. Yu Xian sat cross-legged, adjusting his posture into the tortoise lotus form. His back was straight, his breath slow, his mind steady. Before him, the pill his master had given dissolved on his tongue, and warmth spread like molten jade through his veins. Immediately, an immense tide of spiritual energy surged, eager to burst outward. He exhaled gently, carrying a faint shimmer of qi into the mist-filled chamber. His foundation was firm, his lower danshan vast like a still ocean. Now he would attempt the true threshold, stepping from qi condensation into foundation establishment, from merely borrowing qi to truly commanding it. Inhale, hold, exhale. The Renmai and Dumai, the twin vessels of yin and yang, pulsed faintly, already familiar companions from his previous breakthrough. They glowed like twin rivers rising and falling with his breath, stabilizing the flow through his body. Around them, 4 primary meridians, lung, large intestine, kidney, bladder, alongside the Ren and Du, burned faintly in his mind's eye like 6 lanterns. But beyond those lanterns, more waited in the mist. Begin with the heart, his master's calm voice echoed in his consciousness. He obeyed. The heart meridian opened first, at the Shentang Gate, Spirit Hall, in the center of his chest. Heat bloomed within, flickering at first, then steady like a flame. His restless thoughts stilled, his spirit no longer drifted but anchored, consciousness stabilized by the gate's protection. Qi then shifted into the small intestine meridian, through the Lingdao Gate, Spirit Path, at his wrist crease. A faint buzzing spread down his arms as vitality refined itself, pure and impure separating cleanly. His mind sharpened, his qi now ran more clearer than ever. The spleen meridian awakened next, through the Taiyuan Gate, Great Source, at his inner foot arch. A golden warmth suffused him, postnatal qi blooming like fertile soil after rain. His body felt grounded, nourished from within. The stomach meridian answered, the Tianxia Gate, celestial pivot, on either side of his navel glowing amber. Qi pooled steadily into his lower danshan, filling it like a vast reservoir. The energy of the pill his master gave harmonized with the mist in the chamber, flowing into him endlessly. Then came the liver meridian, through the Kimen gate, cycle gate, beneath his ribs. A surge of chi coursed like a freed river, no longer jerking but smooth, flowing. His emotions steadied, balance restored. At his outer knee, the Yangling gate, Yanghill spring, of the gallbladder meridian burst open. A sharp intent struck him, bold and decisive. Chi surged like a blade drawn, daring and unstoppable. His breath grew ragged, sweat dripping, but his determination hardened. The pericardium meridian stirred at the Shentian gate, heavenly heart, behind his sternum. A soft veil wrapped his heart flame, shielding him from collapse, protecting him from the risk of inner deviation. Finally, the triple burner meridian awakened, its Sanhuang gate, 3 emperor gate, spanning his torso line. 3 faint nodes upper, middle, lower, lit in sequence, before aligning into one flow. His chi now coursed seamlessly through his body, harmonizing every part of him. The 12 primary meridians blazed like a constellation. His inner world pulsed with radiant light. But this was not yet foundation establishment. His lower dantian roared, surging wildly. He clenched his jaw, directing the torrent into the Changmai, penetrating vessel, opening the dantian gate, sea of blood/chi, below his navel. Chi rushed like a waterfall, linking all meridians directly to his dantian. His flesh, bones, and organs flooded with vitality. The pressure was immense, his meridians trembling under strain, but they held firm. Quickly, he guided the flow into the Daimai, girdling vessel, at the Yinchuan gate, silver belt, along his waistline. A ring of chi circled horizontally, locking the tide in place. Instantly, the chaos balanced, the surge restrained. His body stabilized. Just as his chi cycle steadied, another resonance stirred higher, subtler. At the crown of his head, the Beihui gate, 100 meetings, burst open. A thread of chi shot upward, linking him faintly with heaven itself. Consciousness expanded, his awareness rising beyond flesh, just slightly. Then, at the base of his skull Fengshi gate, wind pool, flared. The final blockage dissolved. Chi rushed freely into his brain, clearing stagnation, completing the circuit of thought and spirit. And then, something stirred unexpectedly. A/N, bear with this, breakthroughs are important. Chapter 144, Breakthrough 2. And then, something stirred unexpectedly. Above his navel, in the center of his chest, a new resonance pulsed. The middle dantian glowed faintly, like a seed of starlight waiting to sprout. Chi trickled into it, and his awareness truly expanded outward. He gasped. The mist in the chamber no longer felt external. He sensed lingering ripples of chi in the walls, and sharper than all the watchful gaze of his master's clone upon him. The Changmai connects deeply into the organs and dantian, the Daimai seals it from spilling outward. Yu Xian thought in awe. His eyes opened, glowing faintly. Spirit sense. He whispered. His master's lips curved faintly into a smile. The great heavenly cycle had stabilized. The 12 primary meridians and 4 extraordinary vessels flowed as one. His body was no longer a vessel for borrowed chi, it had become its own world. Foundation establishment was complete. And then, system notification. Foundation establishment, substage 1. Gates, second realm pathway, 24/24 gates stabilized. Primary meridians, organs, awakened, lung, kidney, large intestine, bladder, heart, small intestine, spleen, stomach, liver, gallbladder, pericardium, triple burner. Extraordinary vessels, Renmai, Du-mai, Changmai, Daimai flowing. True spiritual sense awakened. The system's mechanical chimes echoed in his mind, but Yu Xian let them pass. His focus was not on numbers or milestones, but on the rhythm of chi coursing through him. Cycle after cycle, he guided his breath, completing the great heavenly circulation again and again. The currents grew smoother, richer, as though the heavens themselves were answering his call. He had always wondered if he was so strong, why did breakthrough cultivation still feel so profound? Why did each step shake him to the core, revealing depths he had never expected? There was something hidden within the path, he was sure of it. Some truth beyond what was said or heard. He was ready to explore it himself. Unaware of time passing, Yu Xian remained seated in silence, wholly engrossed in his cultivation session. The elemental heaven peak master gazed at her disciple, her expression faintly complicated as she watched him cultivate in perfect serenity. The first thing she noticed was that the technique Yu Xian practiced was not the one she had personally handed down to him. His breathing, his circulation, it all carried a different rhythm, unfamiliar to her. Yet she said nothing. Both of them shared a particular connection she rather not talk about. She let the thought rest and sighed softly. His talent was nothing short of terrifying. He had not only opened the next 12 gates with ease, gates after the 9th that were considered racial shackles for humans, barriers meant to be broken only at the peak of foundation establishment and only by extraordinary geniuses. But he had done so as though it were natural. Such progress was absurd, like a scholar not only passing an exam without study, but studying after the results had already been announced, topping the exams, only to gain knowledge. And then there was his spirit sense. She herself was called a prodigy, yet even she had only awakened her spirit sense at the perfected stage of foundation establishment. Yu Xian, however, had done it the moment he stepped into the realm, simply by following the natural course of cultivation. Another sigh escaped her lips as her gaze lingered on the boy sitting cross-legged before her. Watching him, she could no longer tell whether this was fortune or misfortune that she was unable to teach him. Xian's Chronicles, My Ordinary Life. Continued from chapter 94. Standing there, regal and silent, was a nine-tailed fox. Its fur shimmered like fresh snow under sunlight, and its golden eyes locked directly onto mine. Its tail swayed lazily, each one twice the size of its body. I stared at the fox. The fox stared at me. A battle of eye contact neither of us won. But I knew it wouldn't harm me after all, it literally lived in the back mountain of my clan. If it wanted me dead, I'd already be fertilizer. And besides, it looked intelligent. So, naturally, I did the only logical thing possible in a cultivation world. I pulled out a candy from my pouch, held it out, and gestured politely. Candy. The fox tilted its head, sniffed, then, plop, ate it up, in one bite. Its golden eyes gleamed. Clearly, it liked it. And then, without warning, I lost balance. My vision spun, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting on its back. Its tails curled around me, soft and warm, comfier than any luxury sofa Earth could ever dream of producing. I swear I could have fallen asleep right there, king of my own furry throne. Then the fox leaped into the sky. Woof! I screamed, clinging for dear life as the world blurred beneath me. But the tails held me steady, snug as seatbelts crafted by immortals. The view was breathtaking: mountains, rivers, clouds drifting in the sky. The fox bounded across the air itself, sometimes running on it as if the sky were solid ground. For 15 glorious minutes, I rode a roller coaster no amusement park could ever replicate. During the ride, I pondered names. Surely it had one already, but I wanted to give it my own. Something majestic. Something fitting. Definitely not Yuki. Nope. Absolutely not. When we finally landed, my heart was still racing. I instantly knew, this would not be the last ride. And I would absolutely not tell my sister. She'd ruin it for sure. Before parting, I offered another candy. The fox ate it happily, tails swishing in delight. I smiled. Zayahu Celestine Amanivan you. I'll come for you again. Without daring to look back, I started walking away, silently hoping it wouldn't suddenly transform into a devastatingly beautiful woman. Of course, I peeked anyway. Just a little. The fox was still there, staring at me with those confusing golden eyes. As if wondering, what is this human up to? Yu Xian opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, like a new leaf after spring rain. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but the first thing he saw was his master's expression, calm, yet complicated. Breakthrough feels great, he said lightly, meeting her gaze. Her lips twitched before she replied, voice even but carrying weight. Now it may feel easy because of your talent. But when you step into core formation, things will change. You'll need to condense as many elemental cores as possible. Not all can be formed, some are too profound, too unorthodox, shaped by one's very life. But the more you manage, the stronger your foundation will be. Yu Xian tilted his head. What kinds of cores are there? She nodded. You should already know the basics: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, yin, and yang. Then there are the derived ones: poison, plant, shadow, sun, moon, even mud. Beyond that, rare cores like time, space, gravity, spirit, karma. And finally, the unorthodox, a sword core, wine core, knowledge core, painting core, even stranger ones exist. But don't get ahead of yourself. Core formation is often the stage of cultivation where the future of a cultivator is decided. Yu Xian's eyes sharpened. How long did it take you, master? She chuckled softly. I began with the basic 5-element cores. Only as my cultivation deepened did I condense more. But remember, there are endless possibilities, as many as there are deos. Do not chase them all. Build firmly on the basics. With your talent, additional cores will come naturally. I'll guide you when the time arrives. Yu Xian tilted his head. Master, then, what about the unorthodox cores? Her eyes curved slightly. Tell me, what do you think life is? Life. Yu Xian thought for a moment, then said seriously, something that is, not death. Smack? He winced, rubbing his head. Ow. For mortals, that may be true, she said, half amused, half exasperated. But cultivators walk a different road. With lifespans stretching for centuries, life cannot simply mean not dying. For us, a life without meaning, without pursuit, is no different from death itself. That is why cultivators are so stubborn, so unyielding. We must cling to our own deo. For humans, core formation is the stage where the shell of mortality begins to peel away, where one first decides what their true self will be. Yu Xian's expression grew thoughtful. Then what does this have to do with unorthodox cores? Because some cultivators choose to embody their passion, their obsession, as their very deo, she replied. They forge their cores upon it. There is even a legend of the drunken immortal, whose inner world was said to contain every wine ever brewed. Yu Xian blinked. That sounds ridiculous. Is it real? She smirked. Real enough. I met him once. The stories are exaggerated, of course. Not every wine in existence swirled in his core. But it is true that he built his entire cultivation upon wine. His deo was indulgence, freedom, intoxication, and it carried him to immortality. Yu Xian's curiosity sharpened. Then what about sword cultivators? Her eyes softened with memory. Many sword cultivators condense unique cores tied to their blade or their understanding of the sword deo. But remember, no path is identical. The sword path is vast, yet not all who walk it can reach the end. Talent, will, and opportunity all matter. That's why so many fall stagnant in the later stages. They try to copy others instead of forging their own path. A sword core is powerful, yes, but only if the sword is truly their everything. And remember, though I doubt you will lose to anyone, your focus for now should be on building a steady foundation. For the next year, you are not allowed to break through to the core formation realm. Instead, you will temper your body with the unique resources I provide, as well as gain plenty of real combat experience. I'll give you 3 months of freedom to do as you wish, but after that, your grueling training will begin. Yu Xian gulped nervously and muttered, "Yes, master." The Elemental Heaven Peak Master continued, "Oh, and I've noticed that you had almost no human interaction while at the main peak. So, I was considering putting you under Little Bing Xin." Yu Xian frowned. "And who is this now?" "She is the next peak master of the Ice Peak. I even taught her myself when she was a child. Her personality, however, is rather cold due to her situation." "Is that really necessary, master? I'm doing fine on my own," Yu Xian protested, preferring to stay away from troublesome entanglements. His master's expression hardened due to his refusal, and she said sternly, "After our training is complete, you will serve as her assistant in the punishment hall. That is final." "What?" Yu Xian nearly jumped out of his skin. He had heard all the rumors about the punishment hall, and none of them were good. Worse, he had once experienced it firsthand. "What, will you refuse?" The Elemental Heaven Peak Master's gaze sharpened, her eyes gleaming with authority. Yu Xian swallowed hard. Why was she so insistent on this? This clearly smelled like trouble. He had no desire to get involved with someone tied to the punishment hall, let alone the next peak master of the Ice Peak on top of that. Still, he reminded himself, with his master's backing, everything would be fine. Connections were valuable, and no matter what, he respected his elders. "Little disciple, are you thinking strange thoughts about me again?" His master's voice carried a dangerous tone, as if she could see right through his hesitation. Yu Xian bowed his head, his heart full of gratitude, and answered with rare sincerity, "No, master. I would never refuse you. Thank you, master, for everything." The genuine devotion in his words struck like an invisible arrow, piercing straight into the heart of the Elemental Heaven Peak Master. And if Yu Xian's system displayed affection points, a prompt would have likely appeared before his eyes. Chapter 146, Universal Truth and Math. The Peak Master forced herself to suppress the buried memories that stirred within her, then steadied her mind. Yu Xian glanced at his medallion. Far more time had passed than he expected. What he thought would be a few hours had turned into an entire day of cultivation since his breakthrough. "Master, during these 3 months of grace you have granted me, I wanted to visit my sister, and then my friends," he said respectfully. "You are free to go." "Oh, but I just realized, you never mentioned which peak your sister belongs to," she asked. "Ah, she's in the Chaos Heaven Peak," Yu Xian replied casually. The Peak Master froze, then smacked her forehead. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" she demanded. "I thought it wasn't that important," Yu Xian said innocently. It's just that Chaos Heaven Peak houses not only chaos techniques and many others but also many unorthodox cultivators. I only hope your sister doesn't pick up anything strange along the way." "What? I thought only chaos techniques were practiced there, as the peak's name suggested." Yu Xian frowned. "They are not just limited to chaos techniques, but that peak also gathers some of the most erratic people in the sect," she sighed. Yu Xian's heart sank. Now he felt even more concerned for his sister's well-being. He needed to see her as soon as possible. "Well then," he said firmly, "I'll visit her after stabilizing my new realm. On the way, I'll also pay visits to the Celestial Heaven Peak, Martial Heaven Peak, Myriad Path Peak, and Order Heaven Peak." Hearing the list of stops, the Peak Master felt a headache coming on. "Still," she said, "if you run into any trouble, just say you are my disciple or contact me directly." With a wave of her hand, Yu Xian's medallion suddenly glowed. When he checked it, his eyes widened in shock. Lord of Elements has sent 1 million sect points. His heart nearly burst with gratitude. He wanted to shout out his love for his master, but restrained himself. Instead, he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, master. Before you leave, come see me once more. Now, you are excused." With another wave of her hand, the two of them appeared back in her palace. Yu Xian gave a final bow before descending the mountain toward his residence. Upon arriving, he went straight to take a bath. Though it was already morning and he had spent an entire day cultivating since his breakthrough, his spirit felt invigorated. Still, the warm water washed away the lingering fatigue, and even if his body remained unsullied thanks to its unique purity, the comfort of cleansing himself was undeniable. After changing into fresh robes, he briefly wondered when his enhanced unbreakable robe crafted to survive from core formation experts would arrive. Deciding not to delay, he sent a message to Kay to check on its progress. Then, with a softer expression, he composed a message for his sister. He had no intention of keeping his plans hidden from her. "Yu Xian, sister, I'll probably come visit you within this month." He lingered with the medallion in hand, waiting for her reply. To pass the time, he wandered toward his cultivation spot. There, he noticed the grass in certain patches had grown unnaturally lush, almost glowing with vitality. He crouched down, inspecting carefully, half hoping for some hidden treasure. Finding nothing unusual, he sighed. Maybe someone poured fertilizer, he muttered with a faint smile, joking to himself before preparing to stabilize his realm. Just then, his medallion pulsed. A message appeared. Greatest in the heaven, I miss you so much, Yuan. Come quickly. The word struck him like a gentle arrow to the heart. Yu Xian's lips curved into an unconscious smile, his chest warming with rare tenderness. In this vast and often merciless cultivation world, his sister remained the one of the bonds he cherished most. With that thought, he sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes, and began his cultivation with renewed determination. He swore when he closed his eyes, he saw a bald man named Ven Petrol saying, "Everything for family." In the lofty mountains of Chaos Heaven Peak, where not fighting was considered suspicious behavior and dueling over who stole whose cultivation resources was a daily warm-up routine, fights were unfolding as usual. Today was yet another normal day. A man in a sleek black suit, face serious like he was at a funeral, stood nose to nose with a white-haired young master whose ridiculous hairstyle looked exactly like a chef's hat flipped upside down. A/N, check chapter 4 comments, you will really like the reference. How dare you hit my dog, the suited man barked. The white-haired young master scoffed. I am the Peng clan's young master? How dare your mangy mutt block my path? Wasn't that mutt just courting death? When he said that, immediately flattery arrived like background support from his lackeys. Young master is glorious. Young master's way must be kept clear. Young master's hair is so shiny and white. Who? Peng clan's young master froze, glaring. Who said that last one? His lackeys went silent, some subtly tucking away combs. Ahem. Anyway, I hit your dog. What of it? He continued proudly. The suited man narrowed his eyes. Remember my name. Johan Strong. When you arrive at Underworld, ask King Yama for my legend. With a dramatic flourish, he pulled something long and metallic from his pants. The surrounding audience collectively sucked in a breath. Was that a spear? Peng clan's young master blanched. Where did you even pull that from? If that thing touches me, I'll have to bathe for 5 days straight. Without hesitation, he shoved his trembling lackeys forward. Go, block him, that's what you're here for. I am a young master, dealing with normal objects that come out of pants is beneath me. But young master, your reputation, the lackey said trembling. What reputation? My reputation is infinite even if you add or subtract some, it will remain beyond normal person's reach. Peng clan's young master said the universal truth. Chapter 147, another normal day in Chaos Heaven Peak. Similar situations to Johan Strong and the Peng clan's young master were taking place all over the peak. Some disciples were fighting, some were throwing parties, some were fighting at parties, the entire Chaos Heaven Peak lived up to its name. In another area, 2 disciples were locked in a deadly standoff, over a chicken. The first, dressed in flowing green robes with the word chaos on it and wielding a gukin strapped to his back, pointed dramatically. That chicken is my fated spirit beast. Its feathers are aligned with my wood deo. The second, a burly fellow with a scar across his forehead, clutched the chicken tighter to his chest. Nonsense. This is my breakfast. Fated? More like roasted. The chicken flapped its wings, clearly regretting its life choices. It wanted to ask the question, why was it mentioned alongside the wood deo? A crowd quickly gathered, because of course, it was their job. Senior brother Lin's deo chicken must not be stolen, someone shouted. But senior brother Guo deserves a hearty meal, another countered. Soon half the onlookers were chanting, deo chicken, while the other half shouted, roast it, roast it. Finally, Lin the one in green robes drew his sword and declared, if I cannot have it, then none shall. Scarred brother immediately pulled out a wok from his storage ring. The wok gleamed under the sun like a divine weapon. Gasps erupted. He cultivates the culinary deo. Unstoppable. Wait, where's the oil? Just then, a junior disciple rushed forward carrying a bottle of cooking oil as if it were a sacred relic. The wok cultivator brother Guo accepted it with solemn grace. The chicken, realizing destiny was cruel, fainted on the spot. And thus the battle began. In another area of the peak, a scholarly-looking disciple in long white robes stood with his arms crossed, glaring at a muscular brute twice his size. Between them lay a single chair. This, the scholar declared solemnly, is my chair. I was sitting here, contemplating the deo of stillness. The brute snorted, cracking his knuckles. Nonsense. It is my chair. I was about to sit and comprehend the deo of comfort. A tense silence. The chair, plain and wooden, creaked pitifully under the pressure of 2 murderous auras. From the crowd that mysteriously gathered, someone whispered, isn't that just a chair from the nourishment hall? SHHH, you fool. Chairs can be divine weapons if you sit long enough. Yer, don't you AI Zhen, the one who sat on chair in prison and his powers grew. I was also about to mention that. I heard, he was a handyman who washed clothes, with a solid detergent named bleach, but suddenly emerged with god-tier cultivation talent. The scholar flicked his sleeve, and a mountain of books flew out, stacking neatly behind him. I have cultivated with this chair for 7 days and 7 nights. It recognizes me as its master. The brute sneered and slammed his fist into the ground, cracking it. Then watch as I sit once, and it recognizes me as its father. The crowd gasped. Impossible. Such heresy. He dares to belittle the deo of chairs. Finally, the scholar's eyes narrowed. Very well. We will settle this the only way that makes sense. He raised a brush. The brute raised a hammer. Both simultaneously shouted, chair refining duel. And thus, another battle of dignity began over a single piece of furniture. In another courtyard, 2 elegant female disciples stood facing each other. Both were beautiful, both were proud, and both were holding the exact same dress. This robe of jade silk was clearly destined for me, said senior sister May, her voice calm but eyes sharp as swords. It matches my temperament and my deo of serenity. Junior sister Lan scoffed. Ridiculous? This shade of green obviously resonates with my cultivation of the deo of envy. Hand it over. The mysterious crowd ever present murmured nervously. Deo of envy? Isn't that a demonic path? Shut up, she's listening. The air trembled as their auras clashed, sleeves fluttering dramatically despite there being no wind. Senior sister May, being a senior, raised her chin and said, "Fine. If you are so desperate, we shall compete. Whoever wears it better, wins." At once, the robe split into two illusions, one wrapping around May, the other around Lan. The crowd exploded in chatter. Senior sister May looks like an immortal in mortal world. No, junior sister Lan is a peerless temptress, none can resist her charm. Shut up, you dogs. The robe belongs to me, I saw it first. Suddenly, a passing disciple walked by. He glanced once and muttered, "It doesn't suit either of you." Wrong shade. Then left without another word. Both senior sister May and junior sister Lan froze. Their faces darkened. "Kill him," May suggested. "Kill him," Lan agreed. Thus, the robe was completely forgotten, and the two joined hands to chase down the unlucky disciple. In another corner of the peak, two disciples stood nose to nose, both red with fury. Between them, on a rock, Saturday, a fluffy white rabbit munching on a carrot. "That's my spirit beast," shouted the first. "Nonsense. Its ears clearly point left, that's a trademark of my spirit rabbit technique," the second retorted. The rabbit twitched its nose and kept eating. The first disciple roared, pulling out his spear. "Return my rabbit, or taste death." The second unsheathed his saber. "Over my dead body." Before their weapons could clash, the rabbit casually transformed into a massive, glowing tiger with rabbit ears, then roared so loudly the ground cracked. Both disciples immediately threw down their weapons. Senior brother Tiger Bunny. "I was just joking." "Yes, please, continue your carrot cultivation." The tiger rabbit beast snorted, shrank back into a fluffy bunny, and hopped away straight into a third disciple's arms, who blinked in confusion and said, I thought this was just a normal rabbit I picked up on the way." Chapter 148, Greatest in the Heaven returns. In yet another corner of Chaos Heaven Peak, the sky trembled. The earth cracked. The disciples ran for cover. Why? Because two cultivators were in the middle of a duel, and because of their pressure, earth cracked. On one side stood senior brother Bao, bald, pot-bellied, wearing nothing but a robe that was too small for him. He held a toothbrush the size of a greatsword. On the other side was Fairy Xiaolin, elegant and graceful, her jade hands gripping what appeared to be a giant feather duster, shimmering with divine light. The battle began. With a roar, senior brother Bao swung down his toothbrush, bristles glowing chi. Heaven cleansing technique ultimate plaque eradication / Fairy Xiaolin twirled gracefully, her feather duster sweeping in arcs that scattered rainbow-colored dust across the battlefield. Supreme household art dust banishment technique. Each clash shook the mountain. Toothpaste foam and glowing sparkles exploded like fireworks. The crowd of disciples were slack-jawed. "Isn't that my senior's heaven-grade feather duster?" Senior brother Bao actually cultivated the deo of teeth. Why is this even working? With every swing, Bao's toothbrush released minty fresh wind that nearly froze weaker disciples. Meanwhile, Xiaolin's feather duster created pockets of vacuum so clean that dirt itself ceased to exist. At one point, Bao slammed his toothbrush into the ground. A tidal wave of toothpaste surged forth, foaming like an ocean. Disciples screamed as they were swept away by peppermint freshness. Xiaolin retaliated by unleashing her ultimate move. Flawless spring cleaning world without dust. The entire battlefield was polished spotless, reflecting like a mirror. Bao, slipping on the shiny floor, fell backward with a grunt. Xiaolin raised her feather duster to finish it, but then she slipped too, sliding gracefully across the floor until she bumped into Bao. Both landed in a heap, staring at each other. The disciples collectively held their breath. Then Fairy Xiaolin sneezed delicately. A bit of dust escaped. Bao grinned, lifting his toothbrush. "Gotcha. One cavity left." And thus, the duel ended, not with victory, but with the crowd wondering if the deo of cleaning would one day surpass sword deo itself. The true victor of this match was, of course, the pot-bellied Bao. Not only did he remain undefeated, but he also managed to bump into Fairy Xiaolin, an encounter he could brag about to his friends for months. And just like that, a normal day was passing in the Chaos Heaven Peak. At the main peak of Chaos Heaven Peak, where dangerous auras poured from practically every stone and cloud, an old woman sat peacefully in front of a shabby little hut, peeling potatoes. At first glance, the potato looked ordinary. In truth, if anyone below the immortal realm dared to take a bite, their body would burst apart from the sheer energy packed inside each spud. She hummed softly as she peeled, tossing the potato skins into the backyard. There, the scraps would ferment into manure potent enough to make rare herbs sprout overnight. After rinsing a potato in underworld spring water for better flavor, as she claimed, it floated above her palm. With a casual flick of her wrist, a flame appeared. Not just any flame. The chaos flame. So potent that, had she lost control for even a blink, the entire realm would vanish in smoke. Yet here it was, roasting a potato like it was nothing. When it finished cooking, the old woman popped the whole potato into her mouth in one bite. The mountains went quiet. The wind stilled. All that remained was the sound of her crunching. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Suddenly, the medallion at her side pulsed with light. It belonged to her newest disciple, her little idiot, as she fondly called her. She raised an eyebrow, curious, and tapped it to view the message. At the same time, with nothing more than a lazy thought, she sent a mental summons to her two youngest disciples. Come here. Your junior has a message from her brother. Within a minute of the summons, two figures appeared. One was a tiny shorty, delicate like a porcelain doll but with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. The other was Yu Lingluo, who looked half asleep, swaying slightly as if she had been dragged out of her dreams by force. Her eyes were half closed, threatening to shut completely at any moment. The old woman narrowed her eyes and casually flicked a medallion at Yu Lingluo. Bonk. It smacked her right on the forehead. Master? Why did you? Ouch. Yu Lingluo yelped, clutching her head before catching the medallion. You left your medallion behind, the old woman said flatly. Apparently your brother sent a message saying he's visiting. She didn't finish. What? He's coming. Yu Lingluo's drowsiness evaporated instantly. She almost jumped on the spot, fumbling to activate her medallion. Sure enough, her brother's message was there. For the next 5 minutes she fidgeted, bit her lip, erased and rewrote her words, until finally sending the simplest reply. Greatest in the heaven, I miss you so much, Xianer. Come quickly. Her eyes sparkled, her whole face lit with joy. The shorty raised a brow. Why are you so excited? Isn't he just another brother? Shut up, shorty. He isn't just another brother. Yu Lingluo snapped, glaring. The shorty smirked, reached out, and smacked the top of Yu Lingluo's head. Hehe, when he comes, I'm going to bully him. That was the spark. Yu Lingluo lunged, spiritual energy crackling around her. The ground splintered beneath her feet as she threw ferocious blows, but the shorty slipped away with nimble ease and bonked her on the head again. Just let me get stronger. Yu Lingluo growled, cheeks puffed with frustration. I'll stretch your limbs like dough. The shorty's grin faltered for a moment. Her junior sister really was absurdly talented. If she wasn't careful, one day those threats might not be jokes. She slowed down her pace a little, watching carefully. Meanwhile, the old woman sat back, arms folded, watching the antics of her two youngest disciples. She sighed inwardly, wondering when will the both grow both mentally and physically? Chapter 149, Towards Chaos Heaven Peak. Another week slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Yu Xian spent nearly all of it doing one thing: training, and more training. For some reason, he found himself unusually focused on training these days. The cause was unclear, but cultivation felt easier than ever before. His skill, Ultra Instinct, was a major factor. It was like having a supercomputer wired into his mind, processing countless streams of data in an instant. With it, cultivation felt almost unfair, so effortless it bordered on cheating. Yet Yu Xian remained cautious. He deliberately held himself back, resisting the urge to break through recklessly. What he wanted was not a rushed ascent, but a foundation so solid that even the heavens would tremble at its weight, or so. He hoped that after establishing a strong foundation, lightning tribulation would descend, making his already strong physique more stronger. By now, he had fully familiarized himself with his new realm, the fresh power flowing steadily through his veins. He also didn't forget to train his other skills and techniques. He wanted to become master of all trades, jack of none. Anyways, he was a cultivator now, so having a long lifespan also counted. After a bath, refreshed and calm, Yu Xian dressed neatly. It was time first to meet his master, and then to finally depart for his sister's peak. Like that, he made his way to his master's palace. Remember, you must return within 3 months, the elemental heaven peak master instructed. Her gaze sharpened, a faint smile tugging at her lips. And no matter what, believe me, I am always watching you. Yes, master. Yu Xian bowed respectfully, though those words sounded ominous. Earlier, they had shared a light conversation about his cultivation progress, and she had casually inquired about his sister, expressing interest in meeting her. Yu Xian, oblivious to the deeper intent, happily agreed. In his mind, if his master and sister grew familiar, that would only be a good thing. What he didn't realize was that it was a subtle move of politics. His master understood very well, if Yu Xian was already this monstrous, how terrifying would his sister's potential be? Somewhat similar, right? She didn't know him that personally. If she could lure that girl under her wing as well, it would be a tremendous gain. Poaching disciples wasn't exactly her specialty, but for once, she was willing to give it a try. Master, I'll take my leave now, Yu Xian said. All right. The peak master clapped her hands lightly. At once, space around Yu Xian warped and twisted. In the blink of an eye, he stood in the middle of a bustling square. To his surprise, even though he had just appeared out of thin air, no one spared him a glance. Which town is this, master? Yu Xian asked. This is the true central area of the sect. When you first arrived, you entered from the outer ring, here an area reserved for newcomers. But this, she gestured around them, is the true central hub, where disciples from every peak gather to compete and display their strength. That still didn't explain why he felt like a ghost here. Reading his expression, the peak master added with a knowing smirk, I veiled your presence for now. You'll become visible again in about a minute. As for getting to Chaos Heaven Peak, I tampered with your medallion. Consider it a privilege for being my disciple. Normally, you would need paperwork to travel between peaks, but now you can move freely. Thank me later. Before Yu Xian could reply, his master's figure had already vanished. Yu Xian slapped his forehead. Of course he had completely forgotten about the paperwork. Without her intervention, just getting the permit would have cost him a few extra days. Having a peak master as backing was basically like walking around with a living discount card. Not only did it save him time, it also spared him the detour he had planned, visiting the familiar town near his peak and then using the teleportation formation to reach the central area. As an inner disciple, teleportation was technically free for him at least until he burned through his allotted uses. But he still wondered when he would finally be acknowledged as his master's official disciple. At the moment, he was only under the wing of her clone. If he performs the disciple ceremony and became her true disciple, his status would surely leap to an entirely different level, though it would be in the real sect, not in this mini-realm as the artifact spirit Tianling had called. His thoughts drifted again to the sheer scale of the sect. The more he explored, the more he realized how vast it truly was. He has a sharp memory, yet every step only revealed more immensity, as if the sect itself was a world within a world. The time is nearing, Yu Xian said, though no one listened to him. He was so lost in thought that the time limit was approaching when he would be visible again. He just hoped some bad person would not learn this to commit crimes. His thoughts were very hero-like, the one from his dreams who would be returning soon. He bowed toward the empty air where his master had stood, then made his way to a quieter corner where his sudden appearance wouldn't draw suspicion. Clearly nobody would like it when a person magically appeared in front of them. Moments later, his presence returned to the eyes of the crowd. A drunken man nearby staggered, pointing at him with wide eyes. Hiccup, hey see ghost. His drinking companion squinted at Yu Xian's face, handsome enough to rival a fairy, and sneered with disdain. Did you change your gender? No matter how pretty a boy is, this is just, tch. He shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, the drunk kept insisting Yu Xian was a ghost, starting a loud, slurred argument. Accidentally reincarnated in Cultivation World. Chapter 150, Languages. Chapter 150, Languages. Yu Xian wandered the bustling market for quite some time, weaving through the noise of haggling disciples and the occasional quarrel that nearly turned into a duel. The teleportation center wasn't far. Clearly, his master had considered convenience for him. But he wasn't heading there just yet. He was searching for something. Last time, trying his luck with a fortune teller had paid off in unexpected ways. Since the sect points worked out before, might as well gamble again, he muttered to himself. Truth be told, the surname Zhou and that mysterious lady in black still lingered in his memory like good omens. He also found himself wondering, when would he reach the level to peer into the heavens himself? As an irregular, he wasn't bound to a single peak. That was his edge. Maybe he can study some divination techniques in the celestial heaven peak. After roaming a while longer, Yu Xian stopped before a fancy-looking shop with surprisingly few customers. He waited his turn, then stepped inside. The place was colorful. Almost too colorful. Beast skins hung on the walls, party balloons floated lazily in the corner, and was that pepper spray on the counter? Yu Xian squinted. Where did they even get this stuff? At the center sat a young man with golden hair, unnaturally yellow-tinted skin, and long, polished nails that gleamed under the lantern light, even though outside there was ambient sunlight. He lounged on a royal-looking chair, a chart of prices displayed proudly beside him. Yu Xian sat across from him and glanced at the list. 50 sect points daily horoscope, written on colorful slips. Surprisingly popular with junior disciples. 100 sect points simple but vague prediction, you will either be lucky, or not. 150 sect points minor glimpses through crystal divination, one vague event within 3 days. No refund. 200 sect points heavenly book flip, one random page flip, a metaphorical sentence that may apply to you. 250 sect points mouse divination, a spirit mouse eats a piece of cheese. Whichever side it eats first is your omen. 350 sect points dream injection, tonight you'll dream your own future, interpretation not included. 500 sect points reverse divination, instead of predicting your future, it predicts what others will do when they meet you. The list was impressive, but Yu Xian chose the simple 100 sect points one. Vague is better than others, Yu Xian thought, sliding over his payment. The fortune teller extended his hand. Give me your palm. Yu Xian obliged, watching curiously as the golden-haired man traced along his lines. His brows furrowed deeper with every passing second. Why can't I read this? The fortune teller thought, growing uneasy. He was no amateur, considered a prodigy in divination, in fact. Yet Yu Xian's hand might as well have belonged to a stone if he can't do a random prediction. Oh, forgive that sometimes stones talk too, it is a cultivation world after all, who says a stone can't cultivate? Yu Xian didn't know why, but he had a sudden what would happen if a stone cultivated to immortality, will it gain consciousness? Finally, the man sighed, reached under his desk, and pulled out a heavy book. It floated into the air, glowing faintly. Yu Xian's eyes widened. Whoa, now this is new. Until now, his only experiences with divination were the cliché crystal ball setups. But this book was different. Ancient symbols shimmered as the fortune teller began chanting in an unknown tongue. And then, still nothing. The golden-haired man froze mid-chant, frown deepening until his forehead looked like it could sprout new wrinkles. Yu Xian, however, was less focused on the fortune teller's frustration and more fascinated by the sound of the chant itself. Languages had always been a curious part of the cultivation world. Across the realms, countless races, tribes, and worlds had their own tongues and cultures. Yet above them all was the so-called cultivator's tongue, a universal language that bound cultivators together, making trade, duels, and bragging contests equally understandable. Learning new languages here was simple. A knowledge crystal could be slotted against one's forehead, and in a flash, one could speak fluently. That was, of course, the safe method. The reckless method, if your mind was strong, was to attempt a direct transfer of knowledge into the mind, which could make you fluent, but headache were norms in this method. So most prepared the knowledge crystal one. But written languages were a different beast altogether. Some scripts weren't just words on a page, they required cultivation levels to even read, let alone comprehend. The perfect example of this would be the universal rune characters, which are used in formations and arrays everywhere. He too thought at some point to carve out formations, but it was left behind in his mind. Yu Xian decided to add this task in his mental checklist. This would be very interesting. He also wanted to find who spread this cultivator's tongue everywhere. From Yu Xian's understanding, the fortune teller's chant belonged to that rare category. He could hear it clearly, syllables ringing sharp in his ears, but the meaning slipped away like water through his fingers. At least it wasn't the other kind, the ones where even hearing a word left you dizzy and vomiting blood. He remembered reading about such dangerous tongues in his clan's grand library. Compared to those, this one was almost playful. The golden-haired man finally stopped and, with the confidence of someone who had run out of ideas, pulled out the most cliché of divination tools, a crystal ball. Yu Xian couldn't help but facepalm. Place your right hand on this, the fortune teller instructed solemnly, as if he were revealing some grand secret. Haha. Yu Xian chuckled under his breath, then obediently placed his palm on the sphere. Crack. The crystal ball split with a sharp sound, faint lines spiderwebbing across its surface. The fortune teller winced, shoulders sagging like a merchant who had just watched his last gold coin roll into the gutter. The look on his face screamed, "Great! My customer satisfaction rating is doomed." Desperation flickered in his golden eyes. Without missing a beat, he shoved the broken sphere aside and pulled out a fresh, shinier crystal ball with the speed of someone who'd done this too many times before. "Ah, just a minor defect," he said quickly, smiling the kind of smile that belonged on a shady salesman. "This one will be more accurate." A/N. We hit 150 chapters, a new milestone.